Namaste and good morning. A warm welcome to the second day of the India chapter launch of DiSTO Symposium. The DiSTO, From Digital Skills to Tangible Outcome initiative, hosted by the Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics and Political Science, focuses on developing and enhancing measures and models that assess people's digital skills, digital engagement, and outcomes of information and communications technologies use. By mapping these factors onto societal inequalities, DiSTO aims to drive a positive change. Till now, DiSTO has been successfully undertaken across 8 countries: UK, Netherlands, Spain, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, USA, and Kuwait. Now, we join these 8 countries in taking up this initiative. In India, this initiative is being led by Dr. Ellen Helsper, Professor of Digital Inequalities, Department of Media and Communications, LSE, in collaboration with Policy and Development Advisory Group, as the India country partner, and Professor K.S. Arul Selvan, Professor and Director at the School of Journalism and New Media Studies, IGNOU, as co-investigator. Yesterday, we had extremely engaging and insightful panel discussions, each centered around a crucial theme that holds significant importance in the digital landscape. The panels explored the multifaceted dimensions of digital inclusion, its effect on socioeconomic disparities and labor markets, the importance of digital literacy in fostering learning and government services, and how digital revolution impacts our daily lives. Today, we will continue to unpack the complexities of digital inclusion in India and deliberate upon pathways to empower marginalized communities through the digital realm. We have an exciting lineup of discussion with seasoned practitioners and influential policymakers, where we will further delve into these critical areas and aim to foster a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lies ahead. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Arindam Banerjee, co-founder and partner, Policy and Development Advisory Group, for his introductory remarks and setting the context.
Hello. So, thank you, Bhargavi. And first of all, a warm welcome to each and everyone who has made it today as of now. And I believe there are some of our friends who are also en route, and those who have joined online. Welcome to day 2 of the Symposium, Digital Inclusion and Empowerment in India, under the DiSTO India chapter. I just begin with a small anecdote. A month back, I was at my mom's place in Asansol, West Bengal. It's a tier 2 town. And one of the evenings, the 53-year-old house help who stays with my mom, she kind of reached out to me, saying that day after tomorrow is the last deadline for linking my Aadhaar with my PAN card. And somehow I've been there to few of the cyber cafes. They've charged around 100 rupees each time, but nothing has happened. And why her precarity became much more visible was that she was receiving direct benefit transfer amount of rupees 2,000 as part of a welfare scheme by the government of West Bengal, which is obviously linked to her Aadhaar linked bank account and the entire jam trinity. And her neighbors kind of made her perplexed that probably because this linkage is not there, therefore you are losing out on this 2,000 rupees. Now, little did she know that the deadline had already passed, and even if I would have linked that entire thing up, she would still have to pay 2,000 rupees per person of the household, just to kind of ensure that the entire linkage happens to receive what the Constitution of India guarantees as entitlements and welfare rights. However, the beauty of the story is that it took me over 2 hours, 10 one-time password messages, and 4,000 rupees, obviously, which kind of paid for her to ensure that both her and her husbands are done. It is this duality of digital transformation in India that was actually discussed, debated, deliberated by a diverse group of academics and researchers yesterday, which was the day one of the Digital Inclusion and Empowerment in India Symposium. I'll just very briefly give an overview of what all the academics and the researchers yesterday, because it was much more focused on researchers and the academia, had to share across all the three themes. So the morning started yesterday with a keynote address by Dr. Ellen Helsper, followed by a panel on theme one, which was digital inclusion, socioeconomic inequalities and labor markets. We had Dr. Kanika Mahajan from Ashoka University, Dr. Shishi Jha from IIT Bombay, Dr. Sona Mitra from IWH, and Dr. Bibhot Patsarathi from the Jamia Millia University, with Akshi Chawla from Ashoka's Center for Development and Economics as the moderator. But they spoke and shared the research and findings on the function and diversification of the labor market, particularly with the gig platforms that are the order of the day. And it was very relevant considering that Rajasthan became the first state yesterday to also pass a law and an act around the welfare and security of gig workers and platform workers. They also spoke of the value of data, the data collection in the digital inclusion space, especially around labor-induced such platforms. The precarity of those who are also involved in digital data production and its dissemination, who lie at the lowest value chain, whom we never get to see, but who are the ones, basically, as they're often known as the content creators, or the ones who produce it in mass scale. And also how AI and ML fit into the entire labor dynamics equation, the impacts of hierarchies in the digital workplace, amongst other things that were kind of shared. Post-lunch, we had theme 2, which was around digital literacy and skills facilitation, learning and governance services. So we had a very interesting group of panelists, Dr. Bidisha Banerjee, heading the School of Public Policy in Amity University, Dr. Mansi Kedia from ICRIAR, Dr. P. Vignesh from IIT Delhi, Ms. Sharon from IFMR Lead, and Dr. Arul Selvan, who is also the co-PI for the DiSTO India project, where they spoke and discussed around the digital inequality being a largely intersectional issue. It is not like a singular, homogeneous, kind of a binary classification, because it encompasses a lot of intersectionalities around caste, gender, religion, spatial inequalities to begin with in the country. They also discussed about some of the transformative role of existing government programs that have been taken up in the last decade or so, and even before that, in terms of increasing digital competencies in breaking barriers, especially in terms of ICT-enabled education, lifelong learning, and also how efficient access to government services for underprivileged populations, especially in internet dark areas, are being tried through multiple efforts and initiatives by a lot of organizations. And they also spoke about a very interesting thing, that how use of internet and its efficacy could be incentivized, and the fact that should be as a core component to be worked upon to realize a large-scale digital literacy and its inclusion as an outcome of that. Theme 3, we were fortunate to have an all-woman panel, theme 3, and which actually looked at a cross-sectional understanding of the impact of the digital on everyday lives of people. We had Dr. Damanjit Sandhu from Punjab University, Patiala, Dr. Rachna Sharma from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Dr. Gauri Chakravarti from the Times School of Journalism, then Dr. Tarushika Sarvesh from Aligarh Muslim University, and moderated by Dr. Helsper. And they spoke about how the digital landscape has made the access of physical as well as mental health a bit more inclusive and emancipated. There's also a lot of discussion around the value of self-confidence, particularly for women, on reduced digital divide, access to markets through digital literacy, and how phased inclusion of children within the digital space could make them agents to gain knowledge and technological access. 2 years back, there were two interesting judgments by the Supreme Court, in 2021, around the time when the country was reeling under the effects of the second wave of COVID. The one in June 2021 was related to the CoWIN platform and the COVID-19 vaccination. And the Supreme Court had categorically stated that there's a digital divide between the urban and rural households, policymakers need to have their ear on the ground. Just having a vaccination policy relying on a digital portal is a testament to all of us not understanding the stark digital realities that exist in the deepest pockets of poverty in this country. We understand that villagers have to go to computer centers, which are called CSCs, and register. And that makes them eligible to be vaccinated. Is this really practical? And they also pointed out about the precarity of migrant workers, particularly of workers, construction workers, road sector workers, who would be traveling from one state to other in search of jobs and who are not kind of static but mobile, who are unlikely to have even that level of access. Later that year, again, in late October 2021 judgment on quotas for students from economically weaker sections in private schools in Delhi, the court again made an observation that digital divide against the backdrop of COVID pandemic has produced stark consequences as the right to education was virtually denied to children belonging to the disadvantaged groups, the economically weaker sections of the society, as the families could not afford computer-based equipment or smartphones and access to internet for online classes. So drawing upon PDAG, our own policy advisory work and collaborative research with our researchers, institutions, in mostly underserved regions in this country with high spatial concentration of marginalized communities, we feel that there's a strong necessity to place back the importance of public into the realm of public policy discussion and practice in India. And digital present and futures cannot but be ignored in any form of contemporary public policy discourse and pathways. It thus becomes imperative for all of us to understand how digital inequalities resulted often as a function of socioeconomic inequalities married with the lack of digital infrastructure literacy and skills could actually perpetuate further socioeconomic inequalities in this country. It is in this context the DiSTO project and the India chapter launched through this 2-day introductory symposium seeks with all of yours participation to unpack some of these intersectional, complex and multidisciplinary questions around bridging the digital gap to help foster better social outcomes. DiSTO is hosted by the Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics and Political Science. The larger DiSTO global project has been completed in 8 countries across multiple components. DiSTO has worked with in-country researchers and partner organizations in those countries to develop and improve measures and models of people's digital skills, digital engagement, outcomes of information and communication technologies use, mapping them into existing socioeconomic inequalities in those regions, and we look forward to India being the 9th country, and also in a way which is much more localized and much more textured with the realities of this nation. Just to kind of introduce a bit, Dr. Ellen Helsper is there with us. Dr. Helsper is the global convener of the DiSTO initiative. She is also the professor of digital inequalities at the Department of Media and Communications at LSE. One of the leading global scholars on digital inequalities. She serves as program director for the MSc Media and Communications Research and the doctoral program. Her current interests include the links between social and digital inequalities, mediated interpersonal communication, participatory immersive digital spaces, quantitative and qualitative methodological developments in media and communication research. Her main research interest is in the role of digital media in everyday life of disadvantaged social groups and vulnerable individuals. Today we have a multitude of speakers, we have a multitude of speakers and participants across diverse sectoral practices who will be sharing their work, insights and understanding related to 3 very critical and important themes. For theme 1, we would be having digital infrastructure development and security. You'll be probably seeing a brief about the panel in the booklet that's there in front of you. Theme 2 would harp upon digital financial inclusion and innovation, which is, I believe, one of the flagship areas now, even for Government of India and the multiple state governments and multilateral institutions in this country. And theme 3, again, not often talked about, but something that needs to be talked about and be mainstream in the conversation around digital futures is the digital inclusion strategies for underserved and marginalized communities. DiSTO India aims to create, by partnering with all of you going forward, a large collaborative umbrella network of research, analytics, and programs
on how digital inclusion and empowerment could play a key role in fostering better social outcomes. We look forward to your presence, your feedback, your inputs, insights, and prospective partnership as we go forward to take this journey ahead, which merits being a part of this larger global DiSTO project. Thank you. So may I now request Dr. Helsper to...
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, also to give the context, a little bit of the kind of the digital, but also the social and political landscape in India. It's a real honor and privilege to be here. It's a unique opportunity for me. I've done this kind of research and worked with policymakers in various countries around the world, but it's obviously a very big gap that we haven't been able to do this kind of really important and significant work in a country with the complexities and richness and the potential of India. So for me, it's a great opportunity, and I am really looking forward to today to learn a lot about the specificities of India, but also what the universal lessons are that we might learn for other contexts, and how this might help us think through how we can create this positive futures for everybody. And how digital inclusion might lead to empowerment and well-being if policies and practice are done in the right way. Because today I want to focus on the work that we've done with policy and practice in this area. And here is a kind of an overview of some of the, by no means all, of the kind of organizations that we've been working with. I as a scholar, but also my partners around the world. And we can see like international intergovernmental organizations, but also within countries there are non-profit organizations that we've been working with, government departments. And I wanted to start out by saying that this is a multi-stakeholder, cross-sectorial, cross-departmental, if we talk about government, issue, because the digital is now part of everything in our lives, from the relationships, romance, to our financial kind of a situation, but also to our opportunities in terms of well-being, personal health, mental, but also physical, and in terms of the feeling of belonging and the willingness to participate and to create a positive society. So the digital is really enmeshed in all of this, and the kind of partners that we have show how this goes. It's not just about young people in education, but also about adults trying to live fulfilling and meaningful lives here. I know some of you were here yesterday, so there will be a little bit of repetition, but I thought that I'll try to repeat, but take a different angle in this presentation, because I do think it is important to kind of sketch that landscape of what it is that we are actually talking about. And what I want to be doing today is building on the work that we have done, particularly recently with UNICEF and with ITU, and which we presented actually here at the G20, T20 in India, around the evaluation of global policy and practice, what the past has shown, what the lessons that we've learned from that, what is currently going on in the present, and some of the issues with that, and what a future might look like in terms of policy and practice. But to be able to do that, we need to know what we're talking about and what is the area that we're trying to intervene in or make improvement in. So the first thing to start with is to understand that we live in a world in which individuals, and as I was introduced, especially when we think about a marginalized group, comes with certain kind of resources that determine the access that they have to devices, but also where they live and the infrastructure that they might have. So access to, this is known as the digital divide debate, who is in, who is out, who can get online, who is using the technology, who's not using the technology. So that we can think about the characteristics of the individual there, but also of the household that they live in, because sometimes it's not individuals who have that, but also the schools that they study at, the workplaces, where do they have access to these technologies? And often it's socioeconomic factors that are very strongly related to our access. And it's the poor, it's the people without access to kind of education, who tend to also have lower quality access, which tend to have very limited access, for example, only in a public center, or a kind of, there used to be telecenters or a library, but not necessarily at home or the places where they work. It tends to be also not as affordable for them. We already heard a story about how getting access to services through the technology is an issue, but often just that basic technology. Then we talk about that's kind of more second level, because access to technology is not enough. Right? If we have access, but we don't know how to use the technology is in some ways a little bit useless. And we're talking there not just about the kind of literacy and skills that allow us to operate the devices, to turn them on, or to manipulate settings, but also about the kind of knowledge and kind of literacy that allows us to go beyond passive consumption of content, because that is really the untapped potential of people who are able to engage with the content, create spaces, contribute more actively into creating a digital world that will be of benefit in everyday lives. So we call this the kind of more kind of area of digital opportunities, and this is where we talk about digital inclusion. So things that go beyond just a divide of who's in or out, but what are we actually able to do with the technologies? What are the opportunities that we have there? One of the less studied areas is in the terms of the kind of conditions under which this can be done in a positive way, and that has a lot to do with our motivations and our attitudes, or our dispositions, as they sometimes call, towards the digital world, because we can have access, we can be very literate about knowing how it works, and we could even engage or be able to engage in a myriad of ways, not in narrow ways, but we might be very skeptical about the benefits of technology, or we might think, yes, it's useful for everybody else, but not for people like me. Yeah, so I'm going to not engage in that way. And that sometimes is a misconception, but we also need to think that for a lot of, especially the communities that I work in, they often have histories of experience with technologies that are actually used against them. Yeah. So in our definition, the definition that I, from the DiSTO project that I also gave yesterday, we need to also think about inclusion, about the ability to opt out or decide not to use technology when actually there's no beneficial outcomes for you in doing it in that way. And at the moment, we're seeing more and more, and that's where I'll end this presentation, that this is becoming more and more an option for the privileged, but not for those who don't have the privilege of saying, like, actually, I don't want to engage. Because as we just heard from the example, for especially the underprivileged, it might mean that they don't get access to benefits, while the privileged often can continue to live their lives and have digital detox holidays and, you know, decide not to answer their boss's email because they have enough power, or they are the boss themselves, right? They decide when to reply or not. So when we talk about the project, From Digital Skills to Tangible Outcomes project, actually for us the most important things is these outcomes, is these kind of benefits that people might be able to access through the use of technologies, and also kind of avoiding of some of the more negative outcomes of the risks that come with that kind of digitization of society. And within the project, we frame this, especially when we talk about policy and practice, around kind of outcomes that are linked to these international goals of development, or personal, but also kind of more national goals of development. So the SDGs, human rights, and this ranges from wealth and employment kind of outcomes, poverty we've talked already about, but also in terms of this kind of health and psychological well-being, because all of these are interconnected. And this is the complexity of this, and it came up yesterday as well in some of our discussions, is that often these kinds of inequalities are compound, right? They are compound and sequential. Compound means that, you know, there's a gender aspect, we've talked about at length how that works in India in some ways, but it is especially women from rural communities with lower levels of education, who already kind of might be from marginalized or otherwise discriminated groups, that are especially at risk of first not having access, and this is a sequentiality of it, but then also when they do have access, it tends to be of lower quality, which means that they can then not develop the kind of more complex skills that allow them to not just passively use a technology, but also kind of actively contribute with their lived experiences. And this means that there's a hugely untapped potential, especially if we think about a country like India, for which we lack a true understanding of how these processes work, where, you know, it's the most populous democracy in the world, as I've heard several times while preparing for this trip and while being here. But there's a huge segment of the population that has a lot of potential. I just wanted to kind of emphasize this issue, that without this kind of real understanding of how it works within these particular contexts, it's really difficult to do effective policy, and it's really difficult to do interventions that will actually make an impact in terms of these outcomes, right? Because we can measure the distribution of devices, and we can measure how many people have gone through a literacy curriculum or training. But if we don't know if that has actually had an impact long-term in a sustainable sense, in terms of improving the well-being, socioeconomic, sociocultural, or personal well-being of these individuals, that is a problem. And what we know is that when we talk about inequality, it's especially inequality in these outcomes. So even when we provide these kinds of opportunities, empowerment is not always there. So let me talk through then, which is the focus of this presentation, of the kind of work that we've done with the DiSTO project on using these models of our understanding of digital inequality and how it might be linked to social inequality, and how policy and practice might break that. What I will be presenting is especially kind of linked to the work we've done with UNICEF, a report that has just been published. If you're interested, I can give a bit more information about that. Do come up to me around the details around this. So I wanted to just start with the past, the not so distant past, because we're talking about the digital, so the past is, you know, the beginning of this century, if not a little bit later. But where we were really talking about, as I said, about overcoming digital divide. So the emphasis for a very long time has been on access and infrastructure, especially in the beginning. We had this language of the haves and the have-nots, and making sure that the have-nots, in terms of digital terms, became haves. And the priority has been bridging that gap between those who can access the internet and those who cannot. You know, there's a lot of infrastructure projects, and actually it used to be a lot of infrastructure projects around kind of trying to get fiber, especially in countries that were at the first kind of step of getting engaged with that debate. Now we can see a big shift of how people are talking more about mobile infrastructures, especially when we talk about this idea of leapfrogging, where countries that might not have the resources to do this kind of infrastructure development in terms of fiber feel that the mobile technology will give an opportunity to leapfrog because it's much more accessible. And also alongside that is also to make sure that costs are low. For those of you who are interested in this, it tends to be that proportionately in richer countries, access is cheaper in proportion to income than in countries that are poor. Malawi is one of the poorest countries in the world, and I think if you want to get a data subscription there that allows you to do minimal things, I'm probably misquoting the percentage, but it's about a third of the average person's salary to just get data. And we see these patterns repeated over and over again, that in countries where, you know, people might already struggle a lot in terms of cost of living, that actually proportionally access is much more expensive. So that is also an important area of intervention that we've seen. Even in a country like the UK, there's a big data poverty alliance now, where poor people who are struggling to survive financially, are getting cheap or free data to be able to not just have access to a device, but also to be able to use it in ways that are beneficial. A lot of public Wi-Fi as well initiatives. And the main players at these times were a lot of global development stakeholders and national stakeholders trying to do these kind of, also developing kind of content and apps kind of for the public, right, the population, trying to, first initial kind of trying to get government services online, for example. Now, what our research shows and what the evidence kind of shows is that just providing access of any kind is actually, if we talk about economic opportunities for a country, not necessarily enough, right? So these policies were successful. There was a lot of diffusion, a big uptake, but there was an uptake of certain types of technologies by certain types of people, and we often saw it flattening out, especially if we talk about what might be considered more quality access, where you can actually do more with than just send a message or kind of click on a button. And what we see here in this graph is the kind of relationship between GDP, so wealth of a country, kind of a debated measure, but it is a measure, yeah, and access to different types of connectivity. So what we see is that actually, if you want to use one of these types of connectivity to predict the wealth of a country, the level of mobile phone access in a country doesn't predict how wealthy a country is at all. But we see a big difference that the level of broadband access at home, in households or at workplaces, is a big predictor of kind of the economic wealth of a country, and the other way around. But we can see that interventions that try to increase just mobile access actually don't do that much for economic development in terms of the inequalities also within a country. And that's important to see, because it's often the people who are privileged, the countries who are privileged, who, yes, they have mobiles, but they also have broadband, and they also have kind of extensive levels of internet use. So while the poor get alleviated slightly, the wealthy are able to take up much more opportunities, so the gap actually widens. And we can see that that's also an explanation. So this is important to keep in mind. And of course, mobile is important. So what is some of the problems that, based on the evidence that we have with this kind of policy that's focused on general diffusion and uptake of ICTs, so kind of more population matters, rather than on inequalities in the use of ICTs, like in terms of the quality and who is able to take it up? Is that we've seen, as I just said, that equal access is necessary but not a sufficient condition for the alleviation of digital inequality of opportunity, especially when we talk about outcomes related to kind of socioeconomic or other types of well-being. And this is because even with kind of these access programs, there remain very large differences in people's ability to use ICTs extensively and in constructive ways. There are also differences between regions and people from different backgrounds in terms of kind of how kind of their personal individual motivations, but also their perceptions of the benefits of ICTs. These are very unequally distributed in terms of how we think that they might be useful for people like us. And access doesn't change that. Just having access doesn't change that necessarily. So we talked yesterday about incentives that are not necessarily there for many people. Also because that's the positive side, but there's also a very different understanding of the risks that it might bring based on kind of historical processes of what technologies have done for particular communities. And also compounding this is, again, the content that is available is not developed often for those people from different needs or backgrounds or regions. Even if we think at an international level, cross-country level, there's some kind of famous studies that show that even the content about the Global South on Wikipedia is created mostly by people in the United States, right? And by certain people in the United States, not necessarily people, they might have a lot of knowledge of it, but it's not generated by people who actually have that lived experience. And we can think about services that are often created by people who don't necessarily understand the lived reality of those who are using them, and this is called the Pareto effect. I discussed this a little bit in a book that I published in, or not a little bit, extensively, in a book that I published in 2021, which is called The Digital Disconnect, The Social Causes and Consequences of Digital Inequalities. And we see this Pareto effect over and over again, that the people who are most using technologies are the least likely to have access and the least likely to be creating these kinds of services. So all of these lead to, therefore, people not being able to take up the opportunities that are actually available, because if you don't have this thing, then access, as I said, is rather kind of useless. So that was the past, and we've learned from the past, also based on some of the work that we've done, I'm proud to say, with some of practitioners and policy makers in different countries. So the present looks slightly different. It's more and more about creating digital opportunities, and the emphasis we're still doing Infrastructure, obviously, that's not disappeared, it is fundamental, and access. But on top of that, we're talking about these different levels of inclusion, of digital inclusion. So the creation of ICT curricula in schools, but also certificates, international certificates that are recognized, that somebody can show, I know I can do these kinds of jobs, or I'm able to participate in these kinds of ways. There's also lowering the costs of ICTs and data have become increasingly important, but especially targeted, right? Not for everybody, but especially for people who are not able to afford it. In addition, because it is important of kind of motivation and attitudes, we see also increasingly awareness campaigns around the benefits and safe use of ICTs. How these are distributed in the world is kind of interesting. Some countries focus a lot more, especially when we talk about inequalities, since it's kind of a cross-cutting theme of this conference in gender, is that there's a lot of emphasis on confidence and technological skills for women, but then when we talk about other vulnerable groups, like amongst young people, in some countries it's purely about safety. There's almost nothing about the opportunities, right? So this is actually also kind of unequally distributed in terms of what these awareness campaigns are like, and because obviously you need to be aware of what the technology can do, but also how you can do that safely, and that needs to be combined. The other thing that we've seen, and this is especially in countries in the global south, in our evaluation of kind of policies and practices, there's an increased emphasis on, and it's really important, on developing localized and targeted content and services in different languages. You know, first step to be in the language that you're comfortable in. But also when we think about content and services for people from kind of who live in very specific communities. We've talked a lot about the difference between rural and urban communities here in India, and it's a different kind of content or service that you need to provide when you live in different areas, right? When we talk about transport, or when we talk about kind of things like education, it often looks different. So the services. So that did happen. However, even though this is the case, we can still see that there are inequalities and this is a graph that shows you for the national level, again, inequalities between countries, in terms of how different countries are providing online services, and this is government services and social services, based on their human capital, which is the level of education in a country. So the higher the level of education in a country, the more likely it is that, first of all, government services are provided, but also that people are using them and taking them up. And another predictor of this, which looks slightly different, is the wealth in a country. So this is the kind of national income, right? And it's interesting that actually national income only makes a difference at the extreme end. So at the bottom, if individuals are poor in a country, there's not that much difference up until a certain point where actually then the increase of services and use of services is quite large. You can see here that India actually is an interesting case, because India is a relatively a poor country in terms of average income, but also in terms of education levels is relatively lower, but it has a big provision of these online services compared to other countries. Yeah. However, we then need to think about what that means in terms of actually people being able to get other outcomes. But this is kind of an interesting thing. However, we don't know what's going on here still in terms of who are the people that are actually using these technologies, because these are very descriptive. You know, there is kind of a hint. But you can already see that the explanation might be, if we increase education in a country, maybe the digital will follow. Yeah, it's unlikely from our research that increasing digital services will necessarily increase education levels. So I think we can talk about that in that sense. There are still problems with this, with the current digital inclusion policy and practice, is that many interventions, they still focus, even though we know that just access is not enough, still really emphasize first levels of access and infrastructure, rather than thinking about sustainable policies and practice, because you don't have a good return on investment, if you want to talk in economic terms. If you just provide access, then it remains unused. Or people might be able to, kind of, if we think about, when they do go beyond this, they're often narrow in terms of thinking like, actually, yes, but you know what, we're just going to provide access and infrastructure because we have, and I hear this a lot in my work with Global South practitioners and policymakers, it's kind of idea of the digital native, right? We have a lot of young people, right? So, you know, once these old people die off and they're all digital natives, they just naturally know how to use technologies. And what we see over and over again is that this completely ignores the fact that in many of these countries, a lot of young people don't even know how to read or write. Yeah, so, and that is still very important. They don't have access to education. Getting access to technology then might not allow them to participate in these positive ways. So, but also because then when we do curriculum training, it's often focused on these very kind of functional technical skills on how to use devices or how to use an app or how to access a service, yeah, or upload a curriculum, not on the follow-up, not on this kind of world that we actually now live in, because this is the problem with the digital, it keeps developing, is that this kind of Web 2.0, and I will talk a little bit about the future after Web 2.0 in a minute, but these developmental collaborative skills are not included in that curriculum for many programs, right? So especially then, like as technologies change, these are not transferable skills, these functional skills, because you learn how to use a particular device or a particular app, but then the technology changes, and because you don't have a broader understanding of what technology might do or what the benefits are, or how to actually create a digital environment that's positive for you, you fall behind again, right? It's a constant catch-up if you don't have these kinds of transferable skills. It also, and I kind of already implied this, that it focuses on the use of content and services that are kind of pushed rather than on the creation or the collaborative kind of thinking about how we create digital environments that are positive for all. Two other issues that is kind of, because we talk in our work about collateral benefits, and what we see is that often when we talk about people who are able to use technologies for their own well-being, to feel confident, to feel like they're part of society, that has a lot of collateral benefits also in terms of financial aspects. People who engage a lot on, social media has been much maligned in recent years, but people who have extensive networks, who feel connected with other people online, also have good employment outcomes, right? They also have good outcomes in terms of physical and mental health beyond just having connections, you know? So just focusing on instrumental use, like can you use it for your job or to find a job, for example, or to do your homework, let's say, it doesn't have as many collateral benefits. It's useful for that particular area. So this is important. And then in terms of evaluation and accountability, often people hold themselves accountable in terms of the access that is provided, the skills that are provided, but not on these things that we're interested in when we think about the SDGs or human rights or economic development, right? And so that doesn't lead to them being able to improve because you think we've been very successful, we've provided access, but because you don't see that that hasn't actually led to these outcomes, we still have a problem. So I'll finish with the future. And the future actually looks a little bit like this. Not vague like this, because it's actually already here. It looks like a smart city, right? There's a lot of talk about virtual reality and meta and things like that, but actually the real digital future that is our everyday life is more likely to look like this, yeah? Look like a street or a home where technologies are embedded, where we don't have to use devices, but we kind of walk around us and technologies, algorithms make decisions about what we need and what we want and give us answers to questions when we ask them without us actually understanding completely why this is being suggested to us and how these suggestions might be different for other people. So in some ways, all the consequences or the impact of digitization become more invisible, which makes it also harder to realize that actually you're being put at a disadvantage in that digital environment, right? So when we talk about the future and we talk about policy and practice, what we see and the conclusions that we've drawn is that it will become increasingly important to go from digital inclusion of individuals towards fostering positive outcomes of digitization for all, right? To move away a little bit from thinking about getting individuals online to thinking about how can we especially help people who are having more negative outcomes of digitization in general. And we're talking here about next generation technologies, which are invisible and embedded, as I just said. But that means that we're moving away from kind of maybe policies that are focused on just on device use and interaction to thinking about digital ecosystems and how we might engage with these differently. also assuming that people will have less choice. Yeah, we talked about opt-in and opt-out, but in how or when to participate in these social digital ecosystems, because these decisions get taken for them, because it's not about turning off your mobile phone when you don't want anybody to know where you are, or to contact you because, you know, the lamppost might speak to you and say like, hey, you know, your mom is trying to reach you, why are you not answering the messages, right? We know you're here. And an increased critical understanding of design and the operations of ICTs, you know, exactly those things that have not so far been as much incorporated in curriculums, is important, and not just for the disadvantaged, because we've seen a lot of policies, so now rightfully in ways have been focused on those who have to catch up, yeah, on including upskilling marginalized individuals to be able to participate in the labor force or in other parts of everyday lives. But actually what we see is that it's all of us with our behaviors that are, you know, especially in these kind of algorithmic environments, that are creating this digital environment for the future, not just for ourselves, but for everybody else. You know, our clicks, our likes, the things that we do are feeding into these algorithms. And so there's also a need for a critical understanding for people who are in more privileged positions to understand how what we are doing, and often these are people who are creating the technologies, how when we create technologies, this might actually be detrimental to some other people. They might not feel as at home. And this makes it very important to have this multi-stakeholder collaboration between public, private, and non-profit sectors, because it's embedded in everything. We need to do that. And so the research that we're doing with the From Digital Skills to Tangible Outcomes project does things like mapping this on the level, local area level, to really see how this kind of these things play out, how these digital environments, you know, in our everyday lives actually play out, and what happens when somebody moves between the different neighborhoods, yeah, mobility, physical mobility, and digital mobility, moving into different digital environments, how that might actually change the opportunities that we have. So how we can do something constructively in neighborhoods in very local levels, and this is Los Angeles project, but we've done it in other places as well. So I'm going to finish with the implications of our research for policy and practice. So one of the important things is that we can never rely only on technical solutions. You know, as long as we live in societies where violence against women is acceptable or normatively kind of more mainstream, then it's going to be really problematic if we just introduce access to technologies without trying to also think about social norms. If there's a real problem with education, yeah, then just giving people access to, I don't know, there's some MOOC where they could get a degree at Harvard is not going to allow people who live in environments where education is just not a thing or not accessible in terms of the resources that their environment offers. They are not the people who are going to be able to take up those opportunities, right? So we need to think about this as integrated. And taking into consideration these historical factors and the stakeholders that have been working for decades, sometimes centuries already, with these kinds of issues, and rebalance from that focus on upskilling and individualistic victim blaming as like, you know, look at all this digital stuff, it's so amazing, why aren't you not using it, towards thinking about empowerment in the form of collective responsibility. Why, as a society or as individuals, would this be important? How is it putting people like you at a disadvantage or at an advantage, because awareness should be not just amongst the privileged about, or amongst the kind of less well off around how there's this existing of inequalities, but also amongst the privileged and how we might contribute to that, thinking that we would like to live in a more socially just and equal society. And so, really important in terms of how we learn from best practice and from policy making is that when we design and evaluate and how we hold institutions and practitioners accountable is based on the outcomes for these collectives, like these systematic inequalities and how they've improved the lives of particularly marginalized groups, at least in my work, and rather than creating digital opportunities for individuals without taking these collectives in mind. This again, I already said this, but I think it's important to emphasize that this is a multi-stakeholder approach that is not just these big national policymakers or the ICT industry or content providers, but that it really needs to engage with targeted interventions supported by employers and schools and nonprofit and community organizations who understand, you know, and I think Nam already gave like a really good example of this, the local lived realities of the people who are maybe struggling to take place. So that is it for me, and I'm hoping that it was informative. Obviously, there's much more work going on, and I would be very happy to talk to people over tea and lunches and all those kinds of things to give you more information. And do get in touch with me or the DiSTO team if you would like to know how you could get involved with any of this and how it might be of use for you. So thank you very much. Did you want to? Yeah? Okay.
So now we'll break for a short tea break. I would request everyone to be back by 11:35 so that we can start with our panel 1. Yeah.
The first panel discussion is on the theme Digital Infrastructure, Development and Security. This panel will delve into the necessity of expanding digital infrastructure in undeserved regions. By discussing effective strategies, policies, and practices, the panel aims to ideate on solutions to ensure equitable access to digital resources and opportunities. As the world progresses towards achieving SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, this theme seeks to address the challenge faced in establishing robust digital networks and technology ecosystems in undeserved regions. By examining the role of digital infrastructure in fostering economic growth, innovation, and social development, this discussion will contribute to shaping inclusive policies and initiatives that empower marginalized communities and create a foundation for a more sustainable and interconnected future. The panel places significant emphasis on tackling the digital gender divide and by exploring gender-inclusive approaches to digital infrastructure development and promoting digital literacy among women and girls. The theme aligns with SDG 5, gender equality, and seeks to unlock the full potential of women across the globe. Simultaneously, the discussion addresses the paramount issues of cybersecurity and data protection in the digital era, which are essential for establishing trust and promoting digital engagement. By contributing to SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, this panel aims to create a secure digital environment that fosters trust, collaboration, and collective progress, safeguarding individuals and societies from the vulnerabilities posed by the rapid advancement of technology. Our first panelist for this theme is Mr. Apar Gupta, Founder Director, Internet Freedom Foundation. He is a trained lawyer specializing in the intersection of technology and democratic rights in India. He has trained in law firms, appeared in historic constitutional cases, ran large online campaigns, instructed courses, drafted legislative proposals, and authored academic articles. As founder director of Internet Freedom Foundation, he has been able to create meaningful social impact and bring several innovations to the nonprofit sector in domains such as strategic litigation, civic literacy, transparency, disclosures, and retail-based fundraising. Welcome, Mr. Gupta. The second panelist for this theme is Ms. Meghna Bal, Head of Research and Fellow ESSA Center. She is a lawyer by training with experience in media and emerging technology. At ESSA, she has led research on a host of different verticals such as internet governance, Web3, and competition regulations in digital markets. Ms. Meghna Bal will be joining us virtually. Our third panelist for the theme is Captain Puneet Balasubramanian, Director, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. He is a seasoned naval officer by profession with a specialization in communication and electronic warfare. Puneet has successfully accomplished several operational, staff and training assignments in the Indian Navy. He is a keen student and practitioner of public policy and is particularly interested in the intersection of strategy and policy. Welcome, Captain. Our fourth panelist for this discussion is Mr. Vineet Kumar, founder and global president, Cyber Peace Foundation. In a career span of more than 20 years, Vineet Kumar has founded NGOs set up state government IT infrastructure and network, headed the Jharkhand State Government Agency on Cyber Defense, and trained senior officials on cybercrime security and investigations. He is a social entrepreneur dedicated to reducing cybercrime, working for cyber peace and the prevention of cyber weapons. He founded NAG, National Anti-Hacking Group, and Cyber Peace Foundation as part of the social mission. Welcome, Mr. Kumar. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Arindam Banerjee, co-founder and partner, Policy and Development Advisory Group. Arindam has around 13 years of experience working across some of India's most complex, underserved, and underprivileged regions, working closely with senior policymakers, researchers, and civil society organizations. At PDAG, he currently oversees strategic partnerships with state governments, academic institutes, and multilateral institutions. Over to you, Arindam.
Hello. Thanks, Rashi. First of all, just like to mention that we also had one more panelist. She unfortunately is suffering from a bout of chest infection, so she kind of excused herself. So that's, otherwise I think we would have had a very good panel of, and a good mix of also gender, and that's, I think, our regret, but nevertheless. And Meghna would be joining as soon as she is available, and we can then switch to her. I think Rashi has kind of given the context in terms of what this particular theme would kind of look at. And we do have very distinct individuals from diverse practices within the larger realm of what could be called the digital, with all its contours. And just to kind of, before beginning, I just want to kind of lay off, when we speak of the digital, there's so much of a unique mix of trade-offs around each theme that we keep reading every other day, in the media, on the internet, in conferences, in policy papers. So whether it's about internet connectivity, whether it's about broadband, the 5Gs, the 4Gs, about access, about surveillance, about censorship, about the discourses around the IT Act, optical fiber-based connectivities in rural areas, then the Digital India program, data privacy, then we speak about citizens as beneficiaries through tech-enabled government programs, and then again we read about large-scale data leaks on government websites. So I'd like to begin with R, and the way we would go by is drawing from all of your own work in this realm, maybe just setting a context of around 5 to 6 minutes on the larger theme of digital infrastructure development, privacy, and security. Some of the things that you feel are going in the right direction, and probably one or two concern areas that you feel are still not being taken into account.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to join here. And I think I'm audible. So I really liked the first presentation, and several of the points which were being made are reflected in our own work. Of course, it comes through much more in terms of experience of how we see policies are formed, what are the focus of those policies, and I believe this making an increasing visibility to how the policy formation process sometimes works towards determinism, which means technology is inevitable, in some ways is really important for us to understand and also articulate. So what I think has gone well in India over some period of time, and this is to account for our diversity, breadth of our country, is teleconnectivity, especially in the metropolitan areas. And if you see sequentially in terms of how access is there in terms of mobile internet access, broadband, both in terms of pricing as well as saturation, cities like Delhi do fairly well. But then if you look at that data a little much more closely, it's showing some concerning trends. The first concerning trend, which is has been there historically, has been I think so distinctions were very pronounced in terms of gender, but also in terms of socio-economic availability, where the usage patterns varies drastically in households which are not in the upper income groups. So what is very, very visible is that there is usually one smartphone device, and then there are feature phones which are used by other family members, and so there's a source, there's a sense of patriarchal gatekeeping which emerges, and secondly, there's also a level of surveillance which emerges through mobile devices. This is very important for us to understand, and what's sometimes missing from this conversation, and I think Oxfam has done great work here, is also looking at income distinction, which is emerging on the basis of caste and access to digital devices. I think caste is a very important marker in India, which is under-researched, where I think more study can be focused. So firstly, there's a very high saturation of connectivity in cities such as Delhi, about 254 connections, 57 connections for 100 people, but the same person may be having 4 connections. I think I have 3. It means that the same person itself is overrepresented in the data set. You cannot say that's teleconnectivity per person. Then there are distinctions with respect to the identity of a person, their social status, and then if you peel that back even further, I think so what it reveals, especially over the past 1.5 years, is a flatlining in the growth of teleconnectivity in metropolitan areas. So it shows that saturation to some extent has been reached for people like Apar. Apar has got 3 connections, he doesn't want the 4th. But what happens to the person who's not Apar, who's possibly Ramesh, who doesn't have enough money, or Sita, who doesn't have enough money? Okay, they can't afford a smartphone, a broadband connection, right? So they're stuck. And this is, I think, so anecdotally being reflected in data. It's been written by Vanita Kohli, who takes data both from TRAI as well as CMIE with respect to sales of smartphones to show that the miracle which was called the geo effect is not really lasting. This is concerning for us as a country, which is looking at high degrees of teleconnectivity through mobile internet access as being a driver both of economic growth, social inclusion, as well as delivery of government services. And I think this is really important for us. So if we can do something, is that we can look at these numbers a little much more closely, a little much more critically, and focus research towards it. That may lead to some solutions in terms of directing policy towards access being there in metropolitan areas. With respect to the country much more broadly, and we are a country with, I think, so about 800 districts, I think several districts have spotty connectivity even today. For instance, when I was reading about the internet shutdown in Manipur, it was also discussed that certain areas, even if internet connectivity is restored, will still not have it because there is no underlying telecom infrastructure. So our own metropolitan lens towards infrastructure sometimes colors our thinking about policy, and then I think so that does result in certain degrees of how financial outlays are devised, how policy is implemented over a longer stage. My colleagues at the Internet Freedom Foundation publish a quarterly connectivity tracker drawing from these data sources, and it hopes to represent what have been the database trends in terms of access. The second thing which I think needs to be done is when government-based delivery of services is being conceptualized, in every strategy and planning document by itself, it needs to integrate this understanding of the digital divide being inherent to how these services will be utilized, especially for essential services, such as, for instance, which was talked about, COVID or Arogya Setu. If the mission of Arogya Setu was to prevent infection of COVID, right, and it could be used in metropolitan areas and was one, indeed, a very critical policy measure, how would that measure not include the rest of India, the rural districts? That is a very important policy statement to consider, reason, and state from the very beginning. The second is with respect to CoWIN, for instance. The CoWIN platform was mandatory between the age groups of 18 to 44 because there was, it was reasoned that it would be necessary to ration the rollout, and this is by itself presuming a socio-economic availability of a life-saving vaccine at the height of the second wave in cities such as Delhi, which means that Apar will get vaccinated before my household help does. Because the platform is also only in English, only one smartphone can access it at a time. It does not have a privacy policy, and we have to go to the High Court of Delhi and plead for the bare minimum. Forget about people who are differently abled. Forget about people who are at higher risks of morbidity through this. Or people who are our parents, so old, who can't access it by itself. In fact, UNESCO reports are also showing in developed countries in Europe, even people who are older, who are in the 60s, 70s, have difficulty navigating digital platforms when they are the only method of service delivery. So I think this determinism which is sometimes there, the lack of involvement of sectoral experts, for instance, epidemiologists in the design of tech platforms by itself, leads to these kind of choices of exclusion. And again, data from COVIN, and these are peer-reviewed studies which are there, they are available, are showing again that metropolitan areas were vaccinated more heavily in this age group compared to the other rural districts combined. It's also covered in a Bloomberg report. Secondly, vaccination which was done subsequent to that is, there's also Oxfam India quant-based report in which men were vaccinated more than women earlier because of, again, COVID. So it's showing all these data-based patterns over a period of time. Finally, I think so, for my opening intervention, I'll say that a lot of policy making which is taking place around technology today is taking place with the stated objective of India being reaching its target of a $5 trillion economy. Livelihoods are important, economic growth is important. The $1 trillion target of the digital contribution to the $5 trillion target is important according to me. I don't think so there's any argument to take away from it. But by itself, I think so economic development which does occur may not distribute the benefits of technology equitably to people, and this needs to be considered. It may reinforce certain inequalities in our society. Database trends are already showing that income inequality in India is going, and digital may be a big driver of that. This threatens the stability of societies over the longer term. It undermines our constitutional principles of how technology needs to be developed. So with that, I'll just end. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Apar. I think you made some very stark and illuminating points to ponder upon, especially for the other panelists as well as, again, for the participants, and when you come back on round two to kind of reflect on some of the other observations. Do we actually have Meghna joining us? Has she joined? Yeah. Okay. So meanwhile, while Meghna joins us, maybe we go to Captain Punit. And some of your recent work, especially I think you've also published a few recent articles where you've kind of stressed upon the need for a safe and equitable digital public infrastructure. And one of the key themes that when I was reading them, was coming out was the need for equity in the entire idea of the digital. Drawing from your own work and also your practice, which also leads to international cooperation, especially in defense and some of the things around security at a very larger macro level kind of work. Some of your observations to begin with, again on the same round, things that you feel are in the right direction, and some of the things that you feel need a critical reflection at all levels.
At the outset, I would like to thank Arindam for this opportunity. So to start with, I'm usually privileged to be sitting in the company of founders, I see. But not, I am not privileged myself to be counted in that league. But a little about my background so that I can build on those points. In the Navy, one of my specializations and one of my masters has been in telecommunication, which was more than a decade back. And thereafter, I have had the opportunity of working on some of the advanced telecom systems on board our platforms, which also included a stage at which we were inducting satellite communication, indigenous satellite communication. So from that technology perspective, I understood quite a few things which I will try to highlight during the session. But later, sometime about 3-4 years back, I did my a year-long program at the Indian School of Business in Public Policy. And one of the courses was on technology and society. That kind of opened my eyes to the perspectives of how technology impacts society in several ways, and in many ways which are many a times unanticipated and unplanned. And these have potential very serious negative consequences. And I would recommend everyone to have a look at this documentary which is available on YouTube. I think it is a BBC documentary titled I, Daniel Blake. It's the story of a British citizen who is looking for a job, very similar to the story which Arindam highlighted this morning of a house help not being able to access technology. So in this movie, not taking the story out of the movie, but it has very tragic consequences of how one is not able to use technology and eventually gets deprived of many benefits which are directly linked and decided by technology. So are we looking at technology as a solution or technology as an enabler to the solution is the question to my mind. Over-reliance on technology as the panacea for all policy challenges, and to see technology or emerging technology or any new technology development in the field of, especially in the field of in the digital world, especially in terms of broadband connectivity, internet connectivity, as a game changer, is I think it sometimes can be a paradox. And here I would like to highlight, having worked in the field of communication and policy now, I think we also need to appreciate the paradox of conquest here, that to the victor belong the spoils. But when we talk of technology here, we need to factor in that who pays the price. And does one size fit all when we are looking at technology solutions? When we are coming out with policies which kind of write a uniform implementation of a policy or usage of technology, does everybody or every recipient of that technology see it in the same way? I agree with Apar when he says that people are not able to use technology, especially senior citizens. I see my own parents struggling to use technology many a times. But this is, I think, a very important challenge when it comes to developing policies on the use of technology and understanding from the perspective of the recipients of policy as to how they perceive that technology. And taking on from the points brought out in the earlier keynote address today, one of the things I think emerges as the front and center of digital equity is digital literacy. Investing in digital literacy. Now, who are the agencies who are going to invest in digital literacy? Because it may not have, it may not stand the test of ROI classically, but who's going to invest in digital literacy and ensure that the recipients of technology or technology enabled solutions are adequately digitally literate to benefit from that? Otherwise, the consequences for them are huge. The second important thing I see emerging as a challenge when we talk of digital equity is the ethical governance framework. And this is a serious challenge because there are privacy concerns, many of them are very genuine. And I see two important things I think emerge to be considered by organizations and policymakers alike. One is for organizations to come out with formal ethical guidelines on data collection and data protection, and making it as transparent as possible. That I think is very important to generate trust in the policies when it comes to digital equity and data collection. And the second is for organizations also to consider undertaking an ethical impact assessment on a regular basis. This is important because if we see that any impact assessment is meant to kind of study in advance the potential risks and develop mitigating strategies as far as misuse of data, data breaches and identity thefts are concerned. Digital connectivity and digital equity, I have also written in this policy blog of mine. I don't see digital equity as something which is related to connectivity alone. I think digital equity goes much beyond that. And it provides much more. And three important things which digital access, digital equity, and the digital literacy required to use that digital technology provide are knowledge, potential, and opportunity. I myself am there on this panel today because I could write a policy blog, publish it, someone picked it up, it is all courtesy technology. But I had the opportunity. But someone who does not have the opportunity to benefit from that, I think we are denying a large part of the population or a large part of the section of the community if we don't take this to them and provide them adequate training, capacity building to benefit from these initiatives. Finally, it's a world of haves and have-nots, but I think digital equity or digital technology in the world to come should be available to everybody, because as policies are developed, we are seeing more and more policies relying on technology, and if one is not adequately trained, literate, digitally literate, or does not have the wherewithal to benefit from that, then the price of not being able to use that is huge, both individually and collectively as a society. So I think that is all as far as my opening remarks are concerned, and we'll progress in the session further. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Punit. I think you made some very important and relevant points about, we can speak about equity, but how do we get there? So moving on to Vinit, who is here with us, and Vinit has been doing some phenomenal work around cyber peace, security of late, I think around also misinformation across the country. Again, on similar lines, drawing upon your area of work, what kind of directional things do you see happening around the larger spheres of inclusion within the realm of the digital, and maybe a couple of critical spaces that from your area of work and your expertise that you would like to flag, and then
Sure.
obviously we proceed on.
Sure. Thank you, Arindam, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this eminent panel and also to be speaking in front of you. As Cyber Peace, in fact, we are a grassroots NGO and as well as a policy think tank, a unique kind of a combination of both. And enough has been said on the inclusion aspect already by the other panelists. So what I'll just add is some data that we see, in fact, official figures that come out, in fact, and the kind of one thing, while there are certain issues with the data, but what we see is that we are getting more and more connected. Whether we talk about the urban areas or the rural areas, we are getting connected, and that's where the issue is rising, and we see a lot of issues rising because we run a helpline. And from that helpline, we have been getting regular complaints on the different kind of cases. There are a lot of victims who reach out on different kind of cyber-related issues and harms that happen to them. Some of the latest kind of trends that we see is there have been cases related to bullying. There have been cases related to sextortion, revenge porn, and earlier, in fact, we used to see that women were mostly targeted, but now this is across genders. So it has nothing to do that women or vulnerable population are being targeted, but then it's basically across the genders, even senior citizens being targeted with different kind of scams. Recently, we also see that there have been reports where the netizens who are there at the grassroots level, especially in the tribal areas where technology has just penetrated, we see again complaints getting from those areas also, and complaints related to financial frauds and all, which kind of are having issues on people about the trust on technology, whether the technology can be trusted or not. Earlier it used to be the scenario that any kind of a message that used to be circulated on, say, WhatsApp, and by the way, in certain areas WhatsApp is most popular medium, and it's they don't understand smartphone, but they understand WhatsApp. So that is the kind of thing, and any message that they used to get, they generally used to believe it, but later, in fact, we see increasing number of cases also emerging from those areas. One of the cases I'd like to highlight that somebody reached out, there was a campaign again running on one of the platform where it said that you get a smart card based Aadhaar immediately from one of the shops, and they used to charge 10 rupees. It was a complete a fraud scam. They had a proper portal and everything. But a lot of people, a lot of victims reached out, in fact, and kind of got their Aadhaar, kind of a fake Aadhaar created, and ended up losing a lot of money. So similar kind of scams are also coming out. We talk about instant loan application. In one of the areas, again in the northeast areas, I'll just show how things are getting connected. Like somebody reached out for an instant loan offer, a collateral-free instant loan, and there were multiple apps again on the Android store. People downloaded those applications, and somewhat they lost money initially. Lost money, and in some cases they got some certain amount, like say 10,000 Indian rupees. But then later on, when these group of I'd say scamsters, what they did was they started kind of harassing the individual. In one case, in fact, they also reached out, because the moment you install this application, it gets complete access to your phone, and your phone is just a remote control thing for them, where they access all your contacts, they access all your kind of messages that you get, for your one-time passwords to everything. So in one case, what they did, they started reaching out to the lady, the wife of that victim, and then the lady was called to one location in Northeast. I'll not kind of name it. This was reported to us by an anti-trafficking organization, so I'm keeping the location and other details confidential. But the lady was called to one location. There she was gang raped. The video was taken, and she was called in lieu of that, once you come and meet me at this location, your loans will get waived. Your husband, his loan would get waived. But then later on, that lady was trafficked, and then finally anti-trafficking organization recovered that lady from some region. But I'm just showing how things move on. So while we are getting more and more digital, but there is a immediate requirement of a massive digital literacy campaign, and this should go down below. We have reporting channels and medium. We have cybercrime.gov.in, where you can go and report crimes related to any kind of cyber harms that happen to you, whether it's a case of a financial fraud or a case of a sexual abuse in the cyber world. You can report the cases. But then the challenge is that we get calls on our helpline that a victim says कि मुझे आता नहीं है, कैसे करे? How do I access my digital device? How do I go? She visits a cyber cafe, and then still she's unable to kind of navigate through the portal and kind of register a complaint. So I believe we still need to do a lot more. And when it comes to policies and in fact acts, as of now we have something, we have IT Act, and I'm sure Apar is an expert here, will highlight more. But what we also see is the IT Act is still, according to us, it's dated. So amended in 2008, while we hear that the new version of IT Act is in process, it's something that is going to come soon. But then we need to have the cybersecurity strategy in place. We need to have an updated cybersecurity policy. The policy that we have here in India is again 2013, which needs to be updated. We were not having any strategy, which we hear from the past couple of years that there's a strategy that is going to take place, and that's going to talk about all of these things, by the way, on what's the government of India's strategy on securing the digital nagariks, or the digital netizens, and then also kind of establishing a trust and a safer mechanism on how these citizens can be safeguarded. While we cannot secure everyone from the cyber attacks, but I would be giving a false statement if I say that there is something called as a 100% security mechanism. People will get into some kind of scam. They'll keep getting messages and different kind of attacks. But it's time that we, through our digital literacy campaigns and whatever we do for digital inclusion, we also talk about making them resilient in the cyberspace. They should be talked about how do you report, and basically the integration of safety and security into the curriculum, where we start teaching children, and in fact Dr. Ellen mentioned about the ICT curriculums and skills that need to be integrated in the curriculum. This is something that we also at CyberPeace, we have been trying and pushing quite a lot, that this needs to be done, because it's not just safety, but it also opens a lot of opportunities for students. But then it should start at that stage, and then as they become digital natives with more and more being engaged with platforms, with social media platform, security and cyber model, cyber ethics should be integrated into the process. And that's where they can be resilient. So a lot more needs to be done. While the numbers are right here, the numbers are increasing, it will continue to increase because India is many country in one country, and the numbers anyways will keep on increasing. But the concern is the safety aspect, and that's where a quick resolution aspect, because there are again challenges when you report a crime. It follows a complete cycle, and that cycle sometimes is big. The victims, they constantly reach out to us for help. Sometimes we are also helpless, we are unable to assist, because it takes the entire investigation, the entire case takes its own due course. If somebody who's above 18, it follows the normal MLAT process. So there are challenges with MLAT. On an average, it has also been shared by the law enforcement agency that any process that goes through the MLAT, it takes on an average 1 year for the law enforcement agency to get data and assist that victim. By the time it is too late. So a lot of reform is required, whether in India, when it comes to the data protection bill, which will eventually become an act, or maybe the telecom bill. There are a lot of things that is being done. I'm sure in a couple of years' time we'll get a lot of things in place. But then globally also we should look at the frameworks that exist, certain things that need reform like the MLAT process, which kind of we should ensure that we get immediate relief to the victim. Because 1 year, if a response takes 1 year for a law enforcement agency to get, it is too late in the digital world. The response should be instant. It should be a quick response. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share. I'm sure I have a lot of points which again maybe in the second round I'll be sharing. So over to you, Arindam. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinit. I think I'll just kind of try and push all three of you, because this is one recurring thing that obviously came up. All of you spoke at some levels around data security or privacy, concerns around, equity. I just want to push a bit to say that what would be your thoughts, like maybe a line from all of you or a couple of lines. The data security, privacy, and the concerns around it, is it still not an issue of the upwardly mobile social class in India? Don't you think that it's still an issue of the upwardly mobile, the social urban class in India? Like, what would a tribal household, who's just, whose entire life is around sustaining the next day probably, and the only way data is there in his or her life is basically in his or her lack of understanding of what data is. He or she is probably just a data set in the government's larger database. Yet we are talking about, data security, data privacy. So where do they feature? So where does, someone who do not belong to the urban, to the upwardly mobile class, where do they feature in the entire narrative and the discourse around data security and data privacy? When we are speaking also about digital inclusion and literacy. So don't you think that this is largely or loosely a upwardly mobile social classes, privileged idea?
In fact, there's an interesting, we did something like data privacy on the wheel. And we did a drive from Hyderabad. It started from Indian School of Business. We started from there and it concluded at National Law University in Bangalore. And during the process, what we did was we spoke to universities, academia, we spoke to business houses and all that. We also went to Chaiwala, Panwala and all these people and spoke to them, what does privacy mean to you? And what we understand that people were clueless what privacy is. And when we shared an instance that QR code based scam, कि ऐसा QR code ऐसा आपके साथ हुआ है, ऐसा कि QR code somebody scanned and then your money gets lost and all that, then for them, then that was something that made them think, okay, this is what it is, data privacy. Otherwise, people are not bothered. Even so-called in certain university, when we engage with the students, they are totally clueless what privacy is. Said, koi bhi aata in the form, if, for example, if they are filling some form, an entrance form or something, if there are optional fields also, people fill those optional fields here in India. So we give the data that is not necessary also in those things. So I believe the realization of data privacy and what data privacy is in our kind of interactions and certain workshops that we did. Also we do a Digital Shakti campaign to empower women in cyber safety. This is with the National Commission for Women. Now we are talking about cyber skills in it. So in that campaign also we realized when we are taking workshops, we went to certain rural areas. It's not just really urban only campaign, we go to rural areas, and when we interact and people are totally clueless and not aware what two-factor authentication is, what is privacy, what is their data, how is their data getting stored, they're not bothered, they're not concerned. In urban areas as well, I'm sure Apar would also add a lot of insight that IFF does. But then in our interaction, what we see in the urban areas also when we interact with senior citizens and all that, they have very less understanding about privacy and data. How data is significant, the way data is important, and why should they be bothered about anybody asking their name or any such information. They are not bothered. Anybody asks on phone, like any kind of scam calls that come, they easily share all that information on the call itself. So challenges are whether you talk about rural or the urban areas. And again, I'll come back to the same thing, digital literacy at all levels, not just maybe at one level, whether you talk about academic institutions, but I'm also kind of one way that we kind of do campaigns is also by organizing Nukkad Natak. So it has to be, again, what Dr. Ellen mentioned in the presentation, that language or the tone should be such that people should connect to the campaign. If you take out a social media tweet, or maybe if you take out certain content which stays on the social media, while majority of the users are there down below, we should kind of push those messages in their languages that they understand, they relate to, and then they can act. And also some set of community volunteers, like we have CSCs you mentioned, Arindam earlier, but CSCs, are they enough? Or we need more of these cyber volunteers or cyber champions on the ground who kind of assist people, like an ambassador who stays in the community and kind of aids them in any kind of transaction. If they have to, you mentioned about connecting PAN to the account. So all of that is something that we need those community ambassadors who can guide, and they can be the source of information. If there's a misinformation being spread, then at least they can be the one who can guide ki this scheme is not correct, this can be a fake kind of a content, so that they have somebody to check back, and not something that they just rely that some kind of social media post, tweet, or a flyer or booklet reaches to them. Nobody has time. Nobody reads those do's and don'ts when you go on the ground. People are so busy with their general work. People ignore those text messages and all that. They'll not understand only what does it mean. So it has to be simplified and taken down below.
Apar, your thoughts?
So, two thoughts on this. Firstly, I think literacy, social pattern usually develops after some period of access to new technology, so it does take time. And what can possibly benefit is understanding who we are as a society. We as a society broadly, as much as we may be different countries, is patriarchal, is caste-ridden by itself. So we have to acknowledge that rights quite often under our constitution will clash with our social behavior norms in that sense, which is why even if you look at freedom of speech and expression, it's not well understood. So privacy by itself will also face that barrier, not only in literacy, explanation, but also social norms as they exist. For privacy as articulated by the Supreme Court means dignity, means autonomy, means liberty by itself. It's a deeper conception, right? So we have to understand it from that perspective. And when we do understand it from that perspective, it will make our task a little much more easier in then thinking about data protection or data privacy in terms of mere articulations of ownership, which is what it is being pronounced today as most policymakers. Let me also say that what makes these movements possible. So I'm reminded of a recent discussion on public health, which took place at the India International Center for the launch of the quarterly, which is a double volume this time on public health. It comes after the COVID pandemic. So it's been edited by Dr. Reddy, who says that for any public health project to be successful, it needs scientific certainty in terms of some level of reliability, scrutiny, testing. It needs operational experience. it needs financial ability, and lastly, it needs political will. He was drawing from the opening remarks of another panelist, which is Sandhya, who serves at the Lancet Commission. And her talk was very, very provocative, but it was very honest. She said, what are the political determinants of health? And what are the perceived incentives electorally for political parties in which in certain states public health is considered a priority, such as in Tamil Nadu, and in certain states it is not. And how does that essentially change for people based on states by itself, right? So we must understand that information is also there in the state list, and that's been acted upon in states such as Rajasthan for making one of the first right to information laws, which is a citizen movement. So we have to involve the people there, not essentially in terms of only translating literacy materials, but actually engage with the political process through movements. Finally, I'd like to say this is what she said about public health. She said that while health is a key concern from 2 to 3, it is not a driving factor for electoral choices. It is on the same level as employment. So what are we voting for is what we get. And I think that's very important to this conversation, also in terms of digital inclusion. If people are not asking for internet connections, for access to smartphone devices, at an individual level, the state will not give them. This needs to be a conversation we need to take to the people and tell them this is a demand they can possibly make if they so desire. I think that's one way I would put it, and I know that's not very academic, but I think it just cuts through a lot of this.
No, I mean, I get reminded of something when you mention about, the state as an institution providing smartphones at an individual level, obviously with the the demand being met. So, yeah. And if you see, a lot of the state governments particularly have this, unique scheme of actually giving smartphones and tablets to the frontline workers. Because again, no one looks at them also as producers of, data in terms of its, I would not say the academic sense, but more of the normative sense, but more as mere data collectors. Today you have to do this survey, you go around with the smartphone, collect it. So what kind of importance?
Just 1 or 2 lines I want to add to it.
Yeah.
Actually, the state's incentive to collect data in terms of targeted delivery of services in India is fairly legitimate. We'll acknowledge that's a permissible form of surveillance. We need some legal safeguards, some governance structures in place. But what's really remarkable in India is that we have an express stated intention by the government of India in its National Economic Survey repeatedly to sell citizen data, thereby to drive a revenue function from citizen data by itself. So imagine the state is not only surveilling you, so it can provide you services for which you may pay your taxes or somebody else is paying their taxes, which is the conception of a welfare state. But the welfare state now also wants to sell that data in the private market, and it has sold it. It sold the Vahan database, etc. So it builds a revenue function which is a very perverse incentive to conduct more surveillance. And for me, one of the strongest incentives for the state, quite often in public health also, for instance in alcohol or in tobacco, which has kind of like complicated policy by itself, is when the state starts earning money from that activity by itself. It kind of makes it a little difficult. Sorry.
No, absolutely. Captain, if you'd like to just comment on, again, around the privacy, security, and also just for you to expand on that thought. I mean, you have worked on, obviously, I would say, secure intelligence approaches, information warfare around some of the things, and also satellite communications. In the last 1 year, Indian digital infrastructure has been one of the most attacked systems, including the very infamous malware attack on the All India Institute of Medical Science, as Appa was also mentioning, around health data of so many, probably thousands and millions of patients. So how do you see this entire intersection?
So taking it forward, I think privacy, coming back to the question, taking it a step further from there, privacy is, I think, is important for everyone, for whichever strata of society one may come from. And while the stakes may be different for different people, but when it comes to individual privacy, I think it goes without saying that it is a very important feature and a matter of right. in addition to what Apar and Vinny just covered, I think I would like to add that when we come to privacy, very important today for somebody, the data in their devices or the data which they hold may not be much valuable. But what is important from a policy perspective is that the mechanisms are in place to safeguard and protect that data and prevent its misuse. And that needs to be made known to the individual also. And for that, digital literacy, as Apar covered, is a long drawn process. It will happen, it will take time. But whether they are aware today of their privacy, what privacy means to them, it may mean different to different people. But as policy makers, as practitioners, as technology experts, as stakeholders, as researchers, as anyone who has a voice in this process, I think it is important for all of us to come together and agree that the mechanisms are put in place in true earnest, that data of every individual is protected, and if it is handled in any which way, it is made known to the individual through formal mechanisms. Because finally, data protection as we go along is going to be a very important feature, and particularly when it comes to individual data protection. And when we talk of marginalized communities, a lot of their direct benefit transfers, etc., is going to happen through biometric devices, devices which depend on technology. There's a case study where there is an individual in one of the tribal areas of Jharkhand. He was not able to get his the due ration which he's supposed to get from the state, and for a long time. And when he approached the authorities, it was found that his fingerprint was not getting registered on the device. Now this was very unique because the fingerprint, because of the physical labor that one was doing, had got changed, and the device was not able to read it. And this person did not get the food supplies, and eventually he died of hunger. So there is this case study. So what privacy is, it may mean different to different people, the stakes may be different, but I think the mechanisms need to be put in place, the frameworks need to be there, both regulatory and legal, that the data is protected to the best possible extent. Since I was also asked a question on security, I think not going into the specifics of it, but with every passing day, the investments which every agency is making, be it health, education, security agencies, etc., the vulnerability of security which is held in these systems is only going to increase. An example was cited by Arindam, that of the attack which happened last year, but if you see the commercial perspective, the attack which happened on Musk a couple of years back, and which brought down the business. Musk is the largest shipping company in the world, which was brought down by an attack. Now this is not restricted to any domain now, and it is multi-domain. It has developed a color and character of its own. The consequences of it sometimes are known only once the attack takes place. So the security mechanisms, I think, need due deliberation and very, very proactive action by those involved in protecting that. And every agency will eventually have to have its own in-house team of security and data protection, with layers of protection meant to protect and safeguard its data. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Puneet. Meghna, are we audible?
Yeah, I'm here, yes.
Can
yes,
we
I can hear you.
volume increased a bit? Yeah, hi and welcome to the panel. And so we have been actually kind of discussing and hearing from everyone in terms of the larger, broader thematic aspects around digital infrastructure, accessibility, at the grassroots, especially its inclusion in regards to the underserved and the marginalized communities. Some of the points that Apar and others have mentioned about, data privacy, security, the need to also kind of, engage community institutions, ambassadors at the local level. So you have been working, extensively, and also I'd say researching extensively around the spectrums, the digital infrastructure, satellite comms, and at large, digital economy at large. So maybe if you'd like to just share some of your, observations from the work that you have done so far in terms of the right directions in which things are going in the realm of the digital, and probably a couple of points in terms of, which you've perceived to be critical and which needs more reflection and more oversight.
Sure, thank you. And I apologize for being late, but actually I have a conflicting obligation which is currently ongoing and I've stepped out from it. So thank you very much to Arindam and PTAG and everyone for accommodating. So yes, essentially I've actually co-authored a book on this subject, and basically our book, it's called The Dazzle of the Digital. We embarked on this project about 3 years ago. And essentially our thesis to explore the contradictions of digitalized development, or the centralization of digital technology within the development construct in India. And in the midst of our writing, the pandemic struck, and taking digital from being a good to have to a must have. And in the process, it further affirmed our thesis that while digitalization is viewed as a panacea for resolving development problems, it often makes them harder. This is not so much a function of a deficit in the technology itself, rather it is a shortcoming on how it is deployed, or the missed opportunity to harness its potential correctly. So one instance we observed is in the case of agricultural extension schemes. The most successful schemes typically historically saw a lot of handholding and guidance on the ground from government agencies, whereas those that were more centralized or followed a top-down approach tended to fail. One example is the train and visit program, but there are several others. And what we observed in the context of digitalization, so there are a number of extension schemes like M-Kisan, like ENAM, if you all are familiar with, that have been brought out. And what we've noticed about these schemes is, rather than leverage an attribute of digital technology which would enable hand-holding to a further extent, or extend state capacity in the context of hand-holding, digital technology is used in a way that further kind of exacerbates that tendency to centralize these schemes, which means it removes the government further away from the point in which they should be investing or they should be on the ground. So in the context of M-Kisan, which was essentially an agricultural extension service that sends out SMSs to farmers who are registered on the portal, we found that in the context of the scheme, the quality of information that is shared is very limited, and that of course has to do with limitations with the medium of SMS itself. But the other limitation there is that the portal is completely in English, and it's quite a complicated process of registration. And while the portal boasts of about, I think, 50 lakh farmers, which would be a credible number in any country, it is precisely this attribute that raises questions or raises problems about the nature of the portal and its efficacy. Because when you look at the information that's sent out, and I'll give you an example, one SMS that was sent out was, if you spray urea on 10% of jute land, you will have, your crop will grow well. 10% of what, and is it only urea, what are the elements, etc., etc. I mean, there's like multiple elements that go into, let's say, farming. But anyway, these kind of random tidbits of information I don't think provide much utility. Another example that we see, and also, I mean, digital by itself is inherently exclusionary as well, right? I've touched upon the fact that, there's complexity, but even complexity on that portal, but even more broadly, you need a modicum of literacy to be able to engage with the digital effectively, to be able to wield it to your specific needs. And that, based on a recent NSSO survey, indicates is quite lacking in India, where it found that a majority of participants didn't know how to email, didn't know how to attach, include attachments in email, and multiple other areas where they found deficits. Another example where we've seen, this kind of push for digitalization is land records. And you look at the National Digital Land Records Modernization Program, or the National Land Record Modernization Program. It boasts of, again, 95% of records being digitalized, etc. But then once you investigate a little deeper into the state of records and whether it's actually being used in most states, like, for instance, there's a survey that's been done on Rajasthan specifically. It's found that on the ground, because there are multiple tiers of governance, even in land record management, physical records are being used. After digitalization was done, none of the officers were really trained on the software, and so they reverted back to physical records and paper records. And there are, of course, a lot of institutional incentives that feed into, wanting to follow an analog process rather than a digitalized process. So basically, the concept or the premise here is that intelligent design lies at the core of an effective digital development program. And I'm not a technology antagonist, quite the opposite. But the problem is that if you put in technology in a development program for the sake of putting in technology, it's not really going to work. It's not really going to have any effect except maybe some brownie points for the person who implemented it. And I can carry on, but those are my kind of starting comments. And essentially, what was one last point, what intelligent design means is basically understanding and empathizing with the context of the recipient of a particular scheme. What are their limitations? What are the limitations on the ground? What are the accessibility issues? What are the vulnerabilities you create in the context of implementing a digital-only infrastructure for a key government service delivery? And we saw this play out particularly in the context of, the AAPS and what was happening during the pandemic, which we've covered in our book as well. Another issue I would say with digital development schemes is that the state sees them as an extension of itself, and there's a kind of wrapping of political imagery associated with the digital development scheme. And so there's an unwillingness to reform or revise, and unwillingness to roll back or reconsider. So that is something that becomes problematic as well, particularly when they aren't well thought out, and particularly when, again, and that is actually one reason why we see a lot of technology being pushed out for technology's sake, for the sake of putting out technology. Because, there is a correlation with modernity and progress, and anyone who does so is seen as a champion of, progressive values. So there are all these kind of concerns associated with, I would say, the implementation or the introduction of digital technology within development schemes in India.
Thank you, Meghna. I think you kind of brought in a kind of a very different perspective of keeping, the main primary stakeholder, which is also, policymakers or governments, to kind of better understand, the realm of the digital while designing such interventions and programs. Just very quickly, probably would like to bring in Captain Puneet here, drawing upon what Meghna kind of, shared her insights and also on the larger thing. Do you see a dire need to have, digital literacy and understanding the realm of the digital to be first kind of undertaken across all spheres of governance? So, for example, how does the Deputy Secretary in a state government of the Department of Welfare understand the idea of the digital? Because at the end, the cutting edge implementation, happens down below from the block development office upwards to probably the Ministry of Finance. So at every level, we do have the digital present, and it will be present as an all permissive, kind of factor. So do you feel the need? And then if it is, then how do you see that happening?
Thank you. I think that's a very pertinent question. And just to share, earlier this month, I was on the panel of one of the seminars, which the topic was AI and policy making. And one of the questions which came out was very similar, that how do various levels of those involved in policy making actually do they require formal training in AI or the basics of AI, and so that they come out with something which is more relevant, contextual, and in tune with the developments in that field. So I first of all, I would like to agree with Meghna on her point that digital only solutions, I think that path needs to be treaded with caution, because there are different recipients of every policy, and they see digital only solutions in different ways, and the way it impacts them is very different. Coming back to the challenge with or the issue which you just raised, I think what we need to do is because those involved in any kind of policy making or drafting at any level need to be aware to a certain extent. May not be a deep dive into that particular policy, because they eventually may not be subject matter experts of that. To that, I would like to recommend that, which I had also recommended in the earlier panel, was that a phase-wise or graduated or a tired kind of approach is followed, where every level of person who's involved in policy making, policy drafting, is qualified with a certain basic level which he or she is required to know, so that what comes out of that person's professional desk meets a certain standard and comes from a place of knowledge and expertise which is required at that level. So it applies both to the policies in the digital domain as well as emerging domains such as AI, generative AI, etc. Definitely there is digital literacy. When we talk of digital literacy, it is not only for A or B section of the society, but for anyone and everyone involved in the whole process. And it is going to be a very long drawn continuous process, because technology is going to change. The challenges to technologies are going to change. Therefore, the need for everyone who's involved, not only those who are involved in drafting of the policies on the government side, but those who are involved in interpreting it, implementing it, etc., are also kept abreast through certain certifications or certified programs, etc., time to time. And this kind of skill upgradation, I think, would be very important. Thank you.
Drawing apart very quickly, you had this, I would say, very insightful op-ed on the shutdown, not only in Manipur, but also all kind of shutdowns and takedowns, as it's often called. And also drawing a bit from our own work with state governments, we often have also come across during high-level meetings and all that, let's kind of get the internet out of business, because there might be some precarity in terms of law and order, tension, or something that is probably being apprehended, might happen. Do you see that as a function of what probably Meghna and now also Captain acknowledged, as a lack of understanding of the realm of digital at such spaces where such decisions are taken? Because it's not obviously taken at the central level. It's much more localized law and order, and it's mixed with IT and technology.
So, if you just put it down to ignorance or a lack of state capacity in terms of expertise, the answer would be very simple, and I don't think so that explains the entire problem. I think that India is a post-colonial state. It's not a democratic country yet. We practice elections, but we have to reach to the realization of the governance frameworks, our institutions are there. For instance, if you look at the police services, we don't have a police reform which has been made. We don't have police accountability committees. Our spine becomes much more stiff the minute we pass a Naka. Why is that? The Policing in India report, which is released by CSTS Lokniti, shows that people in Gujarat are the ones who support mass surveillance the most, 2/3, but also 2/3 of them fear posting their social, political and religious views online. That is the kind of society we are right now, at an extreme. And in fact, the first internet shutdowns were actually done in Gujarat after Jammu and Kashmir, so you can look that up. Just in terms of institutional processes, if you're looking at the limited answer by itself, if you look at the Parliamentary Standing Committee report, which was authored in 2021, December 1st, it came out. The Parliamentary Standing Committee, non-partisan committee of Parliament, states that 7 recommendations. Number one, one of the recommendations, commission an economic study. This is in the interest of the state by itself in terms of what is the economic loss, because its stated objective is to grow a $1 trillion digital economy, right? And you're shutting down the internet, thereby destroying a lot of economic activity, a lot of productivity gains, etc., etc., etc. A lot of knockdown effects. The DOT resists it, the Ministry of Home Affairs resists it. Okay, action taken report, February this year. Department, again the standing committee says, why have you not done this? Why can't you commission a report, right? Still don't do it. And if you go to the MIT's website right now, they have actually issued a corrigendum for estimating the size of the economy, the digital economy by itself, and they're impaneling consultants. Our National Economic Survey does not account for internet shutdowns, but talks about digitization. We are hoping our problems will go away because we shut our eyes, but there are contradictions in our policy which are again and again revealing themselves, because again, I'll go back to the first aspect, which is that we are a post-colonial state on our path towards a democratic objective. It will take us time to reach there. We're asking for accountability again and again from state, central governments by improving the institutional cultures of our judicial branch, of our political executive, will happen over decades and over time. We have to be patient with it. We have to keep working on it, asking for it, relying on scientific reason, and questioning their logical inconsistency. So that's the path I see, and that's why I think research around this is very important. The points which are being made by Meghna in terms of uncovering, especially the point which I really liked was the political investure in certain policy programs, which kind of makes scrutiny around them a little much more tougher. I think that's really something which researchers, good researchers, end up doing, and that kind of really helps improve it over a period of time. Now, in terms of internet shutdowns and the way they are happening right now, one should also notice that internet shutdowns are also following a marked distinction of violations of principle of equity. The internet shutdowns actually are representing shutdown of the internet for mobile internet-based access predominantly in India as per internet shutdown orders. And this is a trend which began in Gujarat through the Gaurav Suresh Bhai Vyas case, where even for Ganesh Chaturthi processions, etc., the state government was not banning fiber to home or leased line, but was banning mobile internet-based access. And if you go to the High Court of Manipur, when it is saying that we will give you provisional access, they say that leased line, which is usually about 80,000 to about 2 lakh rupees per month, or even goes higher for corporate establishments or public sector units or government offices, it will be allowed. There'll be some security mechanisms, social media block, VPN block, physical access entry, personal undertaking. They say fiber to home is also permitted, but they say mobile internet-based access is not permitted. Now you go back to the quantifiable data which is put out by the TRAI. Out of the 2 million users of the internet in Manipur, or 2.2 million connections, the total pie is 2.36 million for mobile and 0.02 for wired. So I think so it's about, if I estimate, it must, or 2 million. So I think so, if I estimate even at the best that entire 2 million wired is taking internet, it still leaves like, I would say about 85%, 87% who don't. So it's an internet shutdown in effect. And socioeconomic categories which have desktops, which have fiber to home, which have the ability to access it, are already being overrepresented again in situations of conflict. So we have to think about these things deeply, because all of this is bundled into doctrines of law which are called proportionality, which seems reasonable, but is it reasonable is the question to ask.
Thank you. I think bringing in the entire factor of proportionality which guides all legal jurisprudence, I think kind of also sums up that, what kind of trade-off are we looking at for any particular actions around digital inclusion. And on that question of trade-off, maybe Vinith, just like to have your closing remarks, at least for the panel, before probably we move to Meghna if she's around, or then to the Q&A, is you spoke about the complaints, you spoke about the grievances, related to cyber, misinformation or even frauds and crimes, as we have been seeing, and there are pockets across the country that have come up, and the more we see rising, I would say, unemployment or lack of doing something, so being on the digital then becomes the alternative. So do you see digital inclusion's pitfall or a trade-off being a growing exponential rise of such kind of incidents, and its relationship to probably growing socioeconomic inequalities?
Well, yes, I mean, though, like I highlighted, the issues will continue to grow. But the way technology is, and the way emerging tech, generative AI, and a lot of things are coming in picture, technology would definitely kind of grow and at a galloping rate. The only thing is, when we talk about safety, security, privacy, I believe, and also inclusion, I feel it's a kind of a collective responsibility and a shared responsibility. And governments cannot do it alone. It has to be a multi-stakeholder approach where industry, academia, civil society, government, international organizations like the UN, all of us need to come together, talk about inclusion, and strategizing in a way like integration into the curriculum, or whether it comes to planning those cyber skilling programs and all that, it has to be thought of properly and before implementing. And in fact, panel also brought out that even the policy makers, those who work on the policy, whether it is the digital skills policy or whether it is any kind of digital literacy kind of a campaign that is being planned by the government, by the union by the union government or the state government, that has to be thought of properly, not just for the sake of doing it, that we have to reach it, but it has to be a kind of an impactful campaign, and somewhere it has to help people, aid people in kind of, in doing the routine transaction or routine activity. So shared responsibility is something that I'd like to highlight where it should come up, and in actual sense the multi-stakeholder approach, not just a tick mark approach, but multi-stakeholder collaborations need to come up, whether we talk about inclusion, outreach, or whether we talk about trust and stability, or making people more resilient to the set of the cyber crimes and the cyber attacks that are happening. So we cannot stop technology. It will definitely grow. And the way things are moving, and 2050, I was just reading a lot of reports while the panel was on. I was going through reports of billion users coming here and there. So I see a lot of activity that will take place, and we cannot shut down. And technology, that is one way where we also kind of, you spoke about internet shutdown. I agree with Apar also, because there's somewhere the loss if you shut down internet. But the question also on the other side that I see is, what about if there's threat to life or loss of life? So what would be the right decision, whether it is saving those people or shutting down the internet? So we need to have clear answers here before we take a call, and awareness, literacy at all levels, starting with the grassroots to the policy makers, to say those who are involved in the policy. Everybody should be clear about the aspects, and one decision could actually change somebody's life, or it can go in the other direction also. Thinking about all these small stuffs, like whether you talk about, it's not just about modernization, but it also to think about the data. Where is the data residing? Where is the data going? Sometimes it is also like, again, I'll not name certain companies, but this data also goes to a foreign land. How is our data, the data of the Indian users, being treated by a foreign country? It's not about surveillance in India, but what about surveillance being done by the other countries on our user data? So a lot of things have to be thought about, and so that we take right decisions and make the entire environment inclusive, safe, and resilient for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should probably borrowing from what Captain Punit had written in his article, like safe and equitable. I'd just like to add probably, before we have the audience kind of get into the entire narrative. Safe, equitable, and resilient digital equity, like taking a cue from all of you. So, Meghna, if you're still there, then I think she's dropped off. So, thank you, everyone, and I just open up, for the audience. I think what could be said, a very enriching and a very engaging hour-long conversation. We have around 10 to 12 minutes before we have to break for lunch. So I would request, questions from all of you here, and also if any questions from those who have joined us online. And please be brief, succinct, and if you'd like to have someone specifically address what you want to ask, you can mention that at the beginning. We can probably have 2 or 3 questions and then have the responses collated and collected. Maybe, ma'am, you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shruti. I'm a tech policy researcher from IIT Delhi. My question's to Apar. So my research is on understanding gender implications of digital data that's collected over mobile applications. So I've engaged with privacy policy texts or the data protection frameworks, national and international, and something I found to be particularly alarming is the compliance behavior when it comes to data breach procedures, right? So, for example, as the DPDP bill talks about, do you have a data protection officer in place? Or as GDPR talks about, do you notify your user base in the event of a data breach? These are the questions I'm passionate about, and I wanted to ask you, because your organization's invested in data rights and privacy, right? How do you get this message that's rooted in the language of rights get across? How would a conversation with these app developers look like? What's the most efficient, pragmatic way of doing that? Would it take the form of incentivization or penalization? Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. We'll just collect the questions. I think you had your hand up. Yeah.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Samyak. I am International Innovation Gold Fellow with the University of Chicago. I'm currently posted with the National Health Authority of India, where I work as an information security consultant. I have previously worked on the intersection of tech policy and security, and I had a few questions. I thought the discussion was very enriching. The first was I noticed that you had mentioned about the rise of scams relating to loans and a lot of these apps which are available on the Play Store and other app stores. I think my question here is slightly more broader. Why is it that security is not the default, or privacy is not the default? Right now, settings or whatever the off-the-shelf variant of any app or any service usually allows for a lot of data to be shared, usually allows for security settings to be lax. Why are they not hardened? And from that there stems the question of control over these app stores. These are foreign entities. They do not always comply with Indian laws. There have been issues with them. How do we address that? And I think another similar point to this was the idea that you mentioned that foreign countries do have access to this data, and we've seen, for example, in 2021, there was the Zenua data leak, which we saw that there was a lot of extraterritorial data collection by a neighbor of ours. I will also not name the country. However, we also saw attitudinal profiling through AI. We also saw a lot of their influence operations being carried out using that data, whether it's in the online domain or in the offline domain, for a co-option and coercion. So how do we stop that? And just because there are so many lawyers in the panel, I do want to ask, what are your views on extraterritorial data surveillance, which is something that like a country like the US or China carry out through the national intelligence law, through the PRISM program? And since you mentioned that, warfare is changing because of this, we have seen, for instance, Chinese trying to identify and take action on CIA agents in Africa on the basis of wearable data, right? So what should India's policy be about extraterritorial data surveillance? Should we engage in it, or is it morally incorrect? Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Ishani. I'm from IT for Change, based out of Delhi, Bangalore, and across. So my question is specifically for Apar, regarding sort of the role of the state within Indian DPIs, but more specifically those within the India stack, so like Aadhaar and +++, whatever. And so my question is, A, you did touch upon profitability. Meghna did speak about how a lot of these get very politicized. So my question is then, how do we make sure that the role of that the state is very much part of it and sort of maintains the publicness of the infrastructure and the services themselves, while also making sure that A, they can do it just in terms of revenue, like how do they make sure that they are getting enough money to make sure the service stays for us? And specifically, what role does legislation play? Because I've noticed that within public policy, a lot of the conversation has revolved around, okay, all of these initiatives, specifically again, health, ONDC, Aadhaar, the legislation element was severely lacking. And so everyone's pushing for that, which I agree is important, but it seems to be missing the element of legislation being only the first step, what the legislation must look like, and then specifically how we can build in accountability structures from the ground up rather than top down. And so my specific question there would be, what have you found to be the implications of most of these being registered as Section 8 companies? And then the government sort of being able to take a step back, saying that, you know what, we're just a gateway, and this is not like a digital initiative in that we're not encouraging digitization. So I'm just trying to understand what the role of the state within keeping all of these, again, using your word, contradictions in mind, how would that play out?
Any more questions here?
Thank you.
I think Joyita, and then probably some ma'am at the back. Yeah. I think these are the two questions, otherwise we'll also not have the time to respond properly. Yeah, Joyita.
No, shall I finish it?
It is switched on.
You can. So the national e-governance policy places a key role for the private sector in the implementation of e-governance, and I was wondering, in this entire conversation there's been talk about inequality, surveillance, etc., but it hasn't been seen through the lens of privatization and the implications of that, except once there was that mention of selling of data, etc. So if some of these conversations could be contextualized within that framework, especially for domains such as education, where there is a requirement to keep the profit motive out of the sort of delivery vision, etc. So what it means, where this sort of movement to a digitized delivery framework in these cases. So that's one question. The other is, it came up about how people don't know the internet, but they know WhatsApp, and this idea of like platformization. So on the one hand, the government is building its own platforms which are meant to be gateways for how people access digital services or just generally state services. But what is the role of private sector platforms that have unofficially sort of taken these, have unofficially occupied these spaces as entry points to how state services can be accessed? Yeah, these are my two questions.
Thank you. We'll take the last question, ma'am at the back.
Amrita from NCAR, former ICMR scientist. So I have so many questions, but let me restrict to 2-3 questions. So digitalization is directly proportional to data. Each and every one of us know it. So I'm just wondering, there are nearly 3.5 million applications in the Google Play Store. How about an artificial intelligence that runs a security check through all the apps, so that each and every end user is very safe to use the data or use the application, so the data breach can be reduced or the number of cyber crimes can be reduced. So that one thing, this question is to the person from the Ministry of Defense. So the one more question is like, there was a data breach from the convened. So later it's been declared that there is no such breach, but they're looking into. So I'm wondering, is there any department apart from certain that's like situated across each and every state which deeply looks into this data protection? And one more question. So data is like moving from one point to the other. So whatever you take, whether it's resource or opportunity, so data flows from one point to the other. So how are we going to deal with the flow of data, especially in terms of health research, and then the program implementation, government programs, and then the other sensitive data? So how are we going to deal with the flow of data? Is there any filter that need to be done by the cybersecurity certain team or the government of India or the policymakers or the private thing? So any artificial intelligence into that, so the data flow can be restricted or can be filtered to have a better reach to the people.
Thank you. So I think there's a commonality in terms of a few of the questions. So maybe we have both of you. So just Upper can come in and then Puneet can.
So just in terms of Shruti, your question directed towards me in terms of data breach procedures. Right now, it only applies in very limited category under the IT Act, Section 43, and reasonable security practices in terms of the data breach itself leading to some degree of a claim, legal claim by itself, which can be filed, but it's not practically done because the process is completely broken. There's no notification per se which is provided. And since your question is directed towards what can incentivize app developers, I believe over a period of time, if there is sufficient market competition and there is user knowledge which is built on reliable frameworks of certification which do not become corrupt, then to a certain degree that will be very essential consumer expectation by itself. That is something I think you can inquire more with Meghna. She works much more towards the market side. Just in terms of Samarth's question on extraterritoriality on joining global surveillance frameworks like the 5 Eyes or the 7 Eyes. That's your question, right? Yeah, that's through the 5 Eyes or the 7 Eyes, right?
Like China is doing it through the national intelligence, which is comparing their own country
Yeah.
operating overseas.
Yes. Yes.
Should we have a similar measure?
So that's for you to think about and you to voice. I think we by ourselves, if we require that from Indian enterprises, will be adopting a very short-sighted point of view. I can reason more of this, but I think you already have a view on this. So because you're posing it more in terms of China, etc., nationalism, our thing going. But think about our own companies and the way they operate, especially in terms of what is our IT sector, which is Infosys, Wipro, etc. So think about it a little. Just in terms of Ishani, what's the political danger of making it political? I would say we are not making it political enough. I think it's right now personality-based politics linked to the Prime Minister and specific cabinet ministers rather than a political demand, which is felt by people. And that's the problem here, just in terms of multiple rights across the spectrum by itself. Where government programs are shielded behind personality politics rather than actually political assurances and delivery by itself. And just in terms of absence of legislative frameworks, still these platforms being called public platforms by itself or being set up purely by notification, being given large amounts of financial outlay, which is destroying all forms of governance which have been built in this country, or Section 8 companies being given monopolies. My colleagues have written enough about it. However, I'd like to mention, since we are in a gathering of researchers, and I like to break certain omertas, is that the funding which is going towards studying, documenting, and writing on these issues is clearly restricted. In fact, the funding is being driven towards much more documentation, how quantifiably they are scaling up, they are performing well, and it's all being seen like, rather than a governance issue, it's being seen rather than an implementation issue. What we can tinker in the tech itself rather than looking at what what Meghna was saying, empathizing with the recipient of the design. Now, finally, just in terms of Joyjita's comment, it's completely right. If you look at the Aadhaar or the NRC and you look at the role of consultancies such as KPMG, I wouldn't say even private vendors, it's the private consultants, the big four which play a very big role. You look at how UP is executing a lot of its digital projects. Or just go back to what Yamini has written in Deccan Herald a few months back on the role of consultants in the private sector and how they're engaging with government on what is their incentive from project conceptualization to going to the government, setting up an event, to procuring the vendors, to devising the RFPs, etc., 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 etc. So it's multiple forms of revenue which push towards digitization and then bundle in with notions of modernity and progress. And finally, Amrita, on the convened data breach by itself, they've registered one FIR, which was the answer in Parliament, but much more broadly, I think for data breaches, it's not only a technical audit through an AI which will be responsible. Quite often, the data is leaked due to access controls which are not properly given, access controls which are not properly utilized also. Sometimes it is because the system design itself, such as in CoVIN, gives access to thousands of people under API token, the ability to access vaccination data for the entire database by itself. Not the entire fields of data, but a lot of the data by itself. So I think it needs to be conceptually understood that sometimes excessive data collection or excessive access given to data as well is sometimes a problem, which is why in data protection we quite often talk about purpose limitation, data minimization as principles. So AI by itself may be able to in an automated function check access controls, but it would vary across applications, and behavioral practices, operational security would quite often be distinct as well. I'm happy to take more questions outside, but I'll end here.
Yeah, closing remarks.
Yes. So it's a very good question on the data, and something that there's a lot of debate, dialogues happening, whether the data should be localized. There's pro, there's con. I mean, there's two sides definitely. But then the way things happen is internet is global in nature, and if we start creating boundaries, we lose essence of internet. But having said that, I will also share that there are certain data which are very critical, especially the data that comes from the critical infrastructures, and these data could be very critical and sensitive. So at least those data, if we can create the ecosystem, slowly I see the ecosystem developing here in India, the foundries, there's a lot of discussion on the foundries, then the data centers are coming up in India. If we say 7, 8 years, 10 years down the line, the ecosystem was not there, but now there is some positive development happening on creating of that ecosystem. So once we are ready, I think then at least the critical data can reside here in India, and then we can talk and speak to the tech platforms, companies, big techs more on localizing the data here in India. Because again, we see a lot of issues and certain crimes that are actually crimes, considered crimes and issues, harms here in India may not be a crime in the other country. And when you talk about these platforms or US-based platform or platforms based out of some other country, they comply to their own laws and they don't listen to the Indian laws. So there's a lot of push and pull happening there. But the way forward that we see is data localization is one of the ways, but then several aspects need to be considered. We cannot just fully go and say that data localization is something that we should go ahead. It should be considered properly, whether we are ready for data localization, and if the moment we are ready, then probably we can negotiate with these platforms to kind of set up their bases here in India, and also give a kind of a quick response, like the issue that I was highlighting. I mean, we have to be quick and swift in action when it comes to cyber harms, and if you don't deliver, and if you don't we keep getting cases, I mentioned a few, but there are many more cases wherein we still wait for some action to happen. People are waiting desperately that they get their money, their lost money back, but then certain things get stuck in the process, and justice is delayed and eventually the justice is denied. So that's one major thing. The other thing to, in fact, I believe Shruti, in fact, you just mentioned about data breaches. So certain, in fact, has kind of mandated disclosure, any kind of firm, whether small or big, if they get breached, they have to report it. It's mandatory reporting. They have to, but then further, whether the users are informed about the breach or not, that depends on the company as of now, whether they feel okay informing. Some companies, as an ethical practice, they have started doing it, informing people about any kind of breach that happens. But then a lot more, I feel, once the data protection bill eventually becomes an act and once the DIA comes into power, I feel some of these issues would be kind of taken care of. Ma'am had one question regarding the agencies. So we have agencies at the national level. Other than certain, we have the I4C. It is again run by the Ministry of Home Affairs, mostly dealing with all kind of security, cyber security, cyber crime related incidents are being taken care by I4C. It's a young agency, and again, it will take time for the agency to kind of spread its arms and wings and then kind of do all the work that it's already part of their charter. We also have the Office of the National Cyber Coordinator. Under that, a lot of coordination happens from the state, civil military coordination happens, coordination at the national level, but a clear role needs to be called out. There are multiple agencies. We have the NCIIPC, which is the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. Like the AIMS attack, NCIIPC was the nodal agency along with the CERTIN because it was a critical infrastructure. So such agencies are there. State level also, certain states, like Jharkhand was the first state, by the way, which started with the state level Cyber Defense and Research Center. Then Kerala came up with the Cyber Dome, and slowly states like Maharashtra has also started something called as Maharashtra Cyber. The approach now is being moving from being reactive to proactive. That switch now we see happening, but there are other states also which are behind. Again, I will not name the states, we are much behind, which are still dealing with how do you address, how do you take up calls. States reach out to us that when somebody calls their, in fact, emergency helpline and case related to cyber abuse or cyber harms, they don't know how to react. They don't have standard operating procedures in place, like in such crimes what to do. There's no standard document that the states can follow. And I'm sure I4C is working, NCRB and others are working on this, but at the moment, these are challenges. There are limited agencies, and even the cybercrime investigating capabilities are also limited, mostly centered around the capital city, which has to go down below because the numbers are just emerging and it's just growing. If you see the NCRB statistics, it's just tip of the iceberg. Actual cases are much more. A helpline that we run, and we, by the way, don't advertise that helpline number anywhere, but just by the word of mouth, people get to know. On an average, we see around 20 to 30 cases daily, and we are a limited support team. We just are 2 to 3 people team with one counselor and kind of handling that kind of cases. Sometimes we say that we don't have adequate manpower to handle, so don't expect quick response, and we are flooded with cases. So imagine the way things are moving, the cases are increasing. Not everything gets registered into a FIR. A lot of things are left in between. There are issues, challenges, because the law enforcement does not have capability at some places. Together, in fact, again, it needs to, like I said, the ecosystem needs to be created. We are almost there, but it will still take some time for the entire system to mature and help those who kind of need quick response and action. Over to you, Arindam.
Thank you, Vinit. Thank you, Apar, Vinit. Captain had to leave because of some prior commitments, and also Meghna, who joined, albeit briefly. And what I believe is a lot of food for thought, quite a few points of action, and quite a lot of thematic spaces for what I see forward under DiSTO India collaborative research, leading to certain kind of implementation aided support, especially in terms of I think the recurring theme that came up is to have some kind of large scale literacy understanding, whether it's from the citizens perspective or whether it's from the idea of the state as an institution
around issues of security, privacy, welfare, designing of government programs. So at the end, the welfare-centric programs do not become tech first, citizen later, but let it be citizen first and enabled with tech. On that note, we conclude the panel, and thank you for being such a patient listener. And Rashid, thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists, and Arindam for moderating this panel. We now break for lunch, and we reconvene at 2 for the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Digital financial inclusion and innovation. The panel aims to explore policies and initiatives to promote digital financial inclusion and innovation while addressing financial access and entrepreneurship disparities. It directly contributes to SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, by investing how digital financial inclusion can create economic opportunities and empower individuals globally. Linked to SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, the panel will focus on leveraging digital innovations to revolutionize financial services and bridge gaps in financial inclusion. Additionally, the theme aligns with SDG 1, no poverty, by identifying ways to extend financial services to underserved population, enabling economic empowerment and reducing poverty. Let me now introduce you to the esteemed panelists and moderator for the session. First, we have Ms. Gayatri Shanmugam. Ms. Gayatri is the Chief Program Officer at Hagdarshak and oversees all elements of the design and delivery of programs. She has 20 years of experience across large corporates and MNCs, including 6 years of running her own enterprise. At Hagdarshak, Ms. Shanmugam leads quality control audits via M&E and is driving the training and development vertical. The organization ensures citizens at the last mile get access to government and private welfare schemes and services. Next, we have Mr. Rohit Kumar, founding partner, the Quantum Hub, and co-founder, Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. Mr. Rohit co-founded the Quantum Hub in 2017 and its sister concern, Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, in 2016 to strengthen the governance ecosystem in India through public policy research, advocacy, and citizen engagement. Mr. Rohit's work in policy cuts across sector, including regulation of new business models, emerging issues in tech policy, digital public infrastructure, and payments. An alumnus of Harvard Kennedy School of Government and IIT Bombay, he previously served as the head of policy and research at the office of Mr. Baijant Panda, Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha. Finally, we have Mr. Shobhit Mathur. Mr. Mathur is the Director Partnerships at Dhwani Rural Information System. Dhwani RIS is a social sector focused IT consulting and software services firm working with Indian non-profit ecosystem, including funders, NGOs, academia, and research organization. Mr. Shobhit is an alumnus of Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and at Dhwani, he helps the grassroots organizations, government initiatives in planning and execution of digitization of strategies for their programs on ground with urban and rural communities. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Saurav Adhikari, Consultant and Data Solutions Lead at Policy and Development Advisory Group. Saurav is a data science engineer with 5 years of experience in the public policy, research, and social impact space. Saurav's work at PDAC involves overseeing design and product management of building system of social impact. He also leads the data analytics work, especially geospatial analytics and visualization for effective knowledge dissemination. I welcome you all to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Check.
Check. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us. We've had a very heavy lunch, and it was also very short, I think, because the last panel, I think, it was very insightful, and it was also long. And this is a much, I think, a shorter, I would say, setup. Only three of the panelists together, and we'll also try to, keep it within time, because people also have other commitments, and we do not want, this event to be, longer than it's supposed to be. This panel discussion on digital financial inclusion and innovation. So to start with, what I would like to do is set the ground for what financial inclusion is by probably going through some definitions, and then also trying to bring in that what's the role of technology in that, and then probably we'll move to the panelists to understand that from their work or the work that's being done in their organization, what are some of the key work that they're doing which sort of supports this sort of a digital financial inclusion, especially technologies or let's say financial literacy, things like those. And lastly, what are some of the challenges or issues on the ground that they're facing? And we can take much more in-depth questions later on. Right. So in the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, which was published by RBI back in 2019 to 24, they've defined financial inclusion as the process of ensuring access to financial services, timely and adequate credit for vulnerable groups such as weaker sections and low-income groups at affordable cost. So, and this definition was given by Chairman Dr. C. Rangarajan of RBI back in 2008. Further, in 2015, the Committee on Medium-Term Path to Financial Inclusion, which was headed by Chairman Shri Deepak Mohanty, they set the vision for financial inclusion as convenient access to a basket of basic formal financial products and services that should include, this basket should include, and they say, savings, remittance, credit, government-supported insurance, and pension products. So, this is a basket of goods that we're looking at. They further say that this is supposed to be rolled out to especially sectors like small and marginal farmers and low-income households at reasonable cost with adequate protection, progressively supplemented by social cash transfer, besides increasing the access of small and marginal enterprises to formal finance, with a greater reliance on technology to cut costs and improve service delivery. So this is the final piece where we actually get into the modalities of a digital financial inclusion should look like that. Greater reliance on it to cut costs and also improve the service delivery, the last mile connect, which we call. And lastly, they also talk about what an inclusive financial system should look like. That would also, I think would be similar for an inclusive digital financial system. They say that it is not only pro-growth, but also pro-poor with the potential to reduce income inequality and poverty, promote social cohesion, and shared economic development. So with that context of what financial inclusion is, what an inclusive financial inclusion system should look like, and the role of technology or the role that technology has to play in making this system inclusive, I would now ask probably Gayatri, who's joined us, to probably speak about some of the work that Haq Darshak has been doing, and I think especially in terms of service delivery to the last mile, social protection schemes and such, as to how they are aligned to some of these probably digital financial efforts that we're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Is this working? Yeah, okay. So I think at Haq Darshak, when I read the, earlier notes that were shared, as a pre-run to the panel discussion, financial services at Haq Darshak, for us, largely we think of government financial services, right? Including Suraksha Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Bima, opening of a bank account, all the other, insurance policies, pension policies. That's what Haqdarshak does largely. We don't do a whole lot of private financial services as of now. And I think all of the work that Haqdarshak does in the last 7 years has been two areas, right? Discoverability and eligibility. Discoverability bordering on awareness, right? Do people know that here are a basket of things that he was talking about that, that I can even access in the first place? And then, am I eligible for it? I mean, there's always a question of, there are a set of things, but as an individual, what are the prerequisites that I should be sort of satisfying to become eligible for it? So that's one set of problem that Haqdarshak has been solving largely in the government financial services space. Not just financial services, social security at large, but since this discussion is about financial services, I'm touching upon that. The second part is the access part, right? So we have discovered, I know I'm eligible, do I know how to access it? That's the high friction path of, where do I go apply for this? What are the forms that I need to be filled up? Is it online? Is it offline? Am I literate enough to do it in the first place? And all of that, right? And Haqdarshak's work, especially in the cohort that we work with, in the most rural parts of the country, I'm talking about tribal areas, hilly areas, and all of that stuff, we very firmly believe this is going to be an assisted economy for a long time to come. So, while the government is definitely working towards a lot of digitization, and rightly so, it brings about a lot of transparency, it brings about a lot of accountability, and, scale, especially on the discoverability, eligibility part. But the accessibility part will continue to be assisted for some time. But great if it is digitized from the government end, and there are organizations, more organizations like Haqdarshak who enable that assistance, right? To be able to provide that last mile connectivity. We are not sure this is going to be completely digital. I think therefore the ground network of Haqdarshikas, as we call them, on the ground, who we've trained on the awareness, eligibility and the accessibility, who then reach out to the most vulnerable and get the whole, end-to-end service done for them. That's the kind of work that Haqdarshak has been doing. The transformation that we've seen over the last 7 years is everything being completely offline to, I think right now, a lot of push on online. We'll talk about that, in some of the subsequent, discussions, but definitely opening up something like an Umang, today you can sit at your home and apply for PAN card. You don't need to walk across to any bank, and, so a lot of, imagine being able to get a caste certificate or an income certificate, which leads to a lot of financial inclusion after that, right? These are all the basics that one needs to have in place to enable financial inclusion, right? And I'm talking about the most vulnerable. I'm not talking about people like us, right? So imagine being able to sit at your home and get that done in about 5 minutes, right? That's transformation. Government is definitely going there, but I think some more room to cover. And even if all this happens, it will continue to be assisted. I think that's where Haqdarshak is at this point in time.
Thanks, Gayatri. We'll return to you probably once after all the panelists have spoken. Moving on to Rohit, the same thing. I won't like to add anything more, but both as part of TQH and also the sister foundation, WILAC, what are some of the work that we've been doing, maybe based on research or policy, that probably is trying to understand also a few of the challenges and problems with financial inclusion. If you could just talk about it.
Great, thank you so much. I would first like to sort of just very quickly say that I agree with Gayatri's point that it is going to remain assisted for a while. Just to give you a little bit of context in terms of the kind of work we do. So at TQH, we are a public policy research and advocacy firm. So we focus a lot on, working with people to gather evidence and then take it into policy. So, and we've sort of had our brush with payments and digital for a long while. So one of our first projects, in fact, in TQH was the adoption of digital payments. We've been working on digital public infrastructure and all of that for a while. Most recently, currently actually we are undertaking a study on the regulatory strategy on financial inclusion. So what are the regulatory levers that you use to try to increase financial inclusion faster? And so actually over the past week, in fact, I've been having a lot of stakeholder discussions. We've met a lot of people to figure out, what is India doing right and what is India doing wrong. And some of the things that stand out, and they've also built on, what Gayatri was saying. Firstly, India has made tremendous strides in increasing access. The World Bank Findex numbers show that the number of bank account access has increased from about 35% to I think 70+% over between 2011 and 2021. So largely because of the huge drive that we had due to the Jan Dhan Yojana. So almost like 490 million accounts were opened then. A lot of work done by organizations like Helsper and many others on the ground, and the banks to get people into the system. So in that sense, we've really achieved a lot. However, there is a lot that remains to be done. A couple of things. First, despite all of this progress, there is still some 200 million people that are outside the kind of banking system. Even dormancy is very high. So even though we've managed to open bank accounts, we haven't really been able to get people to use them as well. Having said that, I think, in fact, the Findex numbers itself show that about 30 to 40% of India's bank accounts are dormant. But I think it may not be capturing the evolving story, because, in our stakeholder conversation, some of the things we were learning is that after the push to open bank accounts was done, now, after that, a lot of governments have started paying G2P transfers into bank accounts. So a lot of schemes are directly transferring into people's accounts. So as a result, there is 2 lakh crore of deposits sitting in many of these small Jan Dhan accounts now. And banks have finally, the public sector banks have risen up to the possibility that, okay, maybe this can be monetized. So now there is a lot of effort to try to figure out how additional financial inclusion services can be built on top of it, how people's access can be improved, so that all of these people can then systematically start using their bank accounts. I think some things that have really worked for India's context is that while digital is a layer, you do need a lot of people on the ground, and you need this assisted, without it financial inclusion can't happen. And the business correspondent model, I think, is the single biggest intervention that has really enabled the whole ecosystem. So conventionally, as you all know, opening bank branches, etc., is very expensive. And in fact, that's the reason why private sector also has not been penetrating rural areas, and it's mainly been the public sector banks. The business correspondent model has single-handedly allowed them to reduce their operational expenses on opening bank accounts, but still being able to service a large area because there are feet on the ground who go around. The business correspondent model, I think, also allows for trust to be built, because for people who are just coming into the financial system, it's difficult to deal with just tech, when there is no human element to it. So I think all of that has really, really helped, and I think we are at a tipping point where we are going to see more and more being done in terms of, people start to use these accounts as we go ahead in the next decade or so. A lot of groundwork has been laid, and now with additional tech interventions that the government is doing, be it through digital public infrastructure, UPI, account aggregators, I think it's likely to become better. Having said that, I think one thing that, that we've been asking or asked to also look at is that, is the regulator doing enough? So one of the criticisms of the Indian banking system is that there's not enough competition. Our economy is run largely through a couple of large banks, and because the RBI is careful about who else to allow to engage in payments and banking services, that has been relatively concentrated. And because of that concentration, there is less competition. And because there is less competition, perhaps we are not innovating enough as we could probably have. So that's a question that we might need to think about. But let me stop there, and we can answer some questions later.
Thanks, Rohit. Thanks for those remarks. And I think some of the things that you spoke about, again, also were mentioned in the report that I started quoting, right? In terms of what are some of the challenges, what are some of the learnings from what has been happening globally. There are a few questions which will probably come back to you in the second round. Okay. Again, now Shobhit is here with us, and I think Shobhit will be probably giving us a very different perspective, because while Gayatri's and the organization she represents, they work mostly on access, on issues of access and getting actually people online and Rohit is speaking about the policy work that he does. At Dhwani RIS, it's much about building some of the core tech, right? That would support some sort of financial inclusion movement. So, Shobhit, if you can just enlighten us with on some of the products and their capabilities and technologies.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for giving this opportunity, first of all. So just to share the bigger picture in which we operate. So Dhwani works with the non-profits, with the research organizations and with some of the government programs where overall we are trying to digitize the access to certain services and digitize the operations of certain programs implemented by the government or implemented by the NGOs through some grants. And we are involved in the entire design, development and the rollout phase of those technology solutions on the ground, right? So whatever I will be speaking would be from that lens. So it will not be a researcher's lens largely or not the implementer's lens, but from a third person's lens where we are seeing the organizations designing, rolling out, and we have also burnt our fingers in designing some tech solutions which do not work out, some solutions which do work out, right? So as an organization, Dhwani builds these solutions. How we look at it is that we have been working with, say, organizations like, say, Tata Trust or, say, Google India on some of their flagship programs. Say, there was a program, Internet Sathi, right? And it was about providing digital literacy to rural women on a pan-India basis, right? Similarly, there are programs which are being run, funded by Reserve Bank of India for financial inclusion. There's a MoneyWise initiative, which is being implemented by the implementation partners like CRISIL Foundation, and there are others who have been impaneled by RBI. They are trying to first create so say like MoneyWise program is trying to create the financial literacy among the communities, right? So when we are looking at all these programs and digitizing them, we are looking at this from two lenses. One, it's a digitization problem statement. So how do we digitize some of the program deliveries, awareness activities? Second, it's a financial, so at the base, it's a financial inclusion problem statement. On top of which, there is a digital inclusion problem statement. And the program design, if it has to be done well, has to cater to both of these requirements, right? And like both of them already said, it is an assisted model which is working out better as compared to a direct to beneficiary model, right? Now, this is the background with which we operate, and when we have seen, it is not that the communities to whom we are trying to reach, 100% of them have digital access. Yes, definitely they don't have, but yes, whatever they can access is certainly a good enough channel to reach out. Women in rural areas, we were doing a study with iWage in Chhattisgarh, where we were on the ground just to study for a state livelihood mission to include the women to help them manage their transactions through their livelihood programs, how to digitize those processes, right? We were trying to see what were the touch points which they have and what are the women right now using. They were comfortable using YouTubes, they were comfortable using WhatsApps, right? So now that was a starting point. Can we leverage these existing channels which have already penetrated? They use those channels for, say, accessing cookery episodes. They use those channels for accessing certain other, say, TV shows, right? Now, this is itself a good channel to, say, communicate about, say, financial inclusion services by government or by other service providers, right? So identifying those channels which are already there has been one of our learnings, instead of building a separate solution, because it is very easy to build a tech solution. Like we have been spending 6 months, 8 months in just the development of it, spending just 1 or 2 months because a lot of grant life cycles are so short that we have to design, develop, roll out in a very short span, right? Which doesn't take care of the on-ground situations, and then when we roll out the systems, it is not adopted on the ground, right? So the program design needs to have those time frames in mind to have good, well-informed design of the tech systems which are aligned with the financial inclusion programs on ground. That's the initial thought I have, but yeah, I think let's talk more.
Sure, thanks, Shobhit. So one, I think, common theme that's arising from the panel is the fact that this assist that is arising as a core theme, that across all these different domains of, I would say, providing financial inclusion, I mean, either in terms of research, it's coming up in research as well as a policy initiative as well, even in the systems that we're building. And also in the last 2 days, as part of all the discussion that we have had, one thing that's very apparent is the need for digital literacy, right? And that's the only way then to sort of bridge this gap where people will be self-sufficient to do it. So my question is, and so the way I am looking at digital literacy is the fact that one is a conceptual literacy, right, of when some digitization happens. For example, let's say if UPI is my poster boy of digitization currently in the country, that so you do not need to go to the bank. That has been replaced by opening an app. You do not need probably say two bank account numbers, but rather like 2 phone numbers. And the press of a button is like almost like, you know, signing your name on a slip or something like that. So that's like a conceptual literacy level, like, and that is easy to achieve. But I think one core issue that lies is the fact that process literacy, and which is at the core of also people not having enough trust on some of these digital systems because they don't understand the process of how things work. And it's also very complicated to also, you know, pass on this knowledge to communicate the knowledge of how a process flow will probably be occurring in these digital systems to larger people. So I'm just wondering, what are your, like, all of your thoughts on the same as to if this is something that you've also felt while doing your work, and what do you think could be some of the way forwards as to how we can tackle this process literacy, if I can put it that way?
I think for Haqdarshak, financial literacy is a fairly new phenomenon. We were so focused on social protection programs. Financial literacy came our way about 2 years ago, where we started doing large-scale financial literacy programs. But before that, right, if you, with Aadhaar being the base of all social protection programs also, right, sometimes what we are trying to do also becomes a problem that we are trying to solve, right? I mean, today if I go out to the ground into the most remote parts of the country, one thing the government has done well is don't share OTP, right? Now, if you don't share OTP, how will I get your social protection done, right? So, you know, so that way there is some amount of financial literacy that's already been, you know, sort of covered. So that's becoming a hindrance to us, right? To convince them that, you know, no, it's okay. And that too for a private organization like Haqdarshak, right? We are not the government. So, and so forget about trying to doing this on the telephone. Won't happen, right? We've tried that for the gig economy, trying to do social protection and inclusion over the telephone. We said, you know, reduce cost, set up a call center and, you know, dial them up and ask them for OTP. They said, sorry, not sharing, right? So didn't work, failed multiple times doing that. So sometimes, you know, it works counterproductive also. But in terms of, you know, financial literacy program, I think a lot depends on how we design the program, right? Like to his point around, you know, we run programs where we chase huge numbers, without naming the, you know, funder here, we chase huge numbers, run 20-hour programs, and, you know, across multiple geographies. There's a question of breadth and the question of depth, right? And that's a question of, that's a variable one needs to consciously deploy when we are designing the program. I've also seen programs where I'm chasing much smaller numbers, which we have run. We are chasing much smaller numbers, but, you know, done in a very controlled manner with access to the system, you know, where everything is taught and immediately practiced, and, you know, we are given the space and time and the funds to do that, right? Impact is obviously at a different level altogether, right? So I think it's largely a question of program design, the kind of funds that are available and what we are trying to achieve as an outcome. Very difficult when we go to the most rural parts of the country where we run financial programs in schools, right? And one of the questions that they keep asking is, you know, can't you get them to practice in the school itself? Like where, right? There's no lab, there are no computers, nothing. The students obviously don't have smartphones with them. So, you know, the whole output is met, the whole outcome could be better if you know, the programs were designed better. That's been our experience of running DFL programs for the last 2 years now.
Thanks. Yeah. Rohit, any thoughts?
I actually think this is not my area of expertise, so I'd rather pass it on to him. But I probably just add a question, I think, is, I think when you design financial literacy programs, probably from a policy person's lens, what is the incentive of the different players is something that is very important, because otherwise the sustainability of the thing is questionable. So I would, in fact, maybe I'm adding a question, but why don't you answer this?
Okay, so I'll park that, the sustainability part to the next, second half of the answer. But in terms of process of digital financial inclusion, so what we have seen when we are trying to provide entitlement access to the vulnerable communities, and there are a lot of, and because most of these programs are assisted programs on the ground, the process, the simpler it is, the better it is to deliver. And so the government may prescribe a specific process. So it's always a discovery. I have to profile, if I look at from digital lens, software design lens, right? We have to first profile a beneficiary based on the age, gender, income, caste or others. We have to then identify the relevant government schemes which are, for which they are eligible. And once we have identified them, we have to then manage a case for them on the application, right? Whether this person has been provided, whether they need certain, say, Aadhaar card or caste certificate to avail certain schemes, and once those documents have been provided, then have they been provided the access to the scheme by using those documents, right? So that's the entire life cycle we are looking. And now in this, if we try to digitize the process, if everything is put on a app, right, then it is difficult to be managed on ground. So what we try to see and suggest a lot of our partner organizations, this can be simplified. That, okay, out of these 5 steps, can you have 2 steps on the mobile, which allow you to monitor the process effectively, but the operations, let them be on ground, right? If you digitize the operations also, then first it is a training requirement for the field cadre. You can't go to scale, right? If you, so let it be in the hands and trust the wisdom of the field worker, because they know the community better. They know that, okay, in this village, this is the caste, mostly, these are the communities from this caste, this socioeconomic group. So this would be their eligibility for most of the schemes. So that person on ground, after initial induction, would largely know what government benefits or what financial inclusion services can be provided to them, right? And it need not be digitized every time on the app. Because if we do it, then it has to be updated. Software has to undergo its own design life cycle, right? So let's try to keep these 2 parts separate, the digitization, the simpler it is, and let focus more on the people on the ground and trust their wisdom. And let this be just to allow, okay, how many people I have identified, how many people I have followed up with, how many people have been provided those benefits. As long as those numbers flow from the app to a dashboard, right, then it can still help in the program implementation or scaling above it. And the questions can start coming from the data on the dashboards, right? But everything need not be captured on the mobile app because it's an over data, over privacy concerns and all those things, right? So yeah, simplification is one of the answers in the process angle.
Okay. Thanks. Shobit, I think that was a great response which you shared with us. Also, I think this is also a question to Shobit mostly because it also comes from some of the answer that you probably you gave last in the last attempt that you made. Is that probably the systems that you're trying to build is also going to cater to sections who are entering this digital financial space, or for that matter also financial space for the first time in their lives, right? Financial inclusion space. They would also be coming from vulnerable communities. And also at times, if we understand rural India, we will also know that they will not probably be speaking the mainstream languages. They'll also have very localized needs. So while let's say designing this literacy programs, how do you sort of make it much more local? How do you sort of contextualize it so that it becomes even more sort of rooted into their local culture? So what is the process that you probably...
See, what we have seen, we have not been, so I'll not be able to speak if I talk about the G2C or B2C solution. So there are NBFCs, there are MFIs who are directly reaching out to the customers. They have their own engagement channels or digitalization channels. What we have been exposed to are the government services and the assisted model, which is leading to this audience. Now, we normally see that, this is the first generation of lot of communities which is coming into a financial inclusion space. Obviously, they need the capacity building, they need the awareness initiatives on ground. So definitely tech is not, digitization alone is not the answer to it. But at the same time, if you look at them, there is this age group in this community which is, we are talking so much about these program design and everything. There are these Paytms and there are these other YouTube channels, there are these other apps which are having a huge uptake in the rural markets like Meeshos and everything, right? So there are products and services being sold to the same community. Yes, not everyone, not the bottom of the pyramid, but still within this there are segments, and those segments have their own respective digital access. Some of them have access to smartphones plus internet plus YouTube awareness. So they access some of this information in their own ways. Some of them who don't have at all, they have the assisted channel, right? And then some people have access to WhatsApp, they just forward the messages, right? So chatbots are one of the channels which are sometimes being used, but then they have their own cost and other constraints. But it has to be segmented. That same audience, based on their income and access, what channel will work for them? Can it be direct? Can it be assisted? Can we leverage existing platforms for them? Sometimes it's not even about the apps, it's about can we use the IVR system. See, SMS has got obsolete most of the time because there are so many SMS system information, so much information going on the same mobile app, right? Mobile phone. IVR system sometimes can work better. It's like a communication problem statement. Can I circulate a phone number in the community through the field staff so that anyone who needs an access to a loan, education loan or say any other scheme, they can just call this IVR number, right? We implement some of the programs where we are digitizing the IVR, the grievance management systems for some of the gender programs, right? Those learnings can come into these financial inclusion programs also, right? That the first point of contact could be a phone number on which the whole IVR system is running, and then from there we have a dashboard in which we have the control center capturing this grievance or the request from the field, and then we are reaching out back to them, right? So it's not about app, it's not about the software. These IVR systems, WhatsApp chatbots, apps, YouTube and other channels, these need to be identified based on the segment, first timers or some digitally aware groups based on those criteria.
Okay, thanks a lot. My next question would be to Rohit actually. So in your first remark, you made this point about DBT as a mode of G2P transfers, right? And that how almost 2 crore rupees, I believe that's the number, 2 lakh crore rupees, which is sitting idle at the banks, right? So from your policy research that you have done, what are some of the challenges as to why is this money, number one, sitting idle at the banks? Why is it not being sort of utilized by the people, or is it like a choice thing? What is the current this thing around?
I think the entire amount is not sitting idle, but a large portion is sitting idle, and I think there is some research that is currently being undertaken, but there are a couple of hypotheses. So some of the hypotheses go back to what the other speakers have also been saying. One is that there is sometimes a lack of awareness on the entitlements. So, you are not even aware what you're entitled to and what is being credited to your account. Secondly, is this information between the bank and you, that when you get a credit, you get alerted. And so for instance, also a lot of G2P transfers are now also happening in the names of women. And sometimes women piggyback on the phone that is owned by the family or the husband rather than themselves. So there is that issue. The third also is the issue of, in terms of accessing that money, because it could be far. So there are all of those reasons because of which some amount of money is lying in many of these accounts. In fact, the government is, I think, actively looking to figure out what are the exact mechanics why some of this is happening. So there's research that is currently happening, but these are the hypotheses. So ultimately, I think there is a big role to be played by intermediaries on the ground who first familiarize people with their entitlements and then make sure that they can track them and also then withdraw appropriately. And I think one of the other points about financial inclusion is that even in rural setups, even though we want to go digital, cash is the normal way of doing things. So because the digital payments uptake may not be very high, all merchants may not be accepting it, Kirana store will not be accepting it, but so we also need to supplement the digital infrastructure that we are doing with cash out points. like some ATMs, banking correspondent networks sort of going into those places so that people are able to take out money as and when they want. So I think all of these things will come together.
Just a follow-up question to you, since you mentioned this thing about fund transfers being still low in the rural areas, but at the same time, let's say, I think a couple of months back there was this report that volume of online transactions, especially like through UPI, has finally like crossed, I mean, in the rural areas more than the urban areas, which is also, I would say, normal, because if majority of my population is in the rural areas, the uptake will be higher. But at the same time, the arguments have been normally said it's always on the volume. It never goes to the details of like how many unique people have transacted. Why do you think that is the case?
No, I think I don't remember what is that report. The UPI transactions have definitely increased quite a lot. The bunch of it is in the metros and in the tier 1. How far it has gone out from tier 1 and tier 2, I don't think it's as high. In fact, that is really some of the challenges that have been happening. That UPI has really gotten the imagination of urban India and you know the ones that, but for the rest of it, it is still trying to pick up. It hasn't yet. At least that's my understanding. I mean,
but do you think that volume is the right way of measuring also?
I think both is needed, and I think they do report both. They do talk about the fact that the number of transactions that are happening, as well as you know, the amount of money that is being transacted. And actually that number works in favor of UPI because many of UPI transfers are very small ticket items. In fact, a lot of people, even some of the gaming companies, apparently one of the arguments that they've been giving is that a lot of people in small tier 2, tier 3 towns that play online games, for instance, do transactions worth 2 rupees, 3 rupees, and all of that is channelized through UPI.
But also, do you think like the sort of data that we're collecting to sort of understand what's the, I would say, reach of this digitalization in terms of at least, let's say, sending money or saving money, things like those, the type of data that we're collecting, is it enough to understand the trends and also to make this any sort of programmatic changes, or do you believe that there is still more that we can do with the data?
I think, I mean, I'm not sure how to answer that question. I think data, because it is digitized, I think data, I'm sure the data trails are there. It's probably just a question of what is the RBI aggregating or the NPCI aggregating and putting out. So I think I mean, if more disaggregated numbers around, you know, stuff like access by gender, all of that can be put out, it will definitely help. But I think the data is there. It's probably about NPCI putting out more.
Right, right. Thank you. This question would be to Gayatri. So one thing that you mentioned in your second comment is the issue with trust, where people are not sort of trusting, where, you know, in programs where they're being asked to share the OTP. So again, have you identified any way forward, or what level do you need to go to sort of to convince these people to get them to sort of be part of these programs?
I think the Hakdarshak model is based on trust, right? So what has worked for us and what has helped us reach the 3 million that we have reached in the last 7 years is the fact that all our network, all our field agents are from the community. Which is where I said trying to do it remotely, telephonically, didn't work. It failed multiple times. So one of the things that has worked for us is ensuring that who we mobilize and train to enable, assist and help do this work are from the community, right? So that is one thing that has worked. The second thing that has worked is the amount of liaising that we have done with the local government authorities, right? Hakdarshak cannot do what it's doing today without the blessings of the local government authorities. It's plain and simple. So, you know, ensuring that their buy-in and using their agency to, you know, build our credibility in the communities has also worked, right? So when there's a message coming out from the local panchayat office, or you have the sarpanch going out and, you know, encouraging villagers to participate in it, they help us organize the camps. Sometimes we do the camps in the panchayat office itself, or any other government, I mean local leader, right, local influencer. These are the things that have worked. There's no digital solution to this. we will have to deploy, very customized, localized solutions to sort of make it work, and it works. It's not something that's impossible to achieve, which is why we have achieved what we've achieved so far.
Right. Thank you. Rohit, you also in your initial comments spoke about some of the challenges, right? So I'd like to know more from you that what do you think are some of the way forward to tackle the challenges? I mean, going beyond what, let's say, the government has already suggested, is there anything more from your own research or any other policy research that you think can work really good for us?
Yeah, I think in terms of challenges, I also wanted to sort of bring in another point on the literacy bit that we were sort of speaking about. So under YLAC, Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, we've been running this program called Digital Champions, where we are trying to, we've built a curriculum and we're working with government schools to sensitize young kids about the harms on the internet and how they can use the internet for good. And there is a element of it which is also talking about, financial services and the fact OTPs and all of that. And as part of that program, we have done a bunch of surveys in Delhi government schools to understand who controls the access to devices and what role can kids play. Universally, and a very large proportion of kids said that they are the ones who train their parents rather than the parents training them. Part of the reason we were doing this research is because in the data protection bill, there was this consent element that was coming in, which said that under 18, if you're accessing certain things, you have to take consent from parents. But it is a fact that parents are actually less literate than kids, especially when it comes to digital stuff. So I don't know if there is, so one part of the digital literacy, the fact that we need to overcome it, I think seeing kids as being more savvy and central to the process could be one solution to that problem. Otherwise, I think, I think the government is already, there is a lot being done. I think, as I was saying, the BC model has really sort of helped penetrate in rural setups. Having said that, even now, if you see, most of the effort in rural areas has been driven by public sector banks. Private sector banks, in fact, of the Jan Dhan accounts, only 3% were opened by private sector banks. Everything else was done by public sector banks. And this is largely because the state level banking committees are managed through the public sector banks and the government controls them. So essentially, they are doing it because there is a mandate from the government, not because there is a financial benefit to be made. Some of the dynamic will naturally change as people start using banking systems more, but there is need to figure out better methods of reducing operating costs in rural areas. As I said, that so if there are, we need to revisit regulations to see if there are, so until recently I think RBI has now loosened some of the requirements on bank branches, but a bank branch for instance is very expensive to maintain and to man and to service. I think some of that has been loosened, which has allowed banks to reduce their operating expenses and therefore penetrate more. Similarly, and one of the things we were discussing earlier, a lot of digital innovation is happening, but right now also fintechs are required to partner with banks to offer their services. There are no differentiated licensing setups in the Indian context. Whereas in countries like Brazil, etc., there are different kinds of licensing that their central bank gives, which allows a lot of different players in the financial ecosystem to participate and increase competition. I think one of the things that a lot of stakeholders have been telling the Reserve Bank of India is that you need to probably, while it is understandable that the bank wants to make sure that there is no systemic risk that is created in the payments ecosystem, but by holding it so tight, you are also reducing innovation and allowing new players to come in that are leaner. As an example, a full stack digital bank is something that is currently being discussed in the RBI. And so there is need for more such things so that, the power of competition and the private sector can be unleashed. If they can figure out innovative ways to reach at lower costs, then, that is something probably that we also need to push. Yeah.
Any comment on the protection side of things?
On the customer protection. I think one point there would be to the point on trust. From what we are hearing also is that, let's say, and there's lots of cybercrime that started to happen with these series like Jamtara on Netflix. It's kind of scary. I myself have been duped. But if something like that happens to a villager, I'm sure the whole community will become more wary of using these systems. So I think grievance redressal in the Indian banking system is not as strong, is what I think. I think that is something that we really need to make sure that nobody loses money Because if you lose money as a customer and as a customer that is on the bottom of the pyramid, I think that trust will be very hard to regain. So maybe that is something that I would advise.
Okay. This is the last question of this panel, and then we can open the floor for any other questions. And this is to Shobhit. And this question is that the systems that you have helped sort of develop at the rural level, if you could also share what some of the, I would say the wins have been till date in terms of after building those systems, in terms of numbers that we're able to reach, and also what the ones that we have still not been able to reach, let's say even as part of the work that we're doing. What do you think are some of the hindrances there, and what do you think is the way ahead to sort of overcome them? Any thoughts on that?
I think the programs in which the financial inclusion has been helped through a digital channel, it is the answer, success is lying outside the software actually. It is more on the program design side. That in that bigger picture, what is the outreach mechanism, what is the engagement mechanism with the communities, and in that there is a layer of this tech which is not lying in the hands of the community most of the time, it is in the hands of the intermediary team, the field team which is going there, right? Those successes have been more wherever the program design has been strong, and it has, which basically is an assisted model with a long-term approach rather than a short-term, very heavily target-driven approach. So that is one we have seen success. The larger one, basically when we worked on the Internet Sathi project with Google and Tata Trust, that was one of the largest outreach, more than I'll have to confirm the numbers, but yes, it was a pan-India, more than 1 million being empaneled. These were girls and women in rural areas. They were empaneled, and then they became the change makers in the community. First, it was a simple process. Like first, someone has to be taught on all the what is a smartphone, then on the smartphone, what are the different types of apps which can be of their immediate help, and within that, what are the services which they can provide by using their smartphone, right? This was the first training which was provided. So the program was thought out quite logically. Anyone who's getting exposed to tech has to have some recreation. So there are apps like YouTube which are by default on any mobile app, right? So how you can access content on YouTube for your own personal learnings and growth, right? Then you start engaging with the platform or a smartphone. And after that, you also use the same smartphone for certain other things. One of them was income generation activities. Now, I don't have the official numbers of it, but we saw COVID suddenly disrupt a lot of those ongoing assisted models, because if it is a funder-driven model, it always has certain lifetime to it, right? And then priorities also change. So yes, a government-assisted long-term approach is always better than so these grant-based subsystems can always show you the direction, okay, what model will work better. But then obviously the answer lies in the government-assisted systems in the government-assisted systems, yeah. So that's one of the success. The failures, I would say, are those where if you say, we're just talking in a very generic approach. We have to do digital financial inclusion. We have to do it through apps, and it has to have AI, it has to have AML, it has to have all the buzzwords which are there floating around, right? And a lot of times these comes from the government, these comes from the grant-making organizations with a very superficial intent to it, right? It's more on getting some credibility in some circles, right? But yes, these all tech interventions around these financial inclusion programs have their own costs attached. So we have to be very careful in choosing what digital channel we are using for financial inclusion. What are the costs of doing one-time development on the tech side and on the program side, and what are the costs of the ongoing support to maintain these programs both on ground and on the digital channel. So yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. So I think that will be the end of the panel, and now I'll open the floor for any questions that are there. Happy to take. And also, if there are participants who are joining us over Zoom or is watching the live stream on YouTube, and if there are any questions, you can also post it either on the YouTube comment box or the Zoom Q&A box. Thanks.
Amritamal from NCAR, National Council for Applied Economic Research, former ICMR scientist. So I don't know whether this question goes to whom, but I would like to ask this question. So there are programs where the financial benefit is reaching the end user. But there are people where they don't have an account, bank account, or they don't have a mobile number. In that case, how this digitalization of financial things reaches those people? And there are people, I don't know whether to say whether it's digital financial literacy or financial digital literacy, whatever it could be. But there are households where the mobile is shared between the parents and the children. And the mobile account is linked with the mobile. So when the mobile is used by the parent as well as the children, if the children or the teenage people doesn't have the digital financial literacy, the money from the account can be taken away. Say for example the Google or something. So how are we going to eliminate this? So how are we going to, this can't be done through, actually it should be done through government programs, but what is the role of the agencies over digital financial literacy or training programs to the children or through school thing? So we tell them not to share OTPs, but we never teach them how to use a mobile when they use a platform like a YouTube. Even the YouTube takes some money from the account, and the application used by the kids application, everything.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot and then maybe some of the others can try. I think I'm going to break that down into a couple of issues that you've raised, right? One is one mobile per family, probably one bank account per family. So how does financial services get, how do they get access? And if the trinity of jam that we call it, right? I mean, Jandan and Aadhaar and mobile, if that is not there for every family member, then how do we enable access? That was one question. The second is, if so much of sharing happens within the family, how do we ensure that awareness of, that transaction has happened there? How do you ensure the child doesn't do something that exposes, and risks the other part of the transaction? And I'll try and answer the first part. I think right now, if you look at the government services, I'm talking about the government services, financial services, that is not an issue. Aadhaar is what is required, but having just one phone number for the family is not going to stop us from giving access to all members of the family. That's how the government programs are designed, right? For example, Ayushman Bharat is for the whole family, right? It's not even a individual centric scheme. Similarly, Suraksha Bima, Jeevan Jyoti, everything, right? All of the financial services that the government has, it's for the family. I think the government is also moving towards how do I enable the family rather than individuals. So if you look at the Parivar Pehchan Patra, if you look at the Kudumba project in Karnataka, if you look at Samagra in Madhya Pradesh, everything is now revolving around the family, right? So I think the government is also moving towards databases of families, what the families are eligible for, what are the key life events in families, and therefore how do we enable social security and financial services for them is how I think the government is moving towards this.
But there are families without the Aadhaar card, mobile number, without the digital thing. So where
I think right now Aadhaar penetration is nearing 100%. We are at 99%.
But not 100%.
Not 100%.
But there are also duplication with the Aadhaar number where there are households or the member of citizen of India without the Aadhaar or without any phone number. There are people.
Agreed. I think, like I said, 99% is still a great number compared to where we were 10 years
talk
back.
About this no poverty and then everything, so it's like.
The second thing is, while there may not be a smartphone, some phone is still available. One phone per that's our experience of working on the field, right? At least one member has, the head of the family has a phone, right? And pretty much everyone has an Aadhaar. What doesn't happen is linking of those. The seeding of the Aadhaar is what is missing, right? Is that Aadhaar linked to the bank account? Do they even have a bank account? Bank account is still an issue, like he was saying, right? Bank account is still an issue. I don't see Aadhaar and bank as an issue. This is from the experience that we have seen on the ground, right? And we go to pretty much the remote, inaccessible parts of the country, right? So I think that would be my response to the family financial services access. The other one is all about awareness. Like when my response to the first question, right? I mean, we create the problems and then we go solve them, right? I mean, that's what sometimes we end up doing. So all of this cybercrime and cyber fraud and, data privacy, security and all of that are problems that we created in the first place. So lot more work to be done in terms of creating that awareness, and that we have not done. I mean, there's much more work to be done. Not sure if any of you want to add to that bit of it.
So since we observe our partners implementing some of the financial inclusion program, so it's like if the team on the ground figures it out if they have to solve for it, right? So now if it is excess of, it's like totally dark zone, I cannot comment on it because we work where there is some tech intervention happening, right? So for the dark zones, I won't be able to comment. For those areas where there is no access either to a smartphone, yes, there is always a feature phone available. We have also experienced it. And where if there is a feature phone, Aadhaar not available, I am not sure of those areas. But it's a lot of time, a lot of these programs are built around the wisdom or the experience or the street smartness of the field teams, right? So these are scenarios which anyone would encounter on the ground. Can we prepare them for these scenarios through some templates and by linking them to the right places? This is the approach we have seen where it has been working. Yeah, that's my very brief answer, not very deep into this.
Just to add to one thing, I think the risk of exclusion is also real. So while digital is definitely important, I think it shouldn't be the only way to do it. So I think, and there is, I think, a reasonable recognition within the government also, and some fancy words like phygital have started sort of going around, which is that the digital services have to be complemented with physical infrastructure and also with physical options and alternatives in case you are out. Because even though Aadhaar is 99%, you're right, there are people who are left out, and then a lot of people also don't have bank accounts, so that supplementing needs to happen for sure. Is all I can say, but I think I agree with the speaker, the panelists about how some of those, how families play a central role in how funds etc. are dispersed.
There's a question there, yeah. And also Prasanna.
Yeah. You may have. So there was this incident that somebody called me. She pretended to be some agent and all, and she was talking about some extraordinary credit card with all extraordinary benefits, too good to be trusted and all. So I checked her number on Truecaller, and it immediately flagged that it's fraud. Somebody must have flagged that. My question is, are we thinking about some security guidelines, some safety framework? The service which Truecaller as a private entity can avail us. Can't we expect this thing from Government of India? So sometimes digital inclusion, we are talking about inclusion. What about voluntary exclusion about that? Like, India currently we are getting benefited out of the young quotient India as an entity. But soon, maybe within 20 years or so, that advantage won't be there, and we all be like aging population. And it's a general, this is my perception, subject to correction, that aging population, and especially those who are elder, they are afraid of this digital transaction and all. And considering this example, then she was about to fool me, and I was about to trust her. Just something was got that idea bulb on, and then I checked her number on Truecaller and I saved myself. So I'm not talking about exclusion per se, but about the safety framework or something like that. Yeah, because actually I wanted to ask you only because you got duped by somebody. You can share that incident, by the way.
Once fully duped, one almost duped. So something similar had happened. Somebody called pretending to be from the EPFO, Provident organization, talking about my mother and saying that, my mother had stopped working a couple of years ago, and telling me that there are unclaimed money that is lying in her this thing. So to withdraw, I need to make some deposit or something, which seemed a little fishy. But the amount of details she shared about my mother and all of that made me almost convinced that this was actually coming from a government office who had all those details. But when she asked for money, a little bit of that bulb, kind of went out, and I searched on the internet and I realized that the EPFO had, on its Twitter handle, had been saying a lot of these scams are happening. Unfortunately what happened after that is I complained to the cybercrime cell, nothing happened, and which is something that you see in these Jamtara series, etc. as well. People have become very adept. There are now these full units that do these scam in a very professional manner. They know how to sort of hide their identity, do all of that. And I think in those scheme of things like Truecaller do help because they are able to crowdsource and inform, what is spam, etc. Having said that, the RBI and TRAI are trying to sort of undertake some measures. So one is that there has been a proposal floated around to say mandatory KYCs so that telecom companies maintain these registries and your display name has to be the same that matches on your government ID. There are privacy risks to that. There are also risks that if say somebody is a whistleblower, how do they hide their identity? So there's been a lot of pushback on some of those things. And even if this was to be mandated, I think people sometimes, in fact just today I think in the HT on the second page there was a report which said that a lot of these scammers pick up second-hand phone or phones that are discarded, pull out SIMs out of them and then use them to dupe people. So even if you had the name of the original SIM owner, it can be used for another purpose subsequently. To be honest, I don't know how to solve these problems. I think the government is cognizant of it and there's a lot of discussion internally happening on cyber fraud. But it's like everyone is just trying to match the pace of the fraudsters. And we don't have a solution, but I do feel that this poses a very big risk to financial inclusion, even of those who have. So this can also deter people from continuing it, especially the older folks. If they're once bitten, they're not going to do it again. So I think that's definitely a very big risk, but I don't know if there is an immediate answer. Do any of you want to come
in? This was with regard to someone mentioning intermediaries and how they are, I think Hakdashar, you said that you incorporate intermediaries into your last mile access plan, and I've worked with like slum communities access to social services digitally, and there's usually internal community members out of some initiative drive. It can also be sometimes profit motivated through very, very nominal sums of money, but since it sort of has beneficiary effects, people don't mind paying 10 rupees to. So I was just wondering, when an external organization comes in and does this work, do you incorporate these people through remunerated, is there a plan to incorporate local intermediaries who are already doing this work, or are there clashes? Like I'm interested in what the relationship there is.
It's a very formal commission-based agent network. So we've in the last 7 years trained about 40 to 50,000 women, largely women. We call them entrepreneurs on the ground. We don't call them volunteers. We have to compensate them for the time that they're spending with us, but it's a output-based compensation. So depending on the linkages that they've done, either the funder pays them, or which means it's built into the pricing, or like you said, the citizen or the beneficiary pays 10 rupees, 20 rupees, whereas we just provide the training and and the technological support and the scheme training and all of that stuff. So it is absolutely a very well compensated model, and we believe that is the only sustainable model. I don't think we can run this with the network of volunteers at this scale.
I think this is for also Gayatri, drawing from the long experience, Hakdashar has also your previous experience, and also I think Shobhit Dhwani also works on the ground a bit in terms of solutions. We also had the previous panels today as well as yesterday. A lot of talk about the capacity. Now, if you look at the digital inclusion, especially in terms of the financial inclusion and especially underserved areas, a lot of the constraints that keep coming up at multiple levels, you mentioned about SLBCs, even the DCCs, the district credit committees, or the DLBCs, the role of the banks become paramount. And it's mostly the public sector banks, probably one
one or two banks having the majority of the branches in a particular block area or a panchayat area. So how do you see, the role of FIs, which is formal FIs as banks, especially at the lowest denominator level, kind of taking the entire inclusion agenda forward, especially with the context of the UPI and more such probably financial, digitally linked financial structures coming up, and with DBTs. I mean, the bulk of the rural populace is now linked, as we often say, that from birth to death, you are linked to some scheme or the other, and again, which is all DBT. So how do you see the role of capacity building, both in terms of state capacity, as well as also the formal institutions of finance?
By capacity building, you mean, could you, role of bank is one question.
Right. Even for example, say the panchayati functionary representatives,
Yeah.
SHGs is like, it's mammoth now.
Yeah.
The entire structure of NRLM, the Rural Livelihoods Mission, and we are talking about the digital financial inclusion, accessibility. A lot of them are also turning up to be banking correspondents or bank sakhis in multiple programs, but still, the understanding in terms of the capacity, that what should be done, how many papers.
Understood. So 2 questions. The first one around the role of banks, I think it's huge. I think the government recognizes that. I think today when we go out there and have conversations about security, social security programs and schemes, the conversation does not happen without NPCI and banks and RBI and RBIH and all of them. So I think that's where all the money that he was talking about is also coming from, right? That's the plumbing system in this country, right? That's the plumbing system in this country, and not just nationalized banks. You take India Post Payments Bank, all of them, right? So I think more and more what we are seeing is all of these are going to be delivered through banks. The question is going back to how do we just ensure the discoverability and eligibility, and then the plumbing just starts on its own, right? It's just an auto. That's the ideal state to get there, and only banks can do that, right? So definitely a big role, and definitely more and more is going to get bigger. That's my answer to the first question. Second question on capacity building continues to be an issue. I think it is largely because of how social security programs, financial services and otherwise are being rolled out today, right? Most of them are probably a PDF document that's being printed out and kept on the table of, the policy or the decision maker. Nobody knows how to access it in the first place. Nobody knows how to interpret it. Nobody knows how to then understand, how do I implement this on the ground? That is a larger issue, right? And then let's talk about capacity of once somebody has understood all of that, then we'll have to go and build the capacity, right? So I was in a meeting this morning, in fact, where somebody was telling me, Helsper is going to be extremely busy because every second state is going into election now. And election is all about social security and welfare and schemes. So, you guys are going to get a lot of business. I'm like not sure really, right? Because by the time what they are announcing in terms of either an election manifesto or as a policy after they won the elections, by the time that reaches people like us in terms of how do I decode this and how do I actually get the benefit to the citizen, it's a long drawn path. And but honestly, a lot of progress has been made through SHGs, SRLMs, bank sakhis. Today all of the insurance schemes are being done by BC networks, right? And we work with a lot of SRLMs, we work with the NRLM. We train them on schemes, and that happens at scale. So it will continue to happen. The problem is at the source. I actually think if you solve at the source, the capacity building problem is more easily solved, is what I think. Then it's all about digitization and digitally propaganding it and all of that kind of stuff, right? So that's what I think.
Thank you very much. Food for thought there. I actually had 2 questions, although I have another one that just popped up when you were talking, but I'll stick to the ones that I had before. One is about legacy issues, because often, these systems get built into a world where there's already a banking system in some ways, or a financial system that was built for a completely different consumer base. So I guess my question also comes a little bit of ignorance, is to what extent did whole new systems have to be built, or to what extent was there a battle with having to adapt these systems, which was quite comfortably probably employed, but not working. And I guess the reverse of that is to what extent is developing these systems for a completely different type of intermediary or consumer, customer, kind of then impacted on the systems for other people, so a bit more technical question. And then the second one is a bit more on the other end. To what extent is this really a digital problem, and to what extent does this have, especially when we talk about sustainability of the using of these systems in the future, about financial literacy and general education? And I'm asking this also because the banks in the other part of the world where I've flown in from are now taking a very prominent role in more generally in education and inclusion, because they realize that they are the one institution that actually have access to everybody, unless you solve general problems of literacy and general problems of inclusion, that the banking system is not going to work either, or the digital part is not going to work either. So they're actually taking roles that have nothing to do either with digital or financial literacy. And the banks in the UK, at least, are one of the most prominent players in terms of the kind of inclusion more generally now. So I guess those are the two questions. One a bit more technical about legacy and this kind of balance, and the other one is more about to what extent is this about digital literacy, and to what extent are actually more the problems to do with financial or just general literacy that impede the kind of take-up and sustainability of these systems.
Talking about the digital literacy, the places where we have seen it's been working well. So if it's a controlled environment, yes, it seems the scale seems to be better, and then if it's, so basically when we work with some of the SRLMs, the state livelihood missions in India, they have a field cadre which is then provided a one-time training and ongoing training to provide certain entitlements access to their target audience, right? So they are trained and they are followed up with the training. That itself has its own gaps, that how frequently they get trained and how effectively they get trained. But at least there is a system we see which is in place. They might have one training happening in which 2-3 things might be told to them, and then they have to go out to the community and tell it, right? So in a controlled environment, in a government setup at large scale, there is some system which we see in place, right? But if you see the sustainability, if it's in a government system, again sustainability is depending on, the government is always thin of funds to follow up one-time training with the follow-up trainings, right? So the more complex systems you design, the more difficult it is to maintain and follow up with them. So where I come, and there I come onto, one is the software systems which are in the hands, the solutions which are in the hands of these field workers. It could be for anything, right? They are actually, if you look from that lens bottom up, I, as a field worker, will have so many apps on my mobile with the RAM which is not up to the mark as compared to an urban person, right? So the mobile app with the limited RAM, 4 GB, 5 GB RAM, with all the departments asking me to report their data on, say, a mobile app or some other work, right? So I am quite burdened already with a digital system. This digital system itself was designed in the last government's rule. Now the new government has implemented some new schemes, and it has to be now upgraded and maintained, right? So this whole thing takes a lot of time. They somehow maintain a parallel system a lot of times, and they have the right places to go where they get the data entered for themselves. So one is the digital system being complicated. There is a one-time cost. If governments are not many times able to manage them, and the systems become obsolete after some point. I'm not sure how that is getting taken care of in the government, how the government is looking at it, but yes, we do see these systems being designed, rolled out, working for some time, and then getting obsolete. And then I see from the bottom of pyramid lens where the field workers themselves are so overburdened, they don't feel like using these systems because they're not designed with them in mind. They're designed more in, say, from someone else's lens. So yeah, they're not very friendly and they don't use it very effectively. So yeah.
I can attempt to take the first question. So I think you're right, there's a lot of part dependence at play. Traditionally, India and RBI has had a bank-led model. And there's a lot of power tussle also at play, because a lot of new innovative startups, etc., fintech players, for instance, want more independence and less, so right now if a fintech is offering any kind of services, they have to do it in partnership with banks or other regulated entities, and that sort of becomes a entry barrier. In fact, politically, I think also there's a lot of jostling for power happening, because of which some quasi-regulatory agencies have been kind of carved out of RBI. Like NPCI right now is regulated by the RBI but is managing the whole payment system. Ideally, the whole payment system could have been under RBI supervision directly also. But I think there's a lot of these, there's a lot of tussle, regulatory tussle also happening, and there's a lot of tussle that the whole financial system has to be more agile to innovation, and the part dependence that India has previously been on is, not letting it adapt that quickly, and therefore there's lots of push and pull that is happening. I think all these battles are being fought at the regulatory level, at the political level, but I think it's taking some time, and some experimentation have also been done, wherein we experimented with, I think, payments banks a while ago, but that didn't really work out. So lots of those issues are there, but yes, you're right that there is a legacy problem as well here.
I think we'll take the last question because we've already exceeded our time. So yeah, please.
Yeah. So I think all of you spoke about how assisted learning has been influential in both the financial as well as the digital world. But I've noticed that people, even in the underserved communities, learn to use technologies like Paytm and UPI during COVID, even when there was minimal assistance because of extreme circumstances. So do you think there could be more innovative ways of digital and financial literacy to reduce dependence on assistance?
No, I think not yet. I mean, it's like what he was saying, right? Which part of the country are we talking about? And where do we see this Paytm penetration and, Amazon and Amazon Pay and Google Pay penetration? One thing is, one learning is simplified, right? One learning is simplified. I can't think of one government scheme where a citizen can go apply by themselves. I just can't, right? And we're talking about at any point in time being up 7,000, 8,000 schemes being active. We are nowhere close to, simplifying that to the extent of a Paytm onboarding or Paytm use. So there's a question of, the most marginalized in the country, the access that they have to, the ability to even understand. Because when we go out today, the Tier 2, Tier 3 also we see, Paytm and Amazon and all of that, but beyond that it's still far and few, right? I don't think the penetration is that much yet. That's a cohort that we work with. Number two, I think government is far from simplifying. If you look at a Suraksha Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Bima, try filling up a form by yourself, right? And then you'll know what I'm talking about, right? And the claims is still offline, right? At least the registration process is online, the claims is still offline. It's just so difficult to get in and get out of that system. I think we're some time away. Great examples. I think the UPIfication of this country has given us a lot of lessons that we can learn from. The transformation will take a lot of time to apply it across all sectors and industries is what I feel.
Okay, I think with that we'll close this session. And I think we're now going to take a tea break and resume in another 15 minutes. We're going to resume our next panel from 3:40. Okay, thanks to the panelists for joining this. It was a great discussion. Thanks all of you.
That's the symposium. The theme for the third and final panel discussion is digital inclusion strategies for marginalized communities. This theme delves into innovative approaches and policies designed to bridge the digital divide and ensure equitable access to digital technologies and digital literacy programs for marginalized communities. By exploring the challenges faced by these underserved groups and identifying effective solutions, the panel would delve upon the need for creating a more inclusive digital landscape that leaves no one behind. With a strong alignment to SDG 10, reduced inequalities, the theme focuses on empowering marginalized populations with digital skills and resources, aiming to foster greater social and economic equity. Furthermore, the discussion will incorporate SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, by investigating how innovative technologies and infrastructural developments can be leveraged to promote digital inclusion for marginalized communities. The theme will also attempt to unpack how India's huge labor force, especially migrant workers, building and other construction workers, gig platform workers, and home care workers can reap the true benefits of digital inclusion for better economic and social welfare outcomes. Additionally, this theme directly supports SDG 1, No Poverty, by exploring ways to harness the power of digital inclusion to uplift vulnerable groups, offering pathways to economic empowerment and socio-economic growth. Overall, this discussion will try to uncover impactful strategies that foster digital inclusion and promote a more equitable and interconnected global society. Our first panelist for this session is Mr. Arjun Venkatraman, Program Officer, Digital Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, India. His work at BMGF focuses on digital programs in the areas of gender equality, livelihoods, agriculture, and financial services for the poor. Prior to BMGF, he spent a decade working with communities in remote and rural regions in India to enable local technology adoption and ownership through the Mojo Lab Foundation, and in this context was elected to the Ashoka Fellowship in 2014. Welcome, Mr. Venkatraman. Our second panelist for the session is Dr. Akashi Kaul, Assistant Vice President, Sambodhi Research and Communications Private Limited. She is a methodologist specializing in mixed methods research and evaluation methodologies. Her research interests include issues of inequity based on access, race, gender, caste and class, participatory methods, and issues of voice and agency. As the Assistant Vice President of Research at Sambodhi, Akashi plays a key role in setting the overall direction of high-impact interventions and building strategic partnerships with key stakeholders. Welcome, Dr. Kaul. Our third panelist for the session is Mr. Libby Johnson, Executive Director, Gram Vikas. He's a social development management specialist with 25 years of experience with grassroots and policy-level work in areas of livelihood, disaster management, and organizational development. He was instrumental in setting up a national-level resource organization that helps adapt experiences and lessons from Kerala to other states under the National Rural Livelihoods Mission. He has worked on ground in Bihar, Jharkhand, and Odisha with rural communities on securing better livelihoods, coping with natural disasters, and more. Mr. Johnson will be joining us online. Our fourth panelist for the session is Dr. Sakshi Khurana, Senior Specialist, Skill Development, Labor and Employment at Niti Aayog. She has been engaged with Niti Aayog since 2016. She was at the Center for Gender and Labor, V.V. Giri National Labour Institute from 2014 till 16, and has also been a doctoral fellow at the Institute of Economic Growth, Delhi University. Her current work is focused on understanding youth employment trends, the future of work, challenges in social protection in the gig and platform economy, and strengthening the care economy. Dr. Khurana will also be joining us virtually. Welcome, Dr. Khurana. Welcome, Mr. Johnson. The moderator for the panel will be Professor Helsper, professor at London School of Economics and Political Science, where she also serves as program director for the MSc Media and Communications. Over to you, Professor Helsper.
Thank you very much. Okay, for the last but definitely not least panel of these 2 days, it's been very exciting. Welcome also Mr. Johnson and Dr. Khurana and Dr. Kaul and Venkatram. I'm apologizing for the pronunciation of all those names to this last session. I kind of wanted to make a little bit of a link also with the kind of overall DiSTO project and this session we actually had before, because one of the partner project on the From Digital Skills Tangible Outcomes project that we are working on, this is a European project, is called Rethinking Media Literacy and Digital Skills, Remedis. And it's a bit misleading, this name, because it's not actually about media literacy or digital skills, but it's about the effectiveness of interventions in terms of improving the well-being and outcomes of digitization across Europe for a variety of vulnerable, of marginalized groups. And this is in progress. But one of the things that we find interesting in that project, and that we've been trying to kind of understand better, is not just how interventions might be differently effective based on the content of them, in terms of the kind of literacy programs that are being delivered and what kind of delivery is better, or even in terms of which groups we are trying to reach with those, but also in terms of the organizational aspects of it. And and it's actually quite underthought and under-theorized, you know, to what extent, and I'm very glad that in the previous panel there was so much talk about intermediaries, because these are actually often understudied when we try to understand how we can reach communities and help communities, and we can think about things like just, you know, kind of an external environmental factors, the geography in which these things take place, which can have a big impact, but also in terms of organizational factors. What are the human resources? What are the actual skills and literacies of the people that are working on the field? What are the financial resources? Are the kind of, if you think about the kind of intervention itself, the people that are delivering it, we can think about the content of the aim, but we can also think, are they paid or not, which came up, right? Are they volunteers who do this on top of everything else? Is a program running one-off, or is it running over a variety of time? Where does the funding come from? What are the incentives of the funders to fund this? What are their aims and outcomes? So I think that this panel gives us really the opportunity to look at this as kind of in a holistic sense, and from what I've read about the work that you've been doing, I think this is something that hopefully might come up. So I would actually like to start with Dr. Kurana joining us online, because I also believe you might have to leave a little bit, maybe before we have time for the plenary Q&A, but I'm going to ask all the speakers to do the same amazing thing that the previous panel did, to keep it short and snappy, so that we have enough time for dialogue and a discussion. But please go ahead and tell us something about the, you know, the opportunities and challenges in your work that you've seen with, in your particular communities that you work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to be joining this panel. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend in person because of urgent meetings that came up. As was mentioned in the introduction, I am at the Skill Development Labour Employment vertical of Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog is the think tank for Government of India, and in our vertical we look at aspects of labour, employment, also gender aspects of social inclusion. We have a lot of focus on digital, how digital technologies and other mega trends are transforming labour markets, looking at both demand and supply factors. And our current work really focuses on a lot of advocacy around initiatives that are needed for workers, given that there are transitions that the economy is globally going through. We came up with a report on, which is called the India's Booming Gig and Platform Economy Perspectives and Recommendations for a Future of Work. The report recognizes the potential that digitalization has created, the opportunities that digitalization has created, given that there's been a massive uptake of internet, smartphone technologies, and so on. And also the fact that it is penetrating rural areas. We emphasize that it's the digital economy and the opportunities have given access to labor market opportunities for different social groups like women, like persons with disabilities, given that there are low entry barriers in the digital economy. There's also increased access to opportunities through a reduction in the cost of finding work. We often find that in traditional labor markets, there is a cost involved in finding employment opportunities. But if a worker is getting work through a digital platform, the cost can go down, and sometimes there is no cost at all which is involved. There's also reduction in cost of starting a business. There are also networking opportunities available to people through digital platforms. There are also better access to markets, given that there's through e-commerce. There are digital markets that a worker who could even be an artisan sitting in a remote place in India could have access to wider global markets. So, and also exposure to new ways of doing business. We increasingly find that a lot of people, especially women who were earlier not engaged in any form of employment, are now able to take up work through platforms like their own social media networks like Facebook and Instagram, and are able to sell their own products like selling saris and other handicraft products, and they're able to network among they're able to establish a network which helps them in getting a source of income. So these are some of the opportunities that we see. But digital also presents barriers. I'm sure some of the barriers would have already been discussed in the seminar since yesterday. There are barriers for women, especially in rural areas. Evidence finds that in India, women compared to men have really less access to internet, to smartphones. They also may not have access to digital skills, financial skills, which are required to access opportunities in the digital economy. Women do not have access to, to upgrade their skills. They don't have the, especially if they're connected to the virtual world, to economy, through digital opportunities. They often may not have the opportunity to connect to fellow workers. There are no offline networks that they could be in touch with. So these are some of the areas that where policy really needs to act and come up with solutions. Digital and the technological revolution presents a great opportunity for economies to tap. Economies really need to leverage such an opportunity and skirt away the barriers that are evident, especially for women, for marginalized communities. Such barriers, of course, could be. It's very important that there are partnerships that are leveraged with the private sector, with civil society organization, especially for ensuring access to opportunities to women. We need skill development opportunities for. There's a lot of emphasis now on lifelong learning, on soft skills which are required, apart from the technical skills which a worker needs, technical skills, financial skills, and so on, skills which are to do with Industry 4.0. And so a lot of emphasis we need to continue to place on soft skills, on lifelong learning, on networking, on linking workers with other networks, with their peers, to enable them to learn from fellow workers. There's also an opportunity presented through, we know that there are self-help groups in rural areas which are very active in terms of creating some kind of skill development, some kind of initial, livelihood opportunities, or at least networking among women. So the digital gives us an opportunity to leverage the self-help group networks to link these women, with digital, with larger markets, with digital platforms. Really tap on the cooperative model that has been popular in India in some contexts. So the same cooperative model can be leveraged also for the platform economy to help workers come together and help workers decide their own terms of conditions So some experiments are already being done, which we are studying in the context of Kerala, Karnataka, and a few other states, where the idea of platform cooperatives is being explored. Also drawing on learnings in other country contexts where there have been successful examples of platform cooperatives. So that's something going ahead. That's something that we need to be leveraging upon. Also the fact that if you're talking about giving more opportunities, enabling opportunities for women, we also need to take care of the fact that women handle the major part of care burden. So along with skill training and employment linking opportunities for women, we also need to pay attention to creating, or strengthening our care infrastructure, strengthening industries coming together where there are office complexes and so on. Also for women who are working from home, initiatives that to take care of, to support them in terms of childcare, in terms of elderly care, so that they're encouraged and they're able to spend more time in paid work. I'll stop here and maybe take comments, questions later.
Thank you very much. It also reminds me of the discussion we were having yesterday, actually, about the kind of the opportunities, but also the risks of, especially this kind of remote or gig work for women, and how it can both offer opportunities to stay in work or to work, but can also be a trap because then they are less able to get out of those caring roles and are kind of, offers the opportunity to work from home, but then also not the opportunity to work, to engage more with work outside the home, because they can keep on taking on these caring responsibilities unless there is a care infrastructure that would support them to do that. So I think also maybe we can go, I'll call you Mr. Arjun, because then I don't have to butcher your last name again. But because I think your work as well is very much engaging with gender and technology issues. So.
Thanks a ton, Dr. Helsper. I think, so you're right, much of my work now with the foundation does focus on gender, right? But to my mind, I think the inclusion conversation is a broader one. I will definitely be calling on much of the gender examples while I speak, but overall, I'm really happy that inclusion in the digital context is now so much of a central subject in discussion and discourse. I was just remarking to Dr. Helsper earlier that I'm so glad there's a chair for digital inequalities at LSE, right? It's when we started this work, I got into this about 15 years ago. This was a very new space, and digital was just seen as a panacea. The Silicon Valley credo was, if you build it, they will come. Just throw something over the wall. As long as the interface is not preventing people from getting on, it'll work and it'll just sort of do its own thing. 15 years later, we are sitting with proliferation of fake news, lots of noise value on the internet. So things have changed substantially, that if you build it, they will come approach does work for certain aspirational, usually commercial goals. When it comes to concepts of service delivery, like public services, rights-based things that you want your citizenry to have access to, the approach and the angle needs to be slightly different. The challenges are substantially different. Digital produces new categories of marginalization. You could be marginalized in the historical context of socioeconomics or not having access to the phone, but then there's also marginalization in the context of norms. Women, particularly young adults, are frequently prevented from digital access on grounds of bad things that might happen to them. So I think it's a very, very important area for the foundation. For the longest time, inclusion in the digital context was about ensuring our programs reached the targeted folks that we were trying to get to. For example, Kilkari, Mobile Vani, these were programs that went out over IVR so that we wouldn't be dependent on a smartphone. Now, though, over the last 3 years, also to some extent because of the pandemic, the context of inclusion is much more central. It's now an area of focus for us independently of our programs. And in that context, we are now starting to do a fair amount of research into things like what builds trust in digital systems, what prevents people from using systems even if they may have access. And then, of course, the usual questions of have we moved to a different point where now providing phones might have a good outcome. And so those are all areas of research, and I'll happily call on those examples as we speak.
Thank you very much. I was going to call on Mr. Johnson. I'm hoping you're still here. We can't see your video at the moment, but that would be, yeah, oh, let's see if that would work, and then we'll, okay, yes, here you are, okay. Thank you very much. I think also, you know, you're working in a slightly different area, but I'm assuming some of the issues that have come up that we've talked about might also be pertinent to what you are doing. So please go ahead and tell us about the opportunities and challenges that you see.
All right, thank you. So I'll speak from where I am now, from the context of remote rural Odisha, where with Gramikas works with rural communities, particularly in the Eastern Ghats region of Odisha and the mountainous, some of it. So, you know, I come from an area where 4G connections are still an aspiration. It's in many, for the young people we work with, you know, you ask them what is it that you need the most. It's not drinking water, it's not, I mean, jobs are of course there, but right on top of the list is a 4G connection, and that's, there are a large number of villages which are still deprived of even 2G connectivity. So that's the kind of context, and COVID-19 actually brought to relief substantially the magnitude of the divide. You know, schools were running online, children in the villages did not have access to both devices, even if they had their parents' devices, they did not have network to connect. So Gramikas, we stepped in at some point with a phygital model where you know, networks, small networks were set up in villages, and it was not dependent on a 4G or a broadband connectivity. But even that did not help, because, you know, children were deprived of what their urban counterparts were accessing. We also find this large pitfalls of this dashboard governance that happens today, which is data. Rural communities are sources of data, but they do not have the agency as a contributor or as a user. So water quality data is taken, water level data is taken, you know, NREGS attendance photographs and thumbprints are taken, but it never comes back. And you know, particularly the changes in NREGS in the name of efficiency, which I understand are definitely more transparent for a certain group of people, but communities on the ground do not see any transparency as a result of the changes that have happened, no increased transparency for them. So this is the context in which one has to talk about locationally, geographically, and socially, economically marginalized communities in such locations. What are the possibilities here? I mean, this is a fairly bleak statement of the context. What are the possibilities here? I think, I mean, Arjun also mentioned it, the realization that came several years ago in urban India that digital is not a panacea, it's not the solution for everything. But unfortunately, where we sit, there seems to be a projection that digital can solve a lot. I mean, you know, particularly in education. I mean, at least that house of cards is very quickly falling down, so that's a great relief. Some forms of exclusion will not be you know, reinforced now, but digital is, I mean, we need digital as a you know, supplement, as a complement, and not the only way things are addressed, because disempowerment that technology causes, particularly digital technologies cause, has to be corrected by design. It has to be part of the design, and it cannot be an afterthought. I mean, you cannot roll out some technological solution and then say, oh, see, so many people are excluded, what do we do now? So, you know, you end up providing second-class solutions to a group of people, where for whom it could have possibly been the first choice. Now, there's an app called Public, and when I travel to interiors of Odisha, the number of young people who actually use Public, the app which InShorts have, you know, the InShorts company has promoted. I mean, I'm seeing exponential growth in the use of Public app. And to me, that points to a huge possibility, which is include these communities, include these people as co-owners, as co-creators. Be it related to social protection, be it related to job creation, be it related to addressing grievances, right to information, right to jobs, whatever that is. How do we create a digital environment where rural communities are not merely users at one end or source of data on the other, but participants with equal and efficient rights? I think that is an opportunity that we need to explore, and I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this idea of the cooperative or the collective, kind of a bottom-up or a grounded kind of approach is coming up over and over again in some of the panels, and I think it's something worth exploring a bit further. But before we go and explore these things in more depth, please, Dr. Kaul, why don't you tell us about your work and the challenges and the opportunities that you see?
Can you? Okay, so I'm gonna, get right into it. So in my work as a researcher and an evaluator, so I work across different, thematic areas, or education, financial services, social security, everything. So, and there is, there are certain trends that we are seeing as a measurement specialist in all of these areas, in terms of what is being funded, what is not being funded, and it was really nice to see Mr. Johnson mention the house of cards of EdTech or educational technology, and because those are the two big things, right? In digital, in digital development work, we are seeing a lot of emphasis on EdTech or educational technology, and of course livelihoods, which is like financial services, etc. And these are the two areas where there's a lot of proliferation of digital and a lot of conversation around it. And we can speak about it in later, how far they've gone and how successful it is, but that's further. The conversation that I want to have, or want to start off with, is basically grounded around three broad points. One is indigenization, right? And this has come up across, I've heard it in my previous, the previous panel that I was in, the speakers before me have spoken about indigenization. Now, what do we mean by indigenization? This is context-specific adoption and adaption of technology, of digital technologies, in the sense that you're not really just responding to India as a country, but you're responding to, say, Bhilwara as a region. Right? What is needed? What are the needs of the women in Bhilwara? You can't say that what is needed in Mumbai is needed in Bhilwara, right? So the existence of the margins in urban and rural India is real, and it's very, very drastically different, right? And the margins, even within the margins, need to be acknowledged, right? So when you go to rural areas with little technological proliferation anyway, and then you go to a particular indigenous tribal community there, where we were not even talking about technological proliferation in terms of internet. There's no phone, there's no regular phone, there's no, the connection, phone connections over there, right? So what does digital mean for these different places is going to take a different connotation. So there is, what do these margins look like? And then, I think I heard Arjun say earlier that what is the inequity caused by digital itself? Right? So that needs to be considered. Now, are we creating another layer of hierarchy when we're talking about digital services? That's another piece that we need to speak about when we're speaking about inequity and the margins in rural, urban, and then of course the digital divide, so to speak. That there is high tech and low tech. And we see this a lot as a measurement specialist, and this will connect directly into my point around measurement, wherein we can't expect high tech data collection from a certain section of workers, because they don't have internet access. They don't have the capacity to work on a certain kind of a software that you might require them to. But they can work with Excel brilliantly. So is Excel then not a form of digital technologies that you should be using for measurement, right? And is that not a context-specific response? So this high-tech versus low-tech thing also needs to be really explored further. The second point that I want to make is around the funding, tech, and adoption, the pipeline. Is there a connect between funding, between the technology and the adoption? And in evaluation, we call it pilotitis. There is a heavy pilotitis in the sense that there is a lot of funding for pilots, But anytime you want to scale, or you want to talk about replication, or you want to talk about adaptation to a different context, nobody quite really knows where the money is, right? So we're always trying to pilot something new because technology is shiny, it's new, right? So we want something new. So there's this pilotitis situation that exists across the board, and there is no scale up, there is no follow up, there is no what happened 10 years later, right? So that's another thing that we really do need to speak about. And then at the same time, sometimes we see that you have a pilot and the technology is not ready. So a very a popular client of mine had a pilot for financial payments for urban workers, and the technology wasn't ready. The payments bank failed to actually remit those payments. And so it's just such an interesting thing that when you have the capacity and you have the adoption, right? The people are ready to adopt and they're ready, they have the capacity to do it. The tech is not ready. So the breakdown can happen anywhere in this pipeline, and to make sure that this pipeline is robust is another very key thing. Measurement is the final point, and I promise I'm going to stop talking about this. But an example I want to use here is actually from the foundations, the work that Arjun does, their work, wherein we're working on this livelihoods project, and what we're seeing is that even though there is no digital focus, we are still talking about something called the data CRP, or the cluster resource person who's collecting data for you, and they're doing it digitally, but it's not something that's highlighted, right? So measurement and the relationship that has with digital is also something that we want to go into. And at the same time, I have another project, which is a digital project. It's entirely digital. It's about parenting, parenting for mothers, improving parenting. The idea is to improve early childhood education, essentially. So it's a phone-pushed model for parenting. And when we tried to measure that digital program digitally, we failed tremendously because they wouldn't give us data online. They just couldn't. They didn't have the capacity to give it to us online. So just understanding that measurement is in this weird space where we have not found the formula to measure inequality. We have not found the formula to understand and evaluate how do we measure empowerment? How do we measure all of these very, very slightly abstract constructs, right? And at the same time, now you're pushing us to measure digital, which is evolving and forever changing. So we're in this weird flux where we're trying to cope with two problems at the same time. So, and that's the three broad observations that I have from the field that we are currently working in right now.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that there's other fields where there's pilotitis, because I think in research funding this is the same thing. It's not a problem to get seed funding, but then when you want to do the actual project, all of a sudden everybody's looking the other way. I think everybody's suffering from pilotitis. This is the next new research project. So I would like to actually start with a question for Dr. Khurana, if I may, because I thought, and actually this is also something that Mr. Johnson touched upon, and maybe both of you could answer to this question, about this idea of self-help, cooperative, collaborative, from the bottom up. Because one of the things that we've that we do know, even though we know very little about what is effective in this space, really, in terms of systematic evaluation, lack of data, but that we see that programs that are led, and this is again something that came up in the previous session, by people who are like the people who are supposed to be benefiting from this digitization, are much more effective, also in terms of understanding the context. I used the word lived reality before, but in terms of also understanding the needs, not the needs of the people who are developing the technology or are implementing these initiatives, but how it might actually be useful, or what the obstacles might actually be for the people on the ground. So I would like to invite, if I may, Dr. Khurana, if you're still there and you could contribute, for you to expand a little bit on this self-help group, or the idea of the cooperative model, and why you think that might be the most effective, and what you've seen in your work in terms of also maybe what some of the issues might, that, if any, with that might be. So I don't know if you are there and you could share that with us. That would be fantastic. I'll wait for a second. This is the black screen moment. If not, then maybe there is a problem with the connection, but Mr. Johnson, if you're there, because you mentioned the same, well, not the same, but talked about co-ownership and co-production, and this is something that we have also, we have a 2-day workshop coming up with junior researchers, and one of the things I will be talking about is the importance of when we do work in this space to actually think about also co-owning and co-producing kind of what are the important things to research and what is, what would the benefit be of doing this kind of research for the communities that we're working with. But I think also in terms of interventions and programs in these communities, this is very important. So I would like to invite you to expand a little bit on that, on why you brought that up in particular as important.
2 points on that. One is the point that I made was in terms of why do people want to be part of a digital information sharing, information using process? That's because they feel empowered being there, at least them being heard or their voice being of value. That's the one part. The second part about what you also added about collectives and more inclusive methods of getting people to use digital technologies, benefit from them. I think it's about user specificity. So for instance, farmers need market information. Farmers also need weather information. Or let's say drinking water quality related information. I'm talking about digital interventions that exist as part of either large government programs are being introduced or things that private sector or the civil society have been doing with respect to digital penetration in rural India. So water quality information or groundwater level related information, market information, but each of these have specific user groups. You cannot have rural as a single target group. I mean, farmers are different from women, are different from lactating mothers are different. So that specificity is the first part. And why are these platforms useful? I see 2 reasons. One is what you just mentioned about there being key influencers from amongst the community if there is a shared content creation model. But for me, it's equally important that such platforms allow for the excluded to be included from the side. So in a group of 10 farmers, there may be 3 who are digitally proficient. They get the information. The group allows for the remaining 7 to actually partake of the information, even without having access to a device or being digitally savvy. So the platforms create strong methods, locally owned methods of inclusion. And it also makes it cost effective. That's a different matter. But this inclusion element is what I find the most important when it comes to platforms, of user platforms for digital penetration. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this idea of, I think you mentioned as well, Mr. Arjun, the kind of that it goes beyond, it's like inclusion goes beyond just kind of, the digital, and it's also kind of these network effects. I think is very interesting to think about this. You mentioned yourself, or maybe you didn't use those words, but that's how I interpreted it, is like a scarce resource in many of these communities, something that's for us a resource of abundance that, we don't even think about. We turn on our phones and there's data and there's the internet or our tablets, our devices, or when we go to work or we're at home, it's just there, and we decide when you use it based on how it's used. But in many communities that we are working with, it is a scarce resource, and certain people have access to it that can then also link to others in that space. And I think it links a bit to also the point of the margins within the margins, right? When we work in these communities, who in the intersection of kind of things that might complicate our lives, who is it that in the end takes that important role, right? Who is the kind of influencer, node, central node, who within the margins has the power? So maybe both of you could comment on that a little. And Mr. Johnson, if you want to come in at a certain point, please do. It's kind of this interaction between the virtual and the analog here, but I would wonder if you would comment on that.
I think this question of margins within the margins is a particularly important one. Speaking from the point of view of a donor agency, that's one of the big problems that we fight with, is that even within, if you were to say that we are solving for the excluded, even within the excluded, there's so much diversity, right? There's as I used to say in an early talk, there's plenty of room at the bottom. There's always one community, one group, one segment that's not been designed for. And I'm a big believer in inclusion by design. But if you think about it, Aadhaar was designed as an inclusive system. The idea of biometrics was an inclusion play, that you don't need to know anything. It's literally your body which you carry with you. And then there have been debates about that, about the constitutional validity of it, consent and what role it plays, all of those things, right? So pretty much any solution that you come up with, I feel like the one element that's really important over and above inclusion by design and keeping those solutions at the beginning is also to have a very strong feedback mechanism that is actually usable by communities, because unless you have that, you will always be at the mercy of your limited visibility at the time of design.
And just sort of building on what Arjun was also saying, inclusion by design, right? Like that is very, very, it's something that we are hearing a lot more of, but I don't know if it's being done in the way that it's supposed to be being done, because it's quite like we had this moment in development when participatory methods became the thing. It was, we are all going to do participatory work, right? And then suddenly we saw that none of us was actually doing participatory work because it had become a co-option of the term. And I am a little fearful and cautious that inclusion by design is going to become one of those things which is going to be co-opted by gatekeepers, which is quite what happens when you do implementation. You go into the field, you will find 3 gatekeepers, and essentially they will become the new hierarchy. They'll become the new, lateral sort of heads of the people with access to the computers. And when you visit a school, the computer lab teacher is the one who has access to the computer lab, right? And everybody else has to ask her for permission and has to sort of go through this process of that. So inclusion by design, if it is done in a truly participatory way, if it is done in a way that is actually seeking to speak to the diversity of the margins or the margin within the margin, that, it might work. But it's just such a resource-heavy space. Like, it's such a difficult thing to do and to facilitate that I find a lot of people shirking away from it, right? It's just easier to say that we're doing it and do some sort of, superficial touch and go, and not really do it. So that's the space I'm in with regards to this whole, inclusion by design concept. Like, who's included in that conversation about design in the first place?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the comment. So I think this is one of the interesting things as well when we talk about evaluation of successive interventions, or when we talk about inclusion by design. We often measure it by looking at the people who are using the platforms and asking them, do you like it? Is it good? Is there anything that we should change? And we forget that actually the people who are not using it are probably the ones that we want to be reaching, because for some reason those. So it's a very interesting kind of who gets to be the evaluator of whether programs are well designed is a very real issue, especially when we talk also about evaluation and learning lessons and improving programs. That often the people who might have the most to say are the ones that we're not actually talking to, because they are the hardest to reach. And I think that's an important point here. I think there was some interesting in terms of opportunities, and sometimes we get blinded by tech and the shiny tech. You talked about high tech in that sense, and that sometimes very simple solutions or simple things that we don't even consider being kind of that advanced actually provide many more opportunities than some of the new systems that we're developing. You mentioned Excel, which is interesting because I, with another hat on, I worked a bit with kind of financial industries, where actually, if you talk to people who work in finance, Excel is still the one technology that allows them to do the most, right? So it's interesting to see those links between those two. But I wanted to follow up on another point, maybe also kind of if Mr. Johnson could come in there, and Arjun, is this idea of the pipeline and that anything can go wrong. And so I wonder, maybe we can comment a little bit on what you see as the biggest in the pipeline of the projects, rather than with the people on the ground, but in terms of organizational structures or the people who are doing this work on the ground. Where do you see the biggest obstacles? But also, I would really like some best practice case studies. Where have you seen really good examples of things that actually really did work in terms of organizational structures or funding, maybe, since some of you are also involved in that space. And maybe, Mr. Johnson, if you're there, if you kind of heard that question, if you could talk a little bit about best practice and this kind of pipeline, the organizational factors that you've seen really can help work more, and we talked a bit about obstacles, and you said it's a kind of a darker and more negative view, but beyond the collaborative co-production, in terms of organizations working in its space, what kind of examples of best practice do you have?
Two come to my mind. One is, I used to work with the government of Kerala earlier, and the experience in Kerala of how local planning and its follow-up was digitized. The Information Kerala mission and the decentralized governance process, there was a very strong digital platform built after the physical efforts had taken place, and the digital supplemented the physical, did not imagine the digital replacing till a long time. Now it's all mostly digital, and now increasingly the failures of the digital-only approach is increasingly coming to the front. But in the first few years where digital and physical coexisted, I think there was a lot of effectiveness and efficiency. Now, I think the problem is when efficiency becomes more important than effectiveness. And that, I think, is a problem. So one other example closer home is where we are trying to work with the weather service providers, weather information service providers, and agriculture universities to distribute weather information for farmers and crop advisories around that. Now, we figured out that once we started the SMS model, from a pool of about 600 farmers we had expected to benefit, only 100 or 110 actually could directly get information, and their information sharing became very patchy because there were no platforms at that time. These were individual farmers. We figured out that having one person in a village, and there is a gatekeeper issue, Akashi, that you mentioned that comes here, and we said, can we transfer this information to a board in the village? So how do we improve by design the dissemination of the information? Something that comes through a telephone or a mobile phone through data gets converted into handwritten boards in the village. Now, I'm telling you, it's not the prettiest way to do that. But then we found that more interest came up, and out of those 600 farmers, many more actually started subscribing and using to the SMS service because they realized this is what they would get if they actually use the SMS. Now, I don't know how much I've answered to your question, but these methods, I think, the small methods are important. And the Kerala experience is about how the digital can supplement the physical. And then in the Odisha experience is how can the physical be the last mile for the digital. I think these would be ways to look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, that was a fantastic answer to the question. I think it's a very practical advice, kind of quite concrete in some ways. Maybe Dr. Cole, since you brought up the idea of the pipeline, is there something that you would like to expand there in terms of what best practice in that sense?
It's one of those moments where you regret saying something because you have so much more to say about it. So, no, the pipeline is basically the funding, tech, and then adoption pipeline, right? Like, you have the funding, do you have the money for it? Do you have the technology for it? And then is there adoption for it? And the challenges for this, and a lot of people want to tend to focus on the capacity challenges, which are around adoption. Right, like people, do they have the capacities to access technology? Do they know how to run the app? Do they have, a phone even, right? So the capacity, financial or technical, is where a lot of folks tend to focus, and it is a very huge challenge to adoption of any technology, right? Does the audience you're intending this for, do they have the capacity for it, right? But that is automatically assuming that the tech is right for the situation. And there is very little contextualization of tech that happens. Tech just seems to be, and there is this notion that tech is somehow culture agnostic, which is something I really want to refute and challenge. Technology is not culture agnostic. Technology has its own culture, which is by nature it's Western, and that's what it is. And indigenization then becomes a process of indigenizing the culture of tech itself. Like, how do you make it? And you know, TikTok is a great example of how people took something and indigenized it, and then we can talk about the bans later. But you know, so it's indigenizing that technology and understanding that tech, the culture of tech is not agnostic to everything. Then come the funding, where the ecosystem just needs to talk to each other. Really, I mean, instead of replicating the same thing, or, you know, building on something that might have evidence of failure or success in the past, right? It's easier to talk to each other. Like, just get on a phone call and say, we are doing this here, has anybody done this? And get that evidence. Or and over here, one thing that folks can do is make their studies publicly available, their evidence for success, their evaluations or whatever. You know, a lot of times funders find the need to keep it to themselves. And I understand it, I work with them, completely respect that need. But if you make it publicly available in some format or the other, then you don't replicate and, you know, you avoid a lot of effort that could have gone into building something better, or could have gone into bettering things rather than, you know, just doing the same thing again. So that's my view of the pipeline.
Big pipeline. Did you want to?
Yeah. Just a quick addition to pretty much agree with whatever most of the folks said. So I think funding by itself is available. Just the fact that there's so much replication in the space and pilotizes as a significant sort of emerging phenomenon. I feel like funding clearly is there. Tech by itself, I think there are limitations there. For example, language. I mean, I've been at this language problem since 2003, 20 years now. It's not a solved problem. 2003 it was Bhasha India trying to put Hindi language into Microsoft Word. Right now, we are trying to figure out how to do better languages for large language models, right? So that problem has persisted in some way, shape, or form, no matter what that technology. So I think the tech definitely needs some further scrutiny in terms of, are we really finding ways to solve for market failures? If there is nobody who will consume a service in Kui or Koduk, does that mean that a program that is digital, that is public service oriented, should not be available in those languages, right? So that's the tech part. Capacity-wise, I think it's both the organizational capacity. I see a lot of non-profit partners getting into stuff that if they had to scale, they would not be able to. That's from the non-profit side. I see that in donor organizations as well. And then this is also something that we've increasingly been seeing, that for large-scale digital systems, particularly public service delivery ones, government capacity also needs to be built up. And that capacity includes ability to design good systems as well as to take feedback on systems that are already in place. And then the adoption piece, of course, I think there's a lot of potential work. There's surface level work which you can do in terms of awareness building, going into the remote regions, talking about stuff. But there's also more fundamental systemic elements like trust, which will be very crucial to how adoption actually plays. If people don't have confidence in a system, they won't use it. If frontline workers feel that they also need to maintain a register while putting data into a digital system, you're not really going to solve the problem very holistically. So just that.
Yeah, I actually kind of would like to follow up before asking a final question and going to questions from the general audience. On this idea, you mentioned, I'm sorry calling everybody out on the terminology that they use, but norms and values you mentioned, and how that was actually one of the things that you thought was quite important in shaping this. And, you know, in that sense is like a kind of, to what extent do we need to be more aware of these norms and values and how they maybe are localized and indigenized? But especially when you talk about trust, is it trust in the technology that you're talking about, or trust in the people who are providing that technology? Because there is a distinction, and people who have bad experiences with institutions providing a technology might not want to take up the technology, not because they don't trust the tech, but they don't trust the people behind the tech. So if you could expand a little bit about that aspect, the norms and values, and kind of this trust, and how you see this as important, or something where we might actually do something with. How might we overcome some of these barriers?
Okay, so we're looking at trust from the point of view of an end consumer of a digital system so far. I mean, obviously there's other layers of it. Within that, I can point to three big sort of emerging lines of thinking. One is trust in the technology itself. Like, will this technology work? If I click this button, will it do what I want it to do? If I send this report, will it reach where I want it to go? If I send this message, will anybody else be able to read it? Those are issues of trust in the technology itself. Do I trust WhatsApp's encryption? Maybe, maybe not. Those are areas there, right? Then there is trust in your own skill set. Do I have enough confidence in my own skills to use this piece of technology? I can safely say many parts of UPI I still find myself not very comfortable using, because it's just, there's so much info on that screen, it's a little overwhelming for me, even as a digital professional. And then the last piece is, what do people trust you with? People around you, right? So if you're a woman who's in an SHG, does your family trust you to use digital payments on your phone? Are you constantly faced with the question, why do you need to use this? Why can't you just take somebody else's help? So those are the three layers that at least I can think of immediately, but there'll be definitely much, much more nuance to this question.
Okay. Yeah, please do comment.
To answer this, I want to go back to the previous panel that we had, where we spoke about the notion of being an assisted economy, right? We are at least 10, if not more, years away from being at a space where digital can exist by itself. Right? It can't, in the current ecosystem that we have, cannot exist by itself. And it also speaks to my previous point of tech not being culture agnostic, right? Because as a culture, there is a certain level of rapport that somebody has to build with you in order for you to even trust a phone and a button and a number and whatever. Right, like no, you can go to somebody with and say that press this, or you can push it on their phone. If you haven't built, or there is not a person pushing for it or advocating it, advocating for it in your life, or doing that whole entire advocacy campaign around it, which is an in-person physical advocacy campaign, it's not going to work, because that's just how we operate largely as people. And so there is that assisted aspect to it, which, to me, which the trust speaks to. Right? Like, I mean, it may be the best technology in the world, but if the right person's not pushing it, and if you don't trust your sarpanch, or you don't like your sarpanch, you are not going to use it. Yeah, if the sarpanch doesn't like you, vice versa. So, who's pushing it also matters just about as much as what is being pushed. I mean, and then of course there's the issue of, what is being pushed being good or not, or all of that, but the assisted piece is very key.
The human in the machine, or the human around the machine, or behind the machine, are very important, as we know, both in design and in engagement with that. We talk a lot about who we imagine there to be. In a lot of the work that we do, we have had one study with young people who are not in education, employment, or training, one of the most kind of, excluded vulnerable groups in the UK. And and we are seeing actually the same thing happening in our work that we are doing with long-term unemployed or unemployed individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds in Spain, is that when they get rejected, or they don't get, actually most of the time it's not even a rejection, they just don't get any message back when they've submitted their curriculum, right? They've learned how to do this, they use these online systems to find jobs, they're reasonably skilled in the digital sense, but they don't hear, and they interpret that saying, as somebody was looking at their curriculum saying, oh, this person, no way, they don't even merit a response. Well, if somebody from higher education who's also seen other people be successful in getting jobs, they say like, oh, they probably had, a candidate in mind, or, there was probably 100, I'm just going to try again, right? But the other person would see that as a person, as if there was somebody personally saying, this is not the person, and the reaction of that was like, I'd rather go to the corner shop and somebody tell me, sorry, we're not going to offer you the job, I don't need anybody, or you're not the right profile, or actually, you need to get these kinds of skills, because they saw that as a sign of respect, right? So it's always in the interaction with the machine, people always imagine somebody or an institution representing that machine, and I think we should not forget that this is also the case, even if there's no human intermediary, that we imagine one to be there. I wanted to end with a question for all of you, which is a bit self-interested, I think, in terms of the DiSTO project, but also in terms of other researchers that are here, and maybe in terms of the interests that you have. It's about some piece of knowledge, if you would, if you can think about if there's one thing that you wish you really knew, like data that is lacking for you to be able to do your job better. Hopefully maybe it's a piece of research that we could do as researchers or academics, or kind of somebody in the room would say like, actually that was being a really interesting project, I want to take that up. But is there something like a lack of knowledge? We talked about the barriers that we know of, but something that you would say, if only I had more data on that, I would be able to maybe do a better job? It's a relatively complicated question, I think, but I would like you to reflect on that, and if you have to kind of think aloud, that's also fine. But yeah, if there's any kind of idea of what it is that you might be lacking.
Okay, so I think one area that we are increasingly focusing on as far as our evidence gathering efforts go is more nuanced information about how people actually use digital. This may sound like there's a lot of data available already. GSMA does a report every year. TRI has its reports. But usage data is actually pretty scarce when it comes to anything which is non-big tech. So you'd probably be able to get a sense of what Google searches are popular or what people are doing on Facebook. Even that will be largely gatekept by the big tech platforms. But just apart from that, when it comes to public systems or even general personal productivity or entertainment, what's the usage profile looking like? It's a dynamic question. It's not something you can do in a 10-year survey. It's something that has to be more real time. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be knowing today what everybody is doing, but at least with some amount of certainty that, okay, 6 months of fidelity would be useful. And that's something we're already exploring. We have a couple of grants in place doing that research, but I think that's going to be an expanding area as we go forward.
So in my day-to-day life, I am inundated with evidence. All I do is data. So, but in this space, and particularly around, digital and inclusion, and looking at digital inclusion, combining those two, one thing is that, when we speak about digital, we are very limited to adoption and retention. Almost everything is about, did somebody adopt, how many users did you onboard, and how long were they there for? 6-month user, 7-month user, and now we are getting into this conversation around user experience, or which is also a very superficial way of judging how somebody interacts with data. I have a very interesting example for this. In Ghana in about 1990, I believe, there was a study that was done around telephones. We're not talking about cell phones, we're talking about actual physical phones, in the house. And it was seen that every house had a phone, but nobody made calls. And the reason for that was that the phone was seen as a social status symbol. It was like, oh, they have a phone. Everybody has a phone, but calls are expensive, so nobody makes calls. And it took an anthropological research study to get to this data. Whereas the government was saying everybody has a phone connection, everybody is using phones and phones are amazing, or that kind of a point of conversation. So it is that particular, like nuance, like Arjun said, it is that information that nobody is making calls because calls are expensive. That is the kind of data that sometimes I wish I had when I look at digital stuff.
Yeah, good. That was a selfish question, and I think some of the stuff we might be able to do something with. Mr. Johnson, you're back. I don't know if you heard the question, but it was about if there's something, a piece of data, information, kind of research that would really help you move your work forward. That would be great.
What she mentioned already, data on results and not data on inputs alone. We are very good at measuring inputs, but we don't really bother about what happens after. I mean, telephones in Ghana, LPG cylinders in Odisha, you have plenty of information about what goes in, but very little about what it is actually contributed to or what difference it made. So that point of data would be very useful.
Thank you. I think the battery's running out of this one. Okay, so thank you so much. I mean, the TO in DiSTO stands for two tangible outcomes, so actually that's, I think, because what we do see, there's a lot of description, and I think in some sense we know, to a large extent, even though it differs and there can be more nuance to that, who is not being able to get access, or maybe even what skills levels are less there, but we know much less about what actually happens then in that space and what the actual impact or outcomes of that be. So with that, I wanted to open it up for questions from the people here in the audience. So I think we have a question here and there. Maybe we'll take both questions and then we see if there could be a more general answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Swati. I work with the Delhi government as fellow. So my question is basically I'm connecting a couple of things. One, the labor market that we've been mentioning, and the funding that was briefly mentioned here. So I am sorry to take you back to the pandemic. I think India got mobilized about migrant workers precisely post-pandemic or during pandemic, and I was attached with district administration for the relief work, and that is where I realized certain things. For example, so there was a containment area. For those who do not know, containment areas basically where the population or the density of infected ones were higher as compared to others. So they were supposed to be confined to avoid others getting infected. And of course, when you confine them, they can't come out, and you have to, as a district administration or government, you have to take care of their needs. So we did not know how to even provide them the food or the dry ration. And it occurred to me maybe the Aadhaar data can help. But unfortunately, the district did not have the Aadhaar data. So my question rises from here. It is the marginalized community that is often made to stand in queues to contribute to the database of the government, be it Aadhaar for welfare schemes and other things, and even for e-Shram data that was later captured for the migrant workers. But the kind of investment that the government has been making in creating database is not equivalent to providing for the services. Like there is e-Shram data for the creation of the database, but when it comes to providing welfare schemes, the forms, which is so lengthy, there is no mechanism from the government to help them fill it. And now that, what I've understood is there are organizations based on donations and CSR have been helping bridging this gap. But the labor codes, which will define the fate of the laborers in India, although they have been passed by the parliament but just not notified in the states. As per, under that, the social welfare scheme, the funding for social welfare schemes would be catered from the CSR funding. So the fund that was initially probably was being used to bridge this gap of helping the workers avail the welfare scheme could also be probably going to the government. But the government is not investing in digital inclusion. So my question is, from your individual experiences, though I thought this question is more to Dr. Khurana because she's associated with Niti Aayog, but if from your experiences, or anyone for that matter, can probably help me understand the fate of digital inclusion amid the policy that, or the law that has been passed. Thank you.
You can ask your question as well, and then we'll take them together.
So I would like to address my question to Dr. Kaul actually. I really liked your point about if we're actually being true to inclusion by design when we're designing interventions. But I think when you're working with the government as an implementation partner, it's always a tussle between speed versus quality, right? So I have two questions actually. So one is if you have any thoughts on how do we manage implementation at the right time with the government also ensuring that it's up to a certain level of quality, that we know that there is inclusion by design, also given the level of diversity that is there in our country. So that's my first question. And second is also related to the first question itself. Is there any unit of measurement or any formula for measurement of how do we calculate if we are being true to inclusion by design, right? Like, how do we know that, okay, this is the level that we have achieved and it's good enough for implementation and we can go ahead with that?
Okay, I see. I also have I'll take those two questions in the next round, and then I'll read out a question that was from the virtual world, so that we take those three questions and then we move to the questions that were still there. Okay, so this question refers to the points made by Mr. Arjun and Mr. Johnson. Arjun mentioned that if the workers feel the need to have a register in addition to digital reporting, that is a trust issue, and this has been the person's understanding too. It seems a little bit like a duplication, right? The kind of several layers of trust that need to be won, I guess, is what is being implied here. However, The question continues. Johnson mentioned the need for physical to complement the digital, and the problem arises when efficiency becomes more important than effectiveness. How do we reach a balance between these two situations, where we know for sure that using a physical modality is not a trust issue and is also not leading to duplication of efforts by our, in this case it's about health workers. So I guess it's a little bit about how can we avoid, when we do get these different parties into the scheme, a lot of duplication of having to do things twice. Or so those were the three questions, and maybe you can, who would like to start? I can pass the microphone on.
Yeah, okay, I think that one might be working. Yeah. Right, so I'm going to start with the first question that we had, right, about the humanitarian aid work that you were doing with and seeing that Aadhaar was not linked, or Aadhaar was, the district didn't have Aadhaar data at all. And you know, this is, doing this work at scale is very, very difficult. Like, we have to understand that we are living in a country where our last census was when, right? So doing this work in real world is very, very difficult, right? But, and I sort of posit this as a counter to your point in a way, we actually have very good data systems compared to our size and scale. If you look at, say, Manrega data systems, and what we have in terms of Manrega data, or for example, if you look at Bihar's Jivika database, or you know, the SRLM, the State Rural Livelihood Mission database, not all states have maintained that same level of data integrity, of course, but for the size that we are dealing with, the place that we are at right now, you know, in comparison to where we started, the progress has been slow but steady, and it is frustrating in the time of, you know, humanitarian crisis like the one that you mentioned. But you know, nobody could really predict the pandemic or the scale of devastation that we are dealing with. And did, you know, would a better data system have helped us deal with it better? Yes. But I really do think that in terms of you know, where we are right now is not as bad as we genuinely think. And if we really were to look at our entire data ecosystem, the government data ecosystem, there are issues of fidelity, there are issues of timeliness, there are issues of, you know, extent and state, but the level that we're at, it is not as bad as it really does seem. It's just the pandemic was a very, very particular, very, very grave situation to be in, to deal with a developing data system. Like, we are still a developing data system. So there's that. With regards to, you know, a second point, and I'm, you know, just going to end it there. A second point is that, you know, DIAL, which is the Digital Impact Alliance, right? They put out a report in 2020. It was called the Global Digital Ecosystem Study. And OECD did a riff on that, and they put out another study and everything. And they came up with these 5 Ps, right? The 5 Ps of ensuring a good digital ecosystem. And the first one, you will not be surprised, is political will. Political will followed by translation to policy. So there is political will and policy. Those will always precede anything and everything, right? So everything after that will be pricing, there'll be procurement, product, people, all of that will come after that. But if you can't generate the political will to do this at speed and at scale, then it's going to be quite a thing. But luckily we have political will, so that's currently, it's there, it's a little, you know, hidden in different spaces, but we have endeavour. Right? That's a sign of some level of political will working. But I think it's not as gloomy. It'll take time. We are still a developing monitoring country in that way in terms of providing databases. So yeah. Did you want to take this one?
Okay, so on the first one, right, of the broad question, I'm not commenting on any particular scheme because I wouldn't have that kind of visibility, but just the broad question of if data is collected, why isn't it used better? I feel like we fall in, like, the result in democracies is very often a Nash equilibrium, not the Nash equilibrium that you see in The Beautiful Mind with the dating scene. More the actual Nash equilibrium, which is holding all other strategies constant. Is there any value for me to change my strategy, right? Therein lies the rub. Very often the support of the majority compared with the potential harm leads to the way things are decided, right? Now, particularly with Aadhaar, for example, sharing of Aadhaar data within government itself has been very contentious. There's been a fair amount of legal scrutiny on it as well. And that's been a big part of why these things have not flowed. So they're very sort of counterintuitively, a rights-based debate has caused that structural obstruction to some extent. So that's something to keep in mind when we talk of a rights-based approach, that privacy is one of many rights, and then there are several other rights that also accrue to data being shared itself, right? And so this is, again, the fundamental problem with data sharing. If you share data, there is a risk. There's always a risk. You can figure out ways to acknowledge it and manage it, but that risk will always be there. So that last point about trust in the physical world, it's not like physical is a solution. The fact that the frontline worker trusts their register more than the digital system is simply an artifact of the fact that they've been using that register for a very long time. They've submitted multiple reports based on it, and their confidence in its reliability, even though it may not be 100%, is enough to manage their job. Until a digital system has been around long enough for that use to sort of settle into culture, like now we say things like, can I just Google it? That took a while. Google's been around for a while, but we didn't start making a verb out of it on day one. So I think that's a little bit of that element is in there as well. And then the last piece is the unit of measurements and thresholds. I think the threshold question for me is really that Nash equilibrium. Where does the political, social, economic requirement of the majority take over potential corner cases which I don't know of today? The solution to that, to my mind, is to have that feedback system open for down the road solutions.
Yeah, I wonder if you wanted to say something about that the issue of duplication when we have both the human and then maybe you can come also back to that question about digital.
I feel like, look, duplication is a systemic element, right? I mean, even when you do disaster recovery, high availability systems within digital, you end up replicating data. I don't think we should look at duplication by default as a social evil, right? There's sometimes good cases for duplication. Absolutely, when it sort of adds on to time poverty of somebody who's providing a frontline service, very, very important. But I really feel that if we have to make that transition, there will be a certain phase where that duplication will be necessary to just maintain continuity. So that's my view on it.
Thank you very much. If you want to answer the question on inclusion, and then we'll come to the last questions, I think, of the day.
Right, great. So your question was around inclusion by design, right? And how the government can do it in terms of their work, or how to make sure that they're responding to this inclusion by design piece. And then there was a piece around measurement for it, right? So I'm going to take the first one. It's very interesting because one of the biggest databases that we work for is the Ministry for Gram Panchayat. Right, Gram Panchayat and MORD, Rural Development, because the basic unit of governance in India is the Gram Panchayat, and essentially everything is supposed to happen at that level. But the way that we operate in terms of governance, that is a disbursal or an implementation level. You will send out funds through the Gram Panchayat. You will get your Awas Yojana, you will get all of that through the Gram Panchayat, but very little planning and decision making is done at the Gram Panchayat level. Inclusion by design will essentially mean that what is in our constitution with regards to the Gram Panchayat will have to be actualized in practice in terms of governance, wherein the Gram Panchayat becomes the actual center for decision making for that particular area, because that is how you can be inclusive. Decentralization or localization of governance is one of the ways that we've seen inclusion essentially can be operationalized, right? But that is something that's again, like I said, the 5 Ps, political will, policy, all of that stands true here also. But that the Gram Panchayat has to become more central to, it already is, like I said, with disbursement, but more central to planning. And how do we sort of make sure that they are representative of the people they're claiming to represent, and that we don't have issues like, a female or a woman sarpanch being a stand-in for a husband, or, sarpanches being elected by virtue of strong-arming somebody. So there are issues there where we need to sort of solve for it, but that is one way that I think of it. Measurement for inclusion by design cannot be standardized. So anytime that you come to me and say that, what is a standard measure for this? I'll automatically say that inclusion by design is contextual. Right? You can have a common minimum program for it. And I'm not referring to the political piece, but I'm talking about you can have a common minimum program for an understanding of this is the bare minimum. Right? But it has to be contextualized because inclusion will look very different in different places. So that's my response to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have been talking about something that is actually already in place in a non-digital realm, that is the equity audit, that every time a government needs to do kind of any policy, they need to make sure that there's no inequalities or inequities that come with it, and they have to, it's sometimes a tick box exercise. But maybe we can do the same thing for kind of the digital, right? So we have 2 more questions. I hope it's okay that we take those because I would like to recognize that people have been waiting patiently to ask their questions. And I think then we can wrap up. So I don't know if the microphone is nearby. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are talking about including digital inclusion of marginalized sections. So what about the language diversity in India? I guess it is a common question because, as you rightly mentioned, madam, that the digital is not a culture situation. It has its own culture, which is westernized. So that also includes English as a basic instructional language. So how we can address this language barrier in India, especially where even not just Indian language, we have Indian languages. So in that situation, what will be your take? And secondly, leave apart the language thing, even technically if you go, so I'm PhD student of Pune University, Savitribai Phule Pune University. Till last couple of years, there was different response when I used to open the website, Pune University website in Google Chrome and in Internet Explorer. Few functions were able to open on the Internet Explorer and they were not able to open on Google Chrome. This was the situation for me. It was I had to struggle with the system. Then I got to know it's a basically IE-based system website. So in that situation, the technical inaccessibility of the marginal, because they don't have the exposure of that knowledge. That's the one thing. And secondly, about the language barrier, please.
Thank you. I'm Ishani from IT for Change. I wanted to build on her question actually, which was speaking of institutional trust, system design and so on, but specifically in the context of social audits, where we have seen success stories for social audits, again, entirely in analog systems, and I'm thinking of health in particular. But when we see a legacy system that's in place, people are comfortable enough entering data in XYZ format, and we've seen it work on a significant scale, albeit a small scale. But so when we have something like that, how do we then digitize that? And I do think one of the reasons for its success was because it didn't dismiss the importance of physical infrastructure in that primary healthcare centers were again the focal point. So how do we build a social audit system which can incorporate, as you mentioned, the feedback mechanisms that are so important, but try to make it as easy as possible so that we've got legacy systems in place, but also make it like adaptive enough for the digital context. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will leave the last word to our panelists who are still here and have been waiting very patiently.
So that language question is one of my favorites, as I mentioned. It's something I've been at for the last 20 years, right? So 2003, Bhasha India was Microsoft's flagship program that was trying to solve some of these issues of Internet Explorer versus Chrome. There's a reason why IE is no longer with us. And the new browsers now incorporate Unicode by default, right? But if you see the pace of that technological change, it's at least 10 years in the making, right? So somewhere around 2013, 14, bulk of the browsers would support index text. There are still texts in languages which show up as boxes on Wikipedia. And that's going to remain a problem, right? And that's simply a problem of representation. The more usage that starts in a particular language, but what also tends to take precedence here is that somebody who's a primary speaker of, say, Bhojpuri or Bhili or Kui or Kodok would also have a second language simply by historical context, right? They would have been in a state school system which would have had Hindi and English, or at least Hindi for sure. So because that is already a phenomenon at the user level, any attempts to expand that, I mean, if I launch, I mean, we are currently doing research, so there's a large project that we are doing, which is fundamentally aiming to identify gender bias in responses generated by large language models in different Indian languages, right? That by itself, if you see, it's a nuance upon nuance kind of a thing. Even within that, what we are finding is that the vocabulary for certain concepts is not there in languages which are not mainstream. So just that translation, not at a linguistic level, but at a conceptual level, is a very, very hard one. And so that's one of the big challenges that we see. That said, there's ongoing work. We have work going on with IISc, with Karya Incorporated. Both of these are supporting us in collecting voice samples in different Indian languages with the intent that, with 1,000 hours or 10,000 hours, you can then start making good speech rec models. But again, like I said, this is a long problem. It's not solving itself immediately.
Small interruption, sorry to interrupt you. Since CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, based out of Pune, it started almost a couple of decades back.
Same time.
The intention of establishing CDAC was the very intention of bringing Indian languages for ITC purpose. And still we are facing, after even in the 21st century, 2 decades passed, and we are still facing the same problem.
So that's exactly the problem that I was pointing out, right? CDAC used to in fact send CDs. If you just wrote to them, they would send you a CD full of language tools. It's phenomenal, right? I mean, unheard of that somebody randomly writes with their address and government sends back a stack of CDs, right? And 10 CDs, not cheap at the time. But so it's not for lack of effort. It's simply an adoption question as well, right? Because of this dual language connotation that's already set in, folks who show up at a digital interface typically have 2 languages. And so even they will default to using something which is easier for them to get onto rather than looking for something in their own language. I mean, culturally it's a problem. I feel functionally it's more of a Procrustean thing that it's already imposed upon us, that we have few languages which are more common and those just proliferate easier. But that's not to say that there's not effort going on. What I suspect though is that until we reach that threshold of user base in each of these languages, that will remain an issue. For example, if you think about Tamil and Malayalam and other South Indian languages, they made it to digital very, very quickly, much ahead of some of the other ones. So that's user base.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, Dr. Ko, I think it's yours, the last word.
Right. So I think a lot of what Arjun has spoken about on CDAC and you mentioned is already, I'm not going to repeat any of that. What I'm going to say is that, we work a lot in very, very rural areas in India. And I'll give you an example from Madhya Pradesh, right? We were in a district called Sidi. And Sidi has a pretty high tribal population. So we were in one of the villages where the school teacher, it had just one school. So the school teacher had to enroll children from the tribal neighborhood, right? And she didn't speak the language. She's a teacher from that district, from Sidi. She doesn't speak the language of the tribal group that lives there, right? We are dealing with this linguistic issue at such a large scale in our day-to-day non-digital life. We still haven't been able to solve for it. And how many years have been sort of, Madhya Pradesh has existed since prior to independence, right? So, and they have existed in the same neighborhood for 50 plus years, if not more. And they still haven't been able to, resolve for the language issue there. And digital technology is still relatively new. We are still sort of, getting stuff in Hindi. We are still sort of getting stuff in Tamil and Telugu and what you call the major languages by virtue of the number of people who speak it, right? So in that sense. So to expect it to proliferate in a way where we don't even have a major speaker base, where within the village also you have maybe 5 speakers and it'll take time. So the answer to that is it's just something that will take time. And I've seen promise in the heritage language projects in, say, the United States, where they institutionalize these libraries around, languages that are not even spoken anymore. So that piece, I think I see some promise where we can borrow a little bit from there with regards to how do we make it accessible. It's also about increasing representation of people in technology of those language speakers. If we don't have those language speakers in technology, then the technology itself will not be replicated in those languages. So that's that piece. And I believe you had a question around social audits and digitizing. I'm going to quickly respond to that. One thing, if it's not broken, why fix it? If something is working very, very well, the need to fix it arises when you have either evidence of it being more efficient, efficiency, which is the monetary cost and aspect of it, or effective, in that it is getting me more information of a different type or more nuanced, etc. Right? So my motto with digital inclusion in things like social audits or data collection is that we are not at a stage where everything can be digitized very quickly at scale and immediately. So we really have to take these small leaps of saying that maybe they can enter data at the end of the day. And this is what I do in places where my team can't use a CAPI or a computer-assisted program, right, to enter data. What I do is that you enter it physically. At the end of the day, let's go to a computer and you put it on there for me, right? So there are steps to this process. And like I said, large scale, it will not happen. It will need to be a slower process of making sure we are ready for it. And it's giving us something of value that we were not getting earlier.
Just on that last language point, right? The comparative number I would ask you to consider is how long after Gutenberg invented the Bible did the first book in Hindi get printed, right? By contrast, we are doing much better. There is a Unicode font for Gondi as well now. It's a matter of community organizations also pushing for the user. As Doctor said, it's about usage, and that heritage identity question is where the language piece will come up. I think on the social audit part, just adding a last bit, there is examples of good feedback collecting mechanisms already. I can give you a case in point is NRLM's current large digital architecture. I think IT for Change has also looked at that at some point before. It's a good example, but I think we're definitely looking for better and more examples.
Okay, thank you so much. At least for me, this has been one of my favorite panels so far. I think one of the messages that I would take away from the panel is that we cannot hope for an inclusive digital unless we increase digital inclusion, not just in terms of access and literacy, but actually active creation of content. And it was very valuable to hear also about this, the kind of push and the need to feel represented in this digital space through not just language, because language is culture, and that's a very important point, I think, to think of in the processes of designing technology. Unless the design includes people with various experiences, we're not going to create an inclusive digital space as either. So I will wrap it up here. I think we've had 2 amazing days, so last word, but definitely not the end of this conversation.
I would now like to call upon my colleague Kunal, lead research and research operations at PDAG, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rashi. Both yesterday and today, Arindam's introductions cited 2 specific case judgments from the Supreme Court bench around concerns over the center's vaccination policy and the use of the CoWIN portal, and online classes resulting in denial of right to education to children belonging to economically weaker sections. The Supreme Court remarks somewhere illustrate that as our society undergoes greater digitization, there are increasing concerns about who's getting left behind. Over the last 2 days, discussions have clearly pointed out that a highly fragmented and contested society like ours, there exists digital inequality, but it was with the COVID-19 pandemic which brought this issue to the fore. This was also the time when we at PDAG started delving into the issue of digital inequalities within the country and how state capacity could be augmented, especially in the realm of the digital, to bridge this glaring gap. Our initial conversations with Dr. Helsper at LSE and Dr. Arul at IGNU helped in structuring some of the key priority themes under the DiSTO initiative in India to delineate the trajectories of digital inequalities, especially inequalities replicated as outcomes of the increased digitization of everyday life within the country. After almost 15 months of deliberation, today we are here with all of you with this 2-day symposium as an introductory step of the DiSTO India initiative. Over the course of the last 2 days, we have been witness to insightful, engaging, and grounded conversations through a diverse group of panelists, and a common running theme through all of this has been, and I would like to quote Dr. Helsper here, there are multiple layers and gradations of exclusion, not just haves and have-nots. This 2-day symposium is about to close in a while. but we have a 2-day early career researchers-led participatory workshop tomorrow and day after at IGNOU. This week marks the beginning of the DiSTO India chapter, with the work and activities around DiSTO India to begin henceforth. We look forward to having most of you, if not all, as future collaborators in this initiative, be it researchers, policy practitioners, implementing organizations, as well as philanthropists, to help us take the initiative forward. We also understand that we might have missed out on having other key individuals and organizations who are also doing some incredible work within this space. We look forward to all of you to spread the word about DiSTO India and assist us to reach out to the right people. By the end of the next month, we plan to bring out the Symposium report, which will be available on the DiSTO India website. At the end, I would like to express my gratitude to all panelists and participants who over the last 2 days have joined us to engage and deliberate and put forth their views around the overarching themes for the symposium. The symposium would not have been possible without the guidance of Dr. Helsper, since the first interaction Arindam had with her in March 2022. It has been a superb learning effort in close collaboration with Dr. Helsper and Dr. Arul at IGNOU, and also the LSE team at the DiSTO team at LSE. And obviously my colleagues at PDAG, a team of very motivated and dedicated young practitioners and researchers. So a special mention to you all. A special word of thanks to the entire team at IHC here for ensuring a smooth conduct over the last 2 days. With hopes to reconnect sooner rather than later, thank you. Now I would like to request all of you if you could join us at the stage for a group photograph before we close.